There's a continent isolated from the rest of the world, and there are many who call it the Abyss. In this land, a huge different dimension called the Whole appeared in times long lost to history, which is known to open its jaws and swallow both people and regions whole. However, the Whole is not just a disaster that swallows men, but in rare, almost miraculous cases, it brings forth power that can be called grace beyond human understanding to the world. One time, it was an unknown form of dark matter. Another, a relic from a long-lost civilization. And yet another, even a life form. This is an excerpt of an article printed in V-Jump, a spin-off magazine of the much more recognizable Shonen Jump. Konami regularly uses this publication to share news about the game regarding new releases, promos, and most importantly for our cases, lore. Stories in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are fascinatingly vague. With flavor text relegated to normal monsters exclusively, there's an interesting negative correlation between how clear a story is and how good the theme is likely to be. And since supplemental story material is so few and far between, much less localized to the Western audience, all we're left with are the visuals. And that wouldn't be much of a problem if it was part of a network of systems that helped tell stories. But the already smaller than standard size cards have to put in a lot more work than they realistically can to let us know about the backstory, relationships, and motivations of these characters that the developers clearly want us to be attached to. So today, we're going to compile all the information we have from cards in both Rise of the Duelist and Phantom Rage, see how the Dragma, or Dogmatika, fit together with the Tri-Brigade, and try to predict what's going to happen to all of them in the future. So what is it that we know about the Dragma? Well, first, we know they now have two names, as the localization has designated them as Dogmatika. But whichever name you prefer, both draw upon the same root word, dogma, which evokes a powerful religious authority. This is cemented with another excerpt from the article. Located in the far north of the Abyss is a political superpower that has the Church as the central political authority, led by Dogmatika Maximus as the supreme leader and highest authority. Their army of crusaders, made up of followers of the Dogmatika faith, eradicate heathens and heretics by devoutly following the path of Dogmatika, by which they perform miracles via stigmata, the mark of their faith. Now, what the path of Dogmatika is, we aren't currently aware, but if we take the name we'd known them for during the past few months, Dragma, we might find a thread that we can pull on. Another excerpt from the article. The stigmata is a mark given to all members of the Dragma faith. The followers and agents of the faith receive this power of the divine through the holy relic Dragma Nexus, administered by Maximus Dragma, and this power is capable of creating mysterious miracles. So the stigmata is given to followers by Maximus, but the power comes from the Nexus, at least presumably. And that feels rather odd. Dragma feels like it's supposed to be a portmanteau of dragon and dogma, and Nexus is clearly draconic in design, but every member of the faith that's been released, even in Phantom Rage, is a light spellcaster with no effects to tie them to dragons at all. But I don't think this is a translation issue. They were likely onto something with the dragon reference, but keep it in mind, we'll be getting back to it soon. So aside from their shared type and attribute, the other thing that unites the Dogmatika monsters is their antagonism towards the extra deck. The higher level ones all have some effect that ties in with the extra deck, and you can special summon the level 4 ones from your hand if a monster summoned from the extra deck is on the field, which feels like a way to convey that they're being called to action, and can't be destroyed by battle with them either, likely a nod to their tenacity in defeating such creatures and the blessings given to them by the stigmata. But that isn't entirely accurate. The extra deck as an in-game concept doesn't exist for Dogmatika, at least as far as we know. It's more likely that they have an enemy that has quite a few extra deck monsters in their roster, so I feel like their ability to combat them is in reference to this. And considering our next actor in this performance, I think I'm onto something. The arrival of Nullius Filius of Albaz, or the Fallen of Albaz in the TCG, appears to be the inciting incident that kicks off the story proper. In Nader's Servant, you can see this mass of red and black energy descending on two of our established Dogmatika characters, Fleur-de-Lis and Ecclesia. There's no solid form here, but barring any future reveals, I believe it's safe to say that, in some form or another, this is the Fallen of Albaz, the black and red matching their color scheme the most out of all the monsters we've seen so far. And taking into account their effect, and the two fusion monsters that they are a key component of, you can see why Dogmatika would make an immediate attempt to subdue them. Their effect is to literally absorb an opponent's monster to grow more powerful, taking from others indiscriminately, and the fact that you're not allowed to use any of your own monsters reinforces this idea that this lost dragon has no allies and can only survive and fight by taking from others. And since the effect triggers on summon, not as some kind of ignition effect that you would have some control over, may be a nod to the idea that this creature of Albaz isn't fully in control of their monstrous hunger. So with all that set up, let's start putting things together. And once again, Nader's Servant feels like a good starting point. I'd like to draw your attention to the extreme top left, behind the massive energy. The skies above the Dogmatika Nation are severely cloudy, with the occasional sheet of light peeking through. But this doesn't seem to be the clouds parting to reveal a peaceful night sky. The lines look too deliberate, almost as if it was some kind of hole cut into the fabric of reality itself. Yes, I wager that this is the hole mentioned in the background for the setting. However, in one of those miraculous cases, instead of taking, it's produced, much like it did that unknown form of dark matter all those years ago. Mayhaps they're a scion of one of the regions lost to the Maw in time immemorial, a lone traveler trapped at the bottom of a hole, a classic example of a nadir if I've ever heard one, from a country that may have at one point been known as Albaz. Now, at this point, the events of Dogmatika Punishment happen. I imagine that crash landing in the middle of what Fleur-de-Lis and Ecclesia are doing in Nader's Servant would certainly engender some aggression. However, I don't think it's just the collision that starts the fight. Titaniclad is the one suffering from a brutal strike from Fleur-de-Lis, and I have reason to believe that the Fallen of Albaz only achieves this form after stealing the power of the Nexus. But that's a pretty big claim with no visual reference point, so I'll show my work. Let's go back to comparing Titaniclad and Stigmavore. Now, aesthetically, very little actually connects the two. The former is sleek and metallic, while the latter is made of rippling muscles. But the molten red spikes and patagium, the big part of the wing that catches air, those are rather consistent across both of them. So we can infer from this that what the Fallen of Albaz absorbs has a huge effect on what they turn into. They don't just absorb something and turn into the same empowered form. Another aspect they have in common is their effect that triggers when they've been sent to the grave. During the end phase, you can summon or add to hand from your deck a Fallen of Albaz. This makes sense, and I have to skip ahead a bit to explain why, but Dogmatika Encounter shows Ecclesia standing over the Dragon Boy without their metal form, seemingly having been drained or defeated, which leads me to believe that this takes place after the crushing defeat handed to them by Fleur-de-Lis. The pinch of spice here is that, on top of being able to grab a Fallen of Albaz, you can substitute that with a Dogmatika monster instead. So from this we can draw one of two conclusions. Either A, the addition of the Dogmatika support here is purely mechanical because they both came out in the same set, and if they didn't, Albaz would just be two associated cards with no other outside synergy. Or B, the effect is meant to portray the separation of the Fallen of Albaz and the source of power that induced their change in the first place, and I'm inclined to pick option B. The second piece of evidence I'd like to put forward is another of Titaniclad's effects. For the rest of the turn after it's fusion summoned, it's unaffected by the effects of any other monster special summoned from the extra deck, which seems rather familiar, right? A non-Dogmatika card having some kind of anti-extra deck effect being released in the same set, in the same storyline, can hardly be called a coincidence. The developers are clearly doing this on purpose to draw a connection between Titaniclad and Dogmatika. But what did it absorb to get that power? Well, I may have tipped my hand a little too soon on this, but let's take a look at its fusion material. The non-Albaz material is any monster with 2500 or more attack. Now, looking at the Dogmatikas, there's only two that fit the bill, Fleur-de-Lis and Nexus, and we know it's not the Knight because we see them fighting in punishment, so the only other option is Nexus. So here's the timeline I've pieced together so far. Fleur-de-Lis and Ecclesia are praying at the altar of the Nexus, having permission to do so since they are, as the article puts it, the two beloved saints of the country, when out of nowhere, the hole appears and the fallen of Albaz plummets from the heavens. As they approach the ground, they connect in some way with Nexus, absorbing it into themselves and becoming Titaniclad, the metal of the ancient relic being reflected in the fallen dragon's new steel shell. Having seen this, the adrenaline pumping in their veins, Fleur-de-Lis, Knight Commander of the Crusaders of Dogmatika, can come to but one conclusion. The heretics are mounting an assault, and they've just stolen their most holy symbol of worship. The two engage in aerial combat, and while fighting is fierce, Fleur-de-Lis ends things with a devastating blow, causing Titaniclad to plummet to the ground. As they make contact, they revert back to the fallen of Albaz, the Nexus presumably being ejected from them about the same time. With their enemy on their last legs, Ecclesia is ordered to deal the finishing blow, and we're left on a shot of them standing over the doomed dragon. But their stance isn't aggressive, it's pensive. Why did this intruder do what they did? Are they even responsible for what took place? And why is the hole appearing once again? But as a saint with a pure personality, the question foremost on their mind is, how could I end the life of a defenseless opponent? This leads us into Tri-Brigade line, with the group of Dogmatika Hashashians squaring off against the Tri-Brigade, with Ecclesia kneeling over a passed-out Albaz, gesturing for them to cease hostilities. But before we continue the timeline, let's visit the Tri-Brigade and see what we can glean from their designs. First, all of them, save for Fleget, are wearing gas masks. Now, since the Dogmatika haven't employed any kind of gas attack that I can make out, it would seem like an odd choice to wear them as combat gear. So I'm taking this to mean, like the Fallen of Albaz, that the Tri-Brigade have been deposited here by the different dimension hole, coming from a land that required them to have special breathing apparatus. Fleget, of course, ruins the consistency of this, but I'm going to chalk this up as them being adaptable and that the zoom goggles are much more helpful as the team's sniper. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Another unifying motif is that all their weapons seem to draw ammunition from some glowing blue substance. The canister on Ceres's weapon is mostly off-screen, and Fleget's is hard to make out at this angle, but the rest have some kind of chamber with a distinctive blue glow. And if that wasn't enough to solidify their unifying color, each and every one of them has a blue tattered cloth wrapped around them somewhere. There aren't any other markings on them that we can discern, so while we can make an educated guess about their usage of masks, the blue ammo and cloth wraps don't point to anything as of yet, though I hope we'll get more answers in the future. Personally, I'm thinking it's some kind of banner that represents the land they come from, but since they have to travel light, they tore it up and tied it to themselves so they could keep a little piece of home close to them at all times. So, having covered all of this, let's get back to the timeline. Ecclesia is trying to hold off the assassins from engaging in combat, but any quarter given to heretics is itself a blasphemous act, so despite their best efforts, fighting breaks out. At some point during the skirmish, as shown in Tri-Brigade Airborne, Shrike and Fleur-de-Lis duel, and despite taking some hits to their armor from the Wicked Wings grenade launcher, the Knight Captain closes the distance and lands a solid blow on Shrike, paying them back for the broken headwear, and based on its positioning, may have also done a number on Shrike's prosthetic wing. Around this time, the events taking place in Dogmatism happens, where Hashashian performs some kind of ritual that changes the stigmata that Ecclesia bears with such pride from a blessing to a curse. But the most shocking thing is that this is not the first time we've seen this diamond-shaped sigil. No, the first time was as the Hole in Nader's Servant. Both have a black and red, rather sketchy outline, and while the Hole in Nader's Servant is mostly black with some purple on the interior, The one summoned by Hashashian is mostly purple, with pink tendrils of energy, perhaps some kind of miasma, reaching out to change the stigmata. Bit of a side tangent here, and it can't really be proven because Hashashian is wearing gloves over their palms, but this might have something to do with the odd markings on Maximus's palms. The color is similar to the hole that they've summoned, and we haven't seen that marking anywhere else in any of the cards in the storyline so far. Combined with the fact that these odd markings are in the shape of an almost, but not completed diamond, and the church's control over the hole may have likely been in broad daylight this whole time. The Fallen of Albaz, seeing that whatever was done to Ecclesia is killing them, repays the favor of not outright killing them by absorbing the power of the corrupted stigmata, becoming Stigmavore. Now, this flies in the face of a previous assertion. Why is it that, when absorbing the stigmata from Nexus, the Fallen of Albaz becomes Titaniclad, but turns into Stigmavore when absorbing it from Ecclesia? Well, remember how I said earlier that the Tri-Brigade wore masks because of their native land? The wisps coming out of the hole that Hashashian opened may be the very miasma that plagues their lands, and it's now being used to revoke the power of the stigmata while sentencing the ones that betray the authority of the church to death. This would also explain why Stigmavore gains beast-like qualities and can search or summon a Tri-Brigade monster when it's gone, because it's absorbed the power of the land of the Tri-Brigades, but also has the golden stag-like horns and pseudo-stigmata symbol on its forehead because it did still absorb a stigmata, so it has some influence over its new form. Also, small thing to note, but the blue ribbon in the bottom left here has been in Ecclesia's hair since they've been introduced, so keep that in mind. Tri-Brigade Revolt happens right after the new transformation. Having been surrounded by the agents of Dogmatika, and Shrike likely having been disabled, the leader of the Hashashians orders one final attack on the Tri-Brigade position. At this point, Stigmavore either wipes out the opposing forces, or they use their newfound form to ensure a retreat for themselves, Ecclesia, and the Tri-Brigade. And I think the second is much more likely, since the aftermath shown in Tri-Brigade Oath still shows them in ruins, but ones that have significantly more wildlife than the area they were just in. Regardless, it seems that the Tri-Brigade are safe for now, though Ecclesia is still unconscious. Shrike and the Fallen of Albaz speak of future plans, and make a promise to help each other find a way back to the homes that they came from. And, until the release of the next core set, Blazing Vortex, that's where our story ends. Will the forces of Dogmatika continue to pursue the Fallen of Albaz and the excommunicated Ecclesia? Will they cross paths with another group that's been displaced from their home? And what is it that the Church of Dogmatika seeks to achieve? Personally, I think it's safe to say that they're using the hole to grab people and places from across the abyss to add to their power. I also think that we'll find out the true nature of the Nexus soon, because while the Fallen of Albaz absorbed something from the Tri-Brigade land and turned into a beast, they absorbed the Nexus but maintained their dragon typing. I do feel like the power of the Nexus is being shared in some way, because all of the Dogmatika really do share a similar anti-extra deck theme to them, but the overly draconic theming and the original name leads me to believe that it's been altered in some way by the church to fit their needs, and its real power is waiting to be unleashed at just the right time. Also, not a very high stakes prediction, but remember that blue ribbon that was in Ecclesia's hair? Well, once they're inducted into the Tri-Brigades, I have a feeling that their standard blue cloth will take the place of the original ribbon. It would be kind of a waste if they set all that up and then chose to do nothing with it. And that's all I've got in terms of lore analysis, so now I want to hear from all of you. Am I on the right track? No? Either way, let me know in the comments. And also, if you could do me a huge favor, please share this video with anyone that you know that likes any kind of Yu-Gi-Oh content. I think this video is really interesting, and I'd love to see it reach as many people as possible so that we can pool our collective thoughts together and really get to the bottom of what's going on here. And until the next chapter is written, this has been Shuffling Through History. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Today, we're going over Springans, and you know what that means? More lore. And personally, I couldn't be happier, because the feedback I got from the Dogmatika and Tri-Brigade lore video was incredibly positive. If you haven't seen it yet and you're interested in the lore aspect of the cards, I'd highly recommend giving it a watch first, because we're going to be discussing how the latest releases build on my interpretation of the story later in the video. And while I still hold that the new inclusions don't radically change what we know, after taking a closer look at the card art, I discovered a little something extra that got me worried about where the story goes from here. It's time to spring into action with Springans. But before we continue, a quick reminder to please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed my content so far. 1,500 subs is my end of year goal, and you can help make it happen. We also have a Discord where we post photos of the goodest doggos, and you can also follow me on Twitter if you want to stay in the know on channel updates and my bad takes. Thank you for your patience, and now, back to the video. So what's the deal with Springans? Well, the gun part is certainly evident from their design, but if the word feels familiar to you, it may be because you picked it up from a fantasy tale somewhere, maybe a book or a game. Spriggans, or as I learned how to pronounce them in research, Spriggans, are fairies of Cornish folklore who are depicted as wizened old men with childlike heads, so just roll that image around in your head for a bit, who are notorious for pulling pranks and bringing misfortune upon those that wrong them. Another interesting characteristic is that they're small in size, but are purportedly the ghosts of giants, and as such, retain their titanic strength, as well as being able to assume their size. Now, granted, this is all information I scanned from Wikipedia, so I haven't been able to do a deep dive on the legends, so if any of this interests you, I highly recommend looking into it more yourself. Mechanically, all the Spriggans, or should I call them Spridgets to keep with the proper pronunciation, Spridengines? I'll use the Yu-Gi-Oh! Organization translations for now, but if you liked any of those suggestions, let me know. Anyway, all Spriggans are fire attribute machine monsters, and if they're the main deck ones, they all share an effect where, if they're in the hand, face up on the field, or in the grave, they can attach themselves to a Spriggan Xyz monster you control. And because everything in the theme revolves around the Xyz monster, we're going to start with them so we have some context for the rest of them. Spriggan ship X-Blower is a rank 8 with 1,600 attack and 2,500 defense, requiring 2 or more level 8 monsters, and they have just the most gamer effect I've ever seen. Once per turn, you can choose a monster or spell trap zone on your opponent's field. On resolution, you can detach any number of material from X-Blower, and if you do, you can destroy your opponent's cards in the selected zone, as well as cards in the zones to its sides, as well as above and below it, up to the number of material detached. It certainly isn't the most eloquently worded effect text, but to simplify, you essentially draw a crosshair on one of your opponent's zones, creating a sort of area of effect that you can choose to destroy cards from. And much like AoE effects, while you choose a zone, the effect doesn't target any monsters. And that's not all it can do. Its second effect is a quick effect that can be activated specifically during your opponent's main and battle phase, and when you do, X-Blower is banished until the end of the turn. This makes for an extremely slippery boss monster, as it's difficult to permanently remove with anything aside from hard negation. So you can demolish your opponent's field, dive beneath the sands during your opponent's turn to avoid counterplay, and when they surface, the Spriggans in your grave can attach themselves to man the battle stations and do it all over again. It's the kind of effect that really puts the wind in your sails. We should also go over the field spell real quick as well. Vast Desert Gold Golgonda gives all Spriggan Xyz monsters 1,000 attack, bumping X-Blower up to 2,600 attack. If you don't control a Spriggan Xyz, you can discard any Spriggan card to summon one right out of your extra deck. Talk about fuel efficiency. Also, if an Xyz monster or monsters you control leave the field due to a card effect, you can target an opponent's monster and it can't attack for the rest of the turn, which pairs nicely with X-Blower's self-banish effect, so you don't leave yourself completely open to direct attacks. It's easily a 3 of, cause you're gonna want to see it as quickly as possible. A rush to the gold, one might say. Okay, let's take a peek at the main deck monsters. Rocky is a level 4 with 1,800 attack and 800 defense. If they're normal or special summoned, you can target any Spriggan monster or Vast Desert Gold Golgonda in your grave and add it to your hand. Not really a combo starter, but it does facilitate your other cards in a number of ways. It can recover destroyed Golgondas so you can make the most out of your X-Blower, or use it to summon a new one if the previous one was destroyed. You can also add back a Spriggan to use as the cost for Golgonda, and its attack stat is pretty solid for a normal summon. Rocket solid! Petty is a level 4 with 0 attack and 2,000 defense, and you contribute them to target then special summon any Spriggan monster in your grave. This is actually vitally important, as our next 2 monsters are level 8, so having an easy way to access them is paramount. And since you can attach the big ones to X-Blower from your hand as material, getting them into the grave isn't too hard. They also have a bit of a Seer Dante loop going on with Rocky. See, you summon Rocky, get back Petty, and then you can summon Petty once Rock has left the field, and then tribute them to summon Rocky back. Then you use Rocky's on summon effect to get back Petty. And when you have a machine monster with those stats, that means machine duplication. You can only use Petty's effect once per turn, sure, but the remaining copies can be used to make a rank 4 or a link 2. You're already going in big on machine Xyz monsters that look like ships. What's an extra Dreadnought Dreadnoid gonna hurt? It's certainly a great way to get your sea legs out in the desert. Bangar is a level 8 with 500 attack and 2500 defense. Hey, another machine dupe target. You can banish them from the grave, along with another Spriggan monster in your grave, to add any Spriggan card from your deck to your hand. And since X-Blowers that are summoned by your field spell can't be revived, it's not a huge loss if you scrap them for a search. This is a very important effect for getting you the cards you need to move things along, and if you can't manage to get it in the grave by making it an Xyz material, you can always try to tech in something like a trade-in. Rocky does recycle after all. But what I'm most excited for, like I said earlier, is machine dupe synergies. Not only will this help make X-Blower properly so it can be revived, there are so many superb rank 8s we can use. Number 38 Hope Harbinger Super Duper King Size Double Dip Deluxe Dragon Titanic Galaxy gives you a spell negate, which is fantastic, and we also have Dingirsu for some must-answer spot removal. Or, since Bangar introduces banishing to the mix, attach a banished Spriggan to recycle your resources, as well as provide even more protection for your board. I'm telling you, this Spriggan's a real banger. Our last on-theme monster is Captain Sargus, a Spriggan that puts in work whether they're on the field or tucked under X-Blower. They're a level 8 with 1500 attack and 2800 defense, and as a quick effect during your opponent's turn, you can detach a material from a monster you control to target a face-up card your opponent controls and destroy it. So if your X-Blower has any leftover materials on it after using its own effect, Sargus effectively lets you use it as interaction on your opponent's turn before it begins its evasive maneuvers. And with 2800 defense, they'll stand up to all but the hardiest attacks from your opponent. Also, if they're attached to a Spriggan Xyz monster as material, it grants them an effect that boosts their attack by 500. While you can only attach Sargus to X-Blower once per turn, this effect does stack, so you can effectively punish your opponent for not answering your boss monster by continuing to pump up its attack. They're just the kind of captain you need to crunch your opponent. Alright, time for the spells and traps. Spriggan's Watch is a normal spell that searches Vast Desert Gold Golgonda when it resolves, or if you already control one, you can instead add any Spriggan's monster from your deck to your hand and Foolish one from your deck, and that is outstanding. Golgonda is very important to how you play, and Watch counts as copies 5 to 7, assuming you're running terraforming. And unlike other searchers, it doesn't lose effectiveness if you draw it alongside your search target, because then it acts as a rota for the theme that also sets you up for more Xyz material from the grave, or for the search effect of Bangar. Your opponent's gonna have to watch out for this one. Spriggan's Blast is a normal trap that can be activated if you control a Spriggan's monster, and it has you choosing a monster zone your opponent controls, and you can select another zone if you control a fusion monster that lists Fallen of Albaz as material. Wouldn't be a lore archetype if it didn't include our little dragon boy. On resolution, until the end of the turn, monsters in the selected zones cannot attack directly, and their effects are negated, and if the zone is empty, it just can't be used. Now, it does seem a little suspect to get the full power of this effect online. Adding the Albaz engine hasn't exactly seen much competitive success as of late, but by itself, it's still an on-theme effect negation that, much like X-Blower, doesn't target, which I'm sure will lead to some explosive outcomes. Spriggan's Call is another normal trap, which you can use to special summon any Spriggan's monster or Fallen of Albaz from your grave. Also, during either player's turn, except the turn it was sent to the grave, you can banish Call and a fusion monster in your grave, then target a Spriggan's Xyz monster you control, and then attach any fusion monster from your extra deck to it as material, so long as it includes Fallen of Albaz as its fusion material. Once again, the second effect is just there to add a bit of extra spice, especially if you're looking to splash in Dogmatika, as attaching the fusions as Xyz material from the extra deck directly is a great way to shortcut for their grave effects without locking you out of that extra deck. But even without that, a revival trap takes some of the pressure off of Petty to summon back your monsters, and along with Dogmatika and counter, Albaz is on call to scoop up your opponent's monsters when you need them most. In fact, let's round things out by going over their new fusion. Splind the Steel Express Dragon is a level 8 Dark Machine fusion monster that requires one Fallen of Albaz and an effect monster that was special summoned this turn. A very interesting fusion material that's almost impossible to trigger unless you use one of the aforementioned revival traps, but at the same time, does mean that it can scoop up just about anything your opponent controls. During your main phase, you can move Splind to a different main monster zone on your field, then you can destroy all other face-up cards in its column. Free non-targeting destruction? Sign me up!
It also has the effect that all Albaz fusions share. During the end phase they're sent to the grave, you can add to your hand or special summon from your deck a monster of their associated archetype, Springans in this case, or a Fallen of Albaz. Now, while I still think Titaniclad the Bastard Ash Dragon is more powerful and useful, once again as competitive lists have shown, Splend comes in a decent second. It does require more work and setup to be used effectively, but solid stats, a primo removal effect, and the ability to fuse using your opponent's monsters on their turn sounds like an express ticket to victory to me. So we've gone over all the Springans, what do we do with them? Well, they have a very simple game plan. You make X-Blower, you get materials on it, and you start blasting. It seems like they'll work best when paired with another archetype that needs their bombastic bombardment, but to be honest, I'm not sure what. We don't really have a lot of cards that work super well with fire machines. Dark machines, yes. Earth machines, certainly. But not fire. So instead of going into what cards you can play with Spriggans, let's jump right into the lore. Last we left off, Albaz, Ecclesia, and the Tri-Brigades had just narrowly escaped their clash with the Dogmatika Orthodoxy, the future of our team, a complete mystery. Act 3 begins sometime later, following the exploits of the Fallen Dragon and the former Saint. We don't know why they parted ways with the Tri-Brigade, but I'd hazard a guess and say that they were needed on another battlefield. Albaz and Ecclesia are currently navigating a rocky outcrop when someone, likely a Spriggan if the name Spriggan Watch is to be believed, catches a glimpse of them. Now, previously, I'd thought it was Rocky because their silhouette is in the corner, but it seems weird a visual layout would highlight the one using it. But then I took a look at some of the colors being used in that display. Albaz and Ecclesia have a red box around them, while the little bird that Shrike, or I guess their name is Shrike now, gave them at the end of the last part of the story has a green box around them, which matches the color of the Rocky silhouette. Now, here's where we have to start looking at outside clues. In the concept art for Rocky, we're told that the forms that we see the Spriggans in aren't actually what they look like. They're all mechanical suits of armor that they possess, and they're actually small, Spirited Away style soot sprites. Not only does this connect them with the Spriggan folklore that they're small but wield great power, it also helps to explain why they're missiles. If they can survive the explosion of their outer casing, they can always return to base for a new one, or perhaps salvage a new body from the desert. So I posit that the tiny mechanical bird that Shrike gave to Albaz was possessed by a Spriggan the whole time. Which would mean, in the artwork for Oath, Shrike is likely telling Albaz to cross the vast desert of Golgonda to meet up with some allies. But that plan may have backfired, as the artwork for Spriggan's Blast shows the group being accosted by what looks like X-Blower. If you see one of your companions traveling with one of the most prominent figures of the church that's oppressing your entire world, it can seem like they've been taken hostage, and without an entourage of Dogmatika soldiers to protect them, now is the perfect time to strike. The little bird being a Spriggan also helps to explain a few things about Splend, the new fusion. Previously, we drew parallels between Titaniclad and Stigmavore, now being called Brigrand the Glory Dragon. Both had glowing red spikes coming out of their body, namely their shoulders, as well as wings with some kind of magma-like quality to them. But Splend lacks all of that, so the conclusion I've come to is that since the situation isn't quite as dire as the ones that preceded the first two transformations, Albaz is in more control of their power, so this version isn't quite as berserk. So, Albaz temporarily absorbs the power of the Spriggan traveling with them, and uses its power of possession on technology to activate an abandoned ship out in the wastes. The wide shot of Golgonda shows a number of ruins dotting the dunes, so I'm confident there's at least one ship they can make use of out there. There's also the possibility that Albaz is empowering the tiny bird mech to become Splend, and it would be a fusion of them in that sense. In fact, it was recently pointed out to me by user Roman Williams that the shadow form Albaz seems to be in during Nader's Servant does bear a slight resemblance to some kind of ship, so I would also agree that that is a valid conclusion. Our heroes beat a quick retreat, bobbing and weaving through missile fire, until they happen upon a familiar, terrible sight that I only noticed upon repeat viewing of the art. The dreaded hole that we saw Hashashian summon, and the same one Albaz fell through, has arrived again. This trips our team up just enough for their pursuers to catch up, and our protagonists are captured. However, this doesn't last long. While they're being interrogated, Kit of the Tri-Brigades arrives and clears up the whole mess. They have their own mechanical bird, and between the two of them, they're able to clear things up. This card is Tri-Brigade Rendezvous, so based on the name, I suppose Kit is who Albaz and Ecclesia were meant to find. It's a quick play spell that boosts the attack of any number of targeted linked tri-types by 700 for the turn. Also, if any number of linked tri-types would be destroyed, you can banish Rendezvous from the grave instead. This also leads us to introducing Tri-Brigade Kit, a level 2 fire attribute beast monster with 700 attack and 1000 defense. They have the same graveyard link effect as their main deck predecessors, and if they're sent to the grave, you can send any Tri-Brigade card from your deck to the grave. Now, this seems pretty lackluster at face value, but it slots in pretty well with an existing combo. Instead of discarding Fractal to send Nerval from deck to grave to search for Karis, you can discard Fractal to send Kit, who sends Nerval to search Karis. And with the simple addition of one more tri-type being sent to the grave, it gives you easier access to your higher linked Tri-Brigades. It's surprisingly incredibly good. And in keeping with what we found last video, they have a blue ribbon and a weapon with a blue power source, though this one is just a wrench. I assumed the blue energy was some kind of projectile, so unless the wrench can shoot energy blasts, it's likely something else. Also, some more concept art information. Kit is confirmed to be Farraget's little sister, and the cloak Ecclesia is now wearing was gifted to her from Farraget. Kit is also stated as being something of a technology otaku, and they're seen geeking out over an artifact from Golgonda, which looks like a cell phone, so we may have another post-apocalypse story on our hands. With the current dilemma under control, the group focuses their attention on the next looming threat, but it appears the Springans don't know how to deal with the giant hole in space-time. The last we see of our cast members is Kit excitedly dragging Albaz and Ecclesia somewhere, and looking at their expressions, they seem just as confused as we are. And as the curtain closes on the third act, we pan out to the vast desert of Golgonda, where it appears Explorer has engaged in combat with another frigate of the Wastes. We don't get a definitive answer of who they're fighting, but considering who we know is responsible for the holes, and that the enemy ship's color scheme shares the same blues, whites, and golds found in Theo's design, we may see them take a more active role in the climax of this year's series of stories. There's also a bit of a post-credit sequence. Dogmatika Genesis is a normal trap that has you targeting a banished fusion, synchro, Xyz, or link monster, and another effect monster your opponent controls that matches its card type. On resolution, you return the banished monster to the extra deck, and if you do, your opponent's monster's effect is negated while it's on the field. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of this card. Using it in Archetype implies that you've already resolved Nexus and that an appropriate target fits what you banished for it. Otherwise, it'll only really be useful in corner cases. What I'm most concerned about is the ceremony being depicted. It appears that a new saint is being anointed in place of Ecclesia, and since I can't make out a stigmata, Maximus may be in the process of bestowing one. We don't have any cards specifically for this character, so we don't have any real details, but something I've latched onto is the close-up of Maximus, namely their hands. In the previous video, I brought up the strange diamond-like markings on their palms, and wondered if it was gloves or tattooed onto their skin. But now, getting a closer look, it seems that the markings are in fact a part of Maximus, and now that we're approaching the final act of this segment of the story, I'm curious to see if the mask will come off and we'll see the face of the Church of Dogmatika, as well as what it could mean for the world at large. The next core set, Lightning Overdrive, drops in the OCG on January 16th, 2021, so in a little less than 2 months, we should have our answers. For better, or for worse.
Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Lightning Overdrive has made its debut in the OCG, and it's a very auspicious time. It's the 4th set of the year's rotation of core sets, capping off a whole year of dual developments, design decisions, and perhaps most importantly, lore. Historically, these sets show the climax of the current story arc, tying up some loose ends while dangling a few more to build anticipation for the beginning of the next one. Crossed Souls saw the Zephyr appear at the last minute to stave off the Infernoid invasion, as well as Dante escaping the Burning Abyss. Shining victories included the final duel between Master and Vector Pendulum, as well as the final chapter of the Cosmo Space Epic, and Maximum Crisis was the blockbuster hit that showed off the final battle between Spiral Super Agent and a Sleeper Agent. mentor versus student, as well as the True Draco Collective fending off the True King of all calamities, which we've all been fighting against ever since. So how does Lightning Overdrive stack up? That's what we're here to find out. We'll start by going over the new theme, Stigmata, then dive into the rest of the plot-related cards, explaining what they do as they come up. It's time to see what's up with the Stigmata. But before we continue, a quick reminder to please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed my content so far. We're on the road to 5,000 subs and you can help make it happen. I've got a very special explained video I want to do to celebrate that particular milestone, but I'll save the details for that when we get to 3,000. We've also got a Discord where we've passed a bylaw that war rocks are considered Amazons, and a Twitter where you can stay up to date on channel news and my bad takes. Thank you for your patience, and now, back to the video. Before we get into the new theme proper, I need to front load a bit of a disclaimer. Stigmata is a term that anyone who's kept up with the story so far knows about, but it is technically paratextual, which means it's information that's not from the source material itself. The Stigmata is mentioned in a VJump article introducing the Dogmatika, but no card until now has actually mentioned it by name. Well, almost. Sources from the lore channel of my Discord have let me know that the kanji used for Stigmata previously isn't the same as what's used for the new cards. So keep in mind that throughout the video, the Stigmata here is not the same as the mark given out by Maximus to confer power to their initiates, but it is related in some way. The current theory is that Albaz has the base version of the power, while Maximus has some kind of offshoot that they've manufactured for their own purposes, but that remains to be entirely confirmed. Okay, with that out of the way, it's time to introduce Albion, the Stigmata Dragon, a level 8 Dark Dragon fusion monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, requiring Albaz themselves plus a light monster. If they're fusion summoned, you can then fusion summon a level 8 or lower fusion monster, except another copy of itself, by banishing material from your hand, field, or graveyard. Also, during the end phase of a turn they're sent to the grave, you can add to your hand or set a Stigmata spell or trap from your deck, which is noticeably different from the rest of the Albaz fusions. Normally, you're grabbing a monster it's associated with, but that kind of gives the game away. Stigmata is all about enabling and enhancing the Albaz fusions themselves. Even Albion can help you make a different one immediately after it's been summoned, which just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. Albion may be all spikes and magma, but they do love hanging out with their friends. Next, we have an actual, honest-to-goodness fusion spell for our fusion monsters, Stigmata of White. It's a normal spell that lets you fusion summon any monster using material from your hand or field, provided at least one material is a dragon type. However, if you use Fallen of Albaz, you can also banish cards from your grave as well. Lastly, during the end phase, if Stigmata of White is in the grave because it was sent there to activate Albaz's effect, you can set Stigmata of White to your field from the grave. Spoilers, this effect is going to be a constant among the Stigmata spells and traps. This honestly solves a lot of problems with Albaz themselves. Don't get me wrong, a super polymerization on legs isn't anything to sneeze about, but looking at how specific the other half of the Albaz fusions are, counting on your opponent to have just the right one is a big pain. Now you can actually use your own material as well as pulling from the grave to help mitigate the specificity. It also confirms that Albaz is a huge country fan, what with the burning rings of fire and all. Stigmata Ominous Cry is a normal trap you can activate on a turn a fusion monster was sent to your grave, and when you do, you can special summon one of your banished fusions or one on your grave. This card definitely takes advantage of the ability to reset to the field better than Stigmata of White. If you discard it for Albaz's effect, you get it right back, and if your opponent gets rid of that fusion monster, you just flip Ominous and get it right back. But this can also be useful in other fusion-based decks. Shadalls, for instance, love summoning and sending Construct to the grave to trigger their effects as many times in a turn as possible, and it's much more useful in this deck since you don't have to wait until the end phase to get the benefits like with the Albaz fusions. Now, you may be asking why I'm focusing on how it works in other themes and not its own, but I'll be honest with you, this is all just one big cry for attention. Our last card is Judgment of Stigmata, another normal trap that has you targeting a level 8 or higher fusion monster you control on activation. On resolution, you destroy all monsters your opponent controls with an equal or higher attack than that monster. That's something. It feels weird and bad at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I liked it. To me, it feels like a weird disconnect to have a board wipe that destroys everything stronger than the chosen monster, but that does mean that nothing's left around to get in that fusion monster's way, so that's something. And resetting it with Albaz means you'll be ready to bring the pain to anything with 2500 attack and above. The lightning here is also similar to the lightning found in Dragma Punishment, which further implies that Albion is wielding the power of the Stigmata in some form. And we can take this even further.
In punishment, you send one monster from your extra deck to the grave to destroy one monster your opponent controls with an equal or lower attack, but Judgment has you using an extra deck monster on board to destroy everything your opponent controls with an equal or higher attack, and that's the kind of parallel you make when you want to drive home a point. However, it's not a counter trap that negates and destroys at the cost of a lot of life points, so this is a 0 out of 10 card, as it does not adhere to the years of Judgment canon that's already been established. Now, from what we can gather, you're not really supposed to make a pure build out of these cards. Rather, you can add them to several fusion themes, bringing along a suite of extra fusion effects, removal, and revival, so how you use them is up to you. The door's wide open. Now, before we get into the lore, let's go over some updates to older strategies that we've already gone over in this world that don't really have a huge bearing on the story. Kind of like Tri-Brigade Bear Bloom, the Solid Assault. They're a Link 2 Fire Beast monster with 1700 attack, requiring 2 Tri-Brigade monsters, and they let you discard 2 cards to special summon any of your banished level 4 or lower Tri-types, which I think is really cool because it simultaneously loads your grave with more monsters for the Tri-Brigade patented grave linking, while also recycling any that you've previously used for said grave linking. Also, if they're sent to the grave, you can add any Tri-Brigade spell or trap from your deck to your hand, then put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck, kind of like her big sister. It's also got the same blue aura that all Tri-Brigade equipment has. Are we ever gonna get an answer for this? We've also got some Springans updates. Spriggans Brothers has all the usual traits for their theme, and is a level 4 with 300 attack and 1800 defense. You love seeing those machine dupe stats, but ironically you don't really want to use it for brothers. If they're sent from the hand or deck to the grave, you can special summon a Spriggans in your grave, except a copy of itself, making it a very good target to send with Spriggans Watch. It's an all-around good consistency piece that really helps make these fires work. Spriggans Merrymaker is a rank 4 with 1100 attack and 2000 defense, requiring 2 level 4 monsters. If they're special summoned from the extra deck, meaning they'll trigger even if summoned by Golgonda, you can send a Spriggans monster from your deck to the grave. Also, during your opponent's main or battle phase, you can banish Merrymaker until the end phase, then if you do, and it had 2 or more material, you can send a fusion monster with Fallen of Albaz as its listed material from your extra deck to the grave. So not only can it set up more Spriggans in the grave to load up as material, or to search with Bangar, you can also send Splin to summon any member of the Spriggans team, or even Albaz. And hey, considering how easy it is to make rank 4s in general, you could run it in Dogmatika and Tri-Brigade to trigger Titaniclad and Brigand respectively. They weren't kidding about this being a Merrymaker, cause it's making me feel pretty jolly. Alright, that about covers everything on the peripheries. Let's get back to what everyone's been waiting for. Last we saw our heroes, they were aboard the Spriggan ship Explorer, having encountered another of the mysterious holes. The opposite ship shown in the Art of Vast Desert Gold Golgonda doesn't make a further appearance, largely scrapping my theory that we would see more of Theo, but in its place is an even more fearsome adversary. Out of nowhere, the supreme arch-serpent Golgonda rises above the dunes, its massive, twisting form eclipsing the ruins that dot the landscape. They're a level 8 fire reptile with 0 defense, and if Gold Golgonda is on the field, their question mark attack becomes 3000. You can special summon them from your hand or grave so long as you have any face-up card in your field zone, but it's banished when it leaves the field. It can also protect Gold Golgonda once per turn if it would be destroyed by banishing a monster from your grave. Mechanically, the Arch Serpent is a great boon to Spriggans, protecting its most valuable card while making easy material for Explorer. But now it's their greatest bane, especially considering the markings along its body. The hole, etched multiple times into the creature's flesh, but why is it all the way out here? Has it been lying in wait to snack on adventurers who wander this far into the wastes? Perhaps. It's also possible that Dogmatika had corrupted the serpent long ago, as a way to hunt down the Spriggans that had allied themselves with the Tri-Brigade. However, I have another theory. It seems odd that the second ship makes no further appearance in this arc, so why did they bother introducing it? I posit that the Dogmatika faithful aboard the ship possess the power to mark creatures with the hole in some way, much like Hashashian, and the one found in Spriggan's Call wasn't some random occurrence that they happened upon, but the finishing touches on a brand meant for the great serpent of Golgonda, meant to finally hunt down Albaz and Ecclesia. Having come face to face with their most imposing challenge yet, I imagine Albaz and Ecclesia are at a loss. What weapon could harm such a massive foe? But the duo have each other, and perhaps that's enough. Spriggan's Booty shows what ought to be the aftermath of this attack. It's a continuous spell that has an effect similar to Golgonda. When a face-up Xyz monster you control leaves the field by a card effect, except during the damage step, you can target an effect monster your opponent controls, and for the rest of the turn, neither player can activate its effects on the field, even if Booty leaves the field. Also, you can send Booty to the grave to activate a Golgonda from your deck or graveyard, so now you have even more ways to access it. The group celebrates a job well done, the Springans reveling in a load of treasure, presumably from the Dogmatika ship that brought forth the Archserpent in the first place. Albaz is rather pleased with themselves for their accomplishment, and Ecclesia is gleefully touting what I presume to be the skull of the Archserpent of Golgonda, though much smaller without being empowered by the whole. It would seem that, with their past behind them, there's nowhere to go for this dynamic duo but up. But elsewhere, things are not quite so cheerful.
I have been blessed with so many wonderful gifts. I have been blessed with the Holy Relic Nexus, so I may spread God's power and wisdom to the masses. I have been blessed with weapons and armor of immeasurable power, so as to smite the wicked. And perhaps most of all, I have been blessed with so many wonderful, attentive, dutiful children who see to it that God's will is followed by all. But sometimes, even the most devoted among us stray from God's path, especially with such heinous, blasphemous influences just beyond our borders. It's a shame, really, that they have gone so far to rebuke the loving hand of the divine. But despite their mewling protests, the chosen children of God must be brought back in line. And heathens must be purged before becoming any more of a nuisance.
Having been informed of the defeat of the Archserpent and the awakening of Albaz's Albion form, Maximus decides that even more decisive action must be taken, and so opens up the largest hole yet seen, with a pit much darker than the purple ones from before. This is Dogmatika, a ritual spell for the spellcaster faithful. It can ritual summon any Dogmatika ritual monster, attributing monsters from your hand and field whose total levels equal exactly the level of the ritual monster, or you can send a monster from your extra deck to the grave with the same level as the ritual monster you wish to summon. However, for the rest of the turn after Dogmatika resolves, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck. But who has been chosen to fall victim to this most sinister of spells? Unfortunately, it's one of Ecclesia's closest friends. Dogmatika Albaz Knight is a level 8 light spellcaster ritual monster with 500 attack and 2500 defense. While they're on the field, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck. If your opponent activates a card or effect, you can send a monster from your extra deck to the grave, and if you do, look at your opponent's extra deck, send a monster from it to the grave, then Albaz Knight gains attack equal to half the combined attack of the two monsters sent to the grave with this effect until the end of the turn. With this, you can send popular options like Natis to the grave in response to a card's activation so that it can be destroyed on a new chain, as well as taking an important card out of your opponent's extra deck before they can access it. But since you're locked out of the extra deck the entire time it's around, you better have your deck built to commit to such a play or have a way to turn off its effects. The artwork here is absolutely gruesome. Fleur-de-Lis's armor is ravaged by multiple hole marks, and several draconic features are beginning to appear. Taloned feet, clawed hands, and a new pair of arms grown from their back that have taken over the job of wielding the sacred sword and shield, both of which have also been influenced by the whole. But perhaps the most noteworthy detail is the name. Dogmatika Albaz Knight. Up until now, we've called Albaz that name because we didn't have a better name to call them, but they're technically the fallen of Albaz. This previously implied that they had originated from a nation named Albaz, but if being possessed by the whole has made Fleur-de-Lis an Albaz Knight, does that mean that it's a title that has something to do with the draconic aspect of the stigmata, as opposed to the saintly, pure-appearing version distributed by Maximus? And what's worse, the skies above show 2 more holes have opened up. Who knows what other terrors are in store for the country of Dogmatika now. And still, that may not be the worst of it. While there's not currently any proof of this, there are too many connections to the lore to ignore this last card, as it may show Maximus is heading into the fray themselves. Dracrown of Mysterion is a level 8 light spellcaster fusion monster with 3000 attack and 1500 defense, requiring a spellcaster and a dragon. It cannot be used as fusion material, and loses 100 attack for each of your banished cards. If a monster or monsters are special summoned by the activated effect of a monster with the same type as them, even its own, you can target one of those special summoned monsters, then banish it and all monsters on the field with the same original type as that monster. Let's go through this monster piece by piece to make the connection. Maximus is also a level 8 light spellcaster, and their battle stats are the reverse of Drakrown. They require a spellcaster and a dragon, which would fit the mold of Albaz, or perhaps the draconic aspect of Nexus, merging with a member of Dogmatika, namely Maximus. Its inability to be used as fusion material seems to be some kind of defense against Albaz's effect, which is even more curious because Drakrown is a viable fusion material for every single one of the Albaz fusions. Its 3000 attack is more than enough to make Titaniclad, its level 8 status could make Brigrand, if it's still fusion summoned they could make Splend, and it's a light for Albion. Losing 100 attack for each of your banished cards is odd, but makes sense in terms of distancing itself from the other themes. Tri-Brigade banishes for their grave linking, Springans banish their Xyz monsters plus Bangar for searches, and even the new Stigmata of White can banish cards as fusion material. The more ground Dogmatika gives to these other factions, the less powerful Drakrown becomes. Lastly, their mass banish effect is devilishly powerful against monotype decks, but while mechanically strong, has a lot of drawbacks thematically. If you played this against another Dogmatika deck, or spellcasters in general, you'd end up banishing Drakrown themselves, which may be a reflection of the self-destructive power of their tyranny. It's not very effective against Tri-Brigade due to their diversity of typing, showing the strength that comes from accepting and bolstering the things that make us different. Spriggans would be notoriously difficult to get this effect off against, as it won't trigger when the field spell summons their Xyz, though I'm not sure if there's a lesson there. And against Albaz, well, each fusion is built in such a way as to counter Drakrown in case you use Albaz's effect to fusion summon for them. Albion can just make a whole new Albaz fusion, neither Splend nor Brigrand or Dragon, so the effect won't trigger on them, and in the case of Brigrand, can actually prevent the effect from triggering altogether by keeping them from targeting your monsters, and when Titaniclad hits the board, they're unaffected by the effects of extra deck summoned monsters for the turn, making the effect moot. It's strange. While Drakrown likely isn't competitively viable, it's still very strong, but it feels like it was designed in just such a way as to not be good against these specific themes for flavor, which is a pretty bold design decision if it was intentional. However, this is all just conjecture, and we'll have to wait a few more months to see if any of this investigation holds water. But it would seem that Maximus is poised to take the fight to Albaz and Ecclesia, and finish them off before their power can grow to even greater heights. But we're also left with more questions than answers. What is the true nature of the Stigmata, and for that matter, the Whole? Is Albaz an ancient country, or the ultimate fate of those cursed by Maximus's mark? What became of the Tri-Brigade, and where does their technology come from? Who is this new saint that was anointed, and what is their purpose? What was the mysterious figure that was flying by the Arch Serpent? What will be the ultimate fate of Fleur-de-Lis, and will Aiden and Theo follow? And what is Mysterion? Hello everyone, GoldenNova here, and it's that time of the year once again. That quarterly occurrence that brings new themes, support for old ones, silly cards we can all laugh at, and objectively the most important part, more lore. Albaz and Ecclesia have been through a lot this past year, from crash landing into each other, to escaping the holy nation of Dogmatika, to fighting a giant desert snake. But now we're entering a new year of tales, and it looks like we're going to continue to ratchet up the tension because a new, or perhaps old, threat has made itself known: the Despia. We've got a lot to cover, so let's not delay any longer. We'll crack open a playbill to check out this cast of theater kids, go over all the other lore-related cards in this set to round out our ensemble cast, then go over the timeline of events, updating it using the information we now know. Esteemed members of the audience, it's time to give a round of applause to Despia. But before we continue, a quick reminder to please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed my content so far. We're on the road to 5,000 subs and you can help make it happen. Once we reach that lofty goal, I'll be making Heroes Explained, covering everything from Contrast Hero Chaos to Extra Hero Wonder Driver, and every related monster, spell, and trap in between. We've also got our Discord, where we've gotten pretty attached to Doodle Maximus. Just look how happy they are. and a Twitter where you can stay up to date on channel news and my bad takes. And if you really like what I do, please consider joining my YouTube membership or Patreon, which you can find in the description, so you can get your name in the credits, as well as help determine which explained videos I make in the future. Thank you all so much for watching, and now, back to the video. So what's the deal with Despia? Well, they're a series of dark fairies and light fiend fusions, and while they seem largely concerned with reaching their own game plan of summoning their big fusions, they can also support other fusion themes, specifically those using level 8 or higher fusions. The name is kind of a portmanteau of despair and thespian, because of course theater kids were behind all this. I'd know my own kind anywhere. It was also brought up in the lore channel of my Discord that the Japanese names for Despia and Abyss, the land this takes place in, are kind of reverses of each other, presumably to add another layer on the whole playing both sides angle. Wow, the church having a tyrannical hold on the people and their religion being used as a mask to hide their more demonic visages? Boy, I'm glad that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is completely apolitical. No commentary about how corrupt power structures can hide in plain sight using icons of purity and authority or anything. Let's start with our smaller monsters and work our way up from there. Despian of Comedy is a level 1 monster with 0 attack and 2000 defense, and when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets any number of your face-up Despia cards you control as a quick effect, you can discard Comedy to negate the effect. Also, if it's in your grave as a quick effect, you contribute a fusion monster to special summon Comedy, and you can only use one of their effects per turn, and only once per turn. So it's targeting protection for your theme, and if any of your fusions are about to get smashed, or they just have cool send to grave triggers you want to make live, you can trade them out for Comedy to get some new fusion material that can withstand some attacks with their sturdy defense stat, and that's no joke. Despian of Tragedy is a level 1 monster with 400 attack and 400 defense, and if they're sent to the grave or banished by a card effect, perhaps by, say, Fusion Summon, you can add 1 Despia monster from your deck to your hand. You can also banish Tragedy from your grave to target a Stigmatica spell or trap in your grave and set it to your field. Like Comedy, you can only use 1 effect per turn and only once per turn. Stigmatica support, very curious. But yeah, this monster is going to be your main extender. It replaces itself when used as fusion material, as well as being sent to the grave by something like Foolish Burial, and can get back your spells and traps, and from what we've already covered, those can get pretty powerful. It's just a shame that it limits you to only using one of these powerful effects a turn. Real tragedy, that. Albert, Jester of Despia, is a level 4 monster with 1800 attack and 0 defense, and if they're normal or special summoned, you can add a Stigmatica spell or trap from your deck to your hand. Also, while it's in the grave, if any number of your face-up fusion monsters you control are destroyed by battle or leave the field by an opponent's card effect, you can target an effect monster your opponent controls, special summon Albert from the grave, and if you do, negate the targeted monster's effects until the end of the turn. And like its predecessors, you can only use 1 effect per turn and only once per turn. We're going to ignore the fact that Albert looks like Albaz in a Harlequin DLC outfit because, effect-wise, this card is awesome. Blanket searching for a fusion effect, fusion revival, or a board wipe is pretty neat, and that's not even including all the new Stigmatica cards we're gonna get. But you can't get that effect in response to its own revival effect, because they lock themselves out, so no huge advantage loop here. And honestly, the effect negation at this point feels a little late, but will help with another card we'll talk about later on. But I think the biggest downside here is the name. Ah yes, we're being assailed by the evil warlord, Albert. Dramaturgy of Despia is a level 8 monster with 3000 attack and 1500 defense, and if any number of fusion, synchro, Xyz, or link monsters are special summoned, you can target any effect monster on the field and negate its effects until the end of the turn. Also, if Dramaturgia is used as material for a fusion summon from your hand or field and sent to the grave or banished zone, they get special summoned right back. And, here's the twist, you can use both effects in a single turn! Wow, very innovative. So, on top of having amazing stats for a body you can resummon, its ability to negate monster effects is very versatile. Note that Dramaturgia doesn't negate the effect of the monster that was summoned, rather that's the trigger to activate the effect. Then you can proceed to negate any effect monster's effects, meaning it can be used reactively or proactively, my 2 favorite kinds of actively. And I've gotta say, I love the flourishing motion. They're really getting into their new role as Drama King. Now we've got some fusions. Despia and Quiritus is a level 8 monster with 2500 attack and defense, requiring any Despia monster and a light or dark monster. During any main phase, as a quick effect, Quiritus can change the attack of every face-up monster on the field to 0 until the end of the turn, except for level 8 or higher fusion monsters. How convenient. Also, if it's face up on the field and in its owner's possession, and it leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you can add to your hand or special summon any Despia or Fallen of Albaz monster from your deck. Quiritus is a very interesting board breaker, able to punch over a large variety of monsters, though also nerfing your own board if it isn't chock full of gigantic fusions. But despite being a little on the mediocre side, it still looks hella menacing, and looks like it's out for blood. But whom does it seek? Our last monster is Despian Proscenium, a level 11 monster with 3200 attack and defense, requiring any Despia monster, as well as a light and a dark monster. During any main phase, as a quick effect, you can target a fusion, synchro, Xyz, or link monster in your opponent's grave and either banish it or special summon it to your field. Also, when Proscenium destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's original attack or defense, whichever is higher. This card's effects are off the wall, and it's a shame it needs as many fusion materials as it does to get it onto the board. But once it's in circulation, it's a must-answer threat, stealing some of the best monsters from your opponent's grave, or just banishing them so they can't have it either, and burning your opponent on top of its massive attack stat means it's going to put an end to the game very quickly. It certainly knows how to upstage its compatriots. Okay, onto the support. Despia, the Stigmatica Theater, is a field spell that, during your main phase, lets you fusion summon a level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material. Also, if any number of your face-up non-fusion fairy monsters you control are destroyed by battle or leave the field because of an opponent's card effect, you can target a level 8 or higher fusion monster in your grave and special summon it. So not only does it give you access to your deck's boss monsters, as well as any other giant fusions you can manage to splash, it punishes your opponent for trying to get rid of your smaller Despians. But the most evil thing of all? The valet parking. Look at this place, there's nowhere to park your car, so they charge you $20 to use the garage. What a ripoff. Stigmatica Curtain Rise is a quick play spell that has you discarding a card, then adding or special summoning in defense position one Despia monster from your deck, but you can't special summon from the extra deck for the rest of the turn except for fusion monsters. Also, if any number of fusion monsters you control would be destroyed by a card effect, you can banish Curtain Rise from your grave instead. Now, unless there's a translation issue, Curtain Rise doesn't discard a card as cost, but as part of the effect, meaning this will trigger tragedy. So you can summon Dramaturgy off of Curtain, add Albert with Despair, normal summon Albert to get Stigmatica Theater, then fusion summon for Quiritus, which will in turn summon back Dramaturgy. Now you have two impressively statted monsters, and if you get another Despia available for fusion summoning next turn, you can use them all to make Proscenium, and then it's curtains for your opponent. So that's all the Despia cards, but what do we do with them? Well, we've already kinda pointed out what they want to do. Use searchers and efficient monsters to make big fusions that punch good, paired with a main deck monster that's got some nifty negation and comes back once per turn when used as fusion material. Now, one might be forgiven for thinking they could splash a whole bunch of different fusion strategies because of Stigmatica Stage to gain access to some fun interactions, but unfortunately, Despia doesn't have a lot of native material that slots in cleanly to other big fusions. Dragos Tapelia is a cute option and gives you some more negation to boot. If you hard draw the Dark Magician and the Red Eyes Black Dragon, then Theater has you covered. It can help make all the Albaz fusions if you splash them in, and with all the Stigmatica cards you probably are, and because all your main deck monsters are Dark Fairies, you can make the first Dark Lord. You aren't going to get the field wipe, but in Albert every turn means free searches, or you can just get back Dramaturgia in case it gets stranded. But with all that out of the way, let's talk lore. Last time, Ecclesia, Albaz, Kit, and the Springans had all come together to defeat the Great Archserpent of Golgonda, marked repeatedly with the Hole, an extra-dimensional power that was under the control of the Church of Dogmatika. Meanwhile, Maximus, the head of said church, opened up a number of these holes over the capital city, and Fleur was slowly being corrupted by its power. But with new cards, the timeline gets shaken up, so let's reorganize it using what we know now. First, let's check in on the fugitive team. Springans Interluder sets the scene, and it's a pretty interesting card. It's a continuous trap that, when your opponent activates a card or effect, lets you return a Springans Xyz monster you control to the extra deck, then you can either negate that activated effect, or you special summon a level 8 monster from your grave, of which there are a lot to choose from. And like many Springans support cards that stay face up on the field, it has an effect when any number of Xyz monsters you control leave the field by a card effect, this one reducing the attack of all monsters your opponent controls by 1,000 until the end of the turn. It's a nifty card to have in your toolbox, but not much else. In the picture, we see a number of Springans huddling around the base of what looks like the slain serpent, with a sword wielder standing triumphant atop it, flanked by 2 attendants. And who is this mysterious figure? Well, it's Swordmaster of the Bewitching Iris. They're a level 8 spellcaster with 2500 attack and defense, and during any main phase as a quick effect, if there are any number of monsters on the field who have their effects negated, you can special summon them from your hand. So, hey, Infinite Impermanence enables this card. That's pretty cool. Also, while they're on the field, if your opponent special summons any number of monsters, you can activate one of 3 effects depending on where the monsters were special summoned from. If it was from the hand, you can special summon a monster from your hand. If it was from the deck, you get to draw 2 cards. And if it was from the extra deck, you can destroy one of those summoned monsters. But is this an entirely fresh face? Well, they aren't the first level 8 light spellcaster with 2500 attack and defense we've seen in this story. In fact, there's only one other in the entire game, Fleur-de-Lis the Knighted. They even both have the ability to be special summoned from the hand as a quick effect in regards to monster negation, though one causes it, while the other is done in the presence of it. But don't just take my word for it, the official concept art confirms this as well. On top of that, we've also got some other fun tidbits. Fleer and Ecclesia have known each other for at least a decade, with Ecclesia assisting Fleer as some kind of squire. The 2 accompanying Fleer are Theo and Aiden, which does scrap my theory that Theo was pursuing Ecclesia to capture them, but that's alright with me, because that means the ship we see in Vast Desert Gold Golgonda is still probably a Dogmatika one, but now we can speculate it's piloted by the trio, attempting to catch up with Albaz and Ecclesia to join forces. We also learn that the sword they wield has a lightning mode, which kicks ass. But Fleer's been associated with lightning for a while now, even before this sword. We can see in Dogmatika Punishment that they use that same kind of lightning to knock down Titaniclad, and it looks exactly like the kind in their artwork. So this raises a very important question. Does the sword produce this lightning, or does it channel lightning? Perhaps an energy made by Fleer themselves? Another piece of trivia is that Fleer has managed to seal their stigmata, probably because they didn't want to further associate with the church that turned into a bunch of demon clowns. But it's rather coy about how they managed to do this. I have a theory, but I'm going to need to go back even further on the timeline to provide some more context. When assuming that Stigmatica Ominous Cry and Judgment of Stigmatica are sequential, I thought that the giant bolt of lightning came from Albion as part of their final attack, but the lightning found here matches what we've seen Fleer is capable of. I had previously written it off as being a power of the Stigmata, so of course Albion would have it, having drawn upon the power of the Stigmata of White. But if we assume this attack comes from Fleer, the Art of Judgment makes a lot more sense. Now, the draconic image we couldn't account for can now be explained as being Albion, and this has some interesting implications further down the line. Another new card that was revealed was Bond of Stigmatica, a normal spell that can special summon Fallen of Albaz from your grave, hand, or the Banished Zone. And like many of the other Stigmatica spells and traps, if it's sent to the grave to activate Albaz's effect, it can be set to the field during the end phase. It shows Albion's burning red hide evaporating, revealing black scales and white hair, with Ecclesia reaching out as if to hold them. And it seems like this new transformation has stuck, as they are now represented by the card Black-Clad Dragon Albion. They're a level 8 Dark Dragon monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, just like all of Albaz's fusions, and it's even treated as Fallen of Albaz while on the field and in the grave. While they're in the grave or in your hand, you can send a Fallen of Albaz or Stigmatica spell or trap from your hand or deck to the grave, then get an effect depending on where the card you sent came from. If it was from the hand, you can special summon Black-Clad, and if it was from the deck, you can place Black-Clad on the bottom of your deck, then if you placed it from your hand, you get to draw a card. This has some wonderful implications for your other Stigmatica spells and traps, because if Blackclad is in the grave when you activate that effect, the reset function of all those spells and traps will trigger during the end phase because it was named Fallen of Albaz at the time. I suppose that's why it lets you draw a card when you use the effect from the hand, because at that point the name replacement isn't applied. Now, from this point, the events of Springans' booty play out. Albion reverts to Albaz, and everyone celebrates over all the new loot, though it's a little less certain now where the loot came from. However, now that we've gone over the rest of the new cards, we can piece together that theory I was talking about earlier. See, we now have 2 instances of Fleer using lightning on Albaz in a powered up state and causing a form-changing effect. First when they were struck down as Titaniclad to reveal Albaz proper, and now with it striking Albion, turning them into Blackclad. We know that Albion was empowered by the Stigmatica of White, and while we're still on the fence about how they became Titaniclad, I think it's safe to say that it has something to do with the Stigmata. So if we follow that line of reasoning, it may be that Lightning, or at least whatever version Fleer uses, has the power to counteract the Stigmata. So does that mean that Fleer took a bolt to the face to get rid of their 4 Stigmata? Well, actually, I do think that may be the case. Shifting our focus back over to Dogmatika, you'll recall the Dogmatika Albaz Knight. The armor was being slowly overtaken by the hole, and it appears that Fleer is inside, struggling to resist. My interpretation is that, while fighting off the corruption, Fleer, rather than succumb, decided to blast themselves with their own lightning. The armor takes the brunt of the damage, though also turns off their own Stigmatas, and stuns whatever force is taking over the armor more than expected. In this window of opportunity, Fleer escapes their walking prison, gathers Aiden and Theo, grabs whatever equipment and provisions they can, and makes a break for it, reasoning that the Tri-Brigade might not be the bad guys here. As for the representatives of Despia, it looks like, with the exception of Albert, all are possessed objects. Comedy and Tragedy look like some weapons and other detritus with masks on. Queritus is confirmed to be Fleer's armor in another piece of concept art, and we can see that Proscenium, on top of sharing many of Nexus's stats, has the same twin dragon head surrounding an altar look. The odd one out seems to be Dramaturgia, because they are a real person. Right? Well, they could, I don't want to rule it out, but I'd like to put forth the idea that Maximus was always a lifeless puppet at the whims of Despia. In the recently released valuable book EX, there is a lot of lore content, and thanks to contributions in my lore channel, a bit of relevant text has been translated. Maximus's 666 commandments. Very subtle. It doesn't go into every one of them, but it does go into a few which I assume are meant to be the most plot relevant. But the ones I really want to focus on are numbers 3, 4, and 6. You must never gaze upon the holy face of Maximus, you must never touch the holy body of Maximus, and you must never walk in the presence of Maximus. Now, all the given commandments are a lot of orders that prop up the divine nature of the church as well as its leader, and these 3 are no different, but they all seem antithetical to building up your image as a proxy of God. These tenets basically forbid a lot of traditional gestures of fealty, like kneeling before them, kissing some kind of ring, being immortalized in paintings and statues. Something's off here. But it would make perfect sense if they were orders meant to conceal the lifeless nature of Maximus. I posit that the head of the church is another artifact, just like Fleer's weapon, armor, and the Nexus, which leaves Albert as the only member of Despia that's some kind of organic life form. And oh goodness, is Albert a huge mess all on their own. So yeah, they look very similar to Albaz. While their face is covered by an ornate mask, and they have large chains of holes emanating from their body, their hair matches up perfectly, and they both have the same kind of round gems on their forehead, chest, and the back of their hands, though Albaz's are white, whereas Albert's are red. So what's going on here? Well, I'm sure we won't know for sure until we get to examine the Despia in more detail, but my current idea is that Albaz hails from whatever land the Despia are from. In Nadir's Servant, we see Albaz falling through the hole, so it's still possible that they came from that other dimension, and if Albert is some kind of relative or clone, it stands to reason that that's where they come from as well. It's also possible that they share the same affinity for fusion summoning, as they not only have an effect that revolves around the mechanic while interfering with the opponent, they're also revealed alongside level 8 fusion monsters that they're associated with. To clarify, Albaz steals your opponent's monsters as fusion material, while Albert is summoned out if your opponent gets rid of one of your fusions while negating one of your opponent's effects. And while Quiritus isn't the fusion of anything, just the corruption of Fleer's armor, take a look at their wings. A number of eye shapes strung together with large red orbs in the center of each, not unlike the orb that's on Albert's forehead. And their fusions act in slightly different ways. The Albaz fusion triggers during the end phase when sent to the grave from anywhere, while Quiritus activates its grave effect immediately, but only if sent from the field. However, all of them can summon the Fallen of Albaz, so no matter what, there is a connection to our little dragon boy. Though the dragon part does raise some eyebrows. While Albaz is no stranger to type changing, Brigrand is a beast and Sprint is a machine, Albert is a fairy, while the fusions are fiends, which is really frustrating because it makes it hard to pin down any connections, especially since I assume that Albaz is the base version, so why do they and Albert have two different typings? The only thing I can think of that could explain all this is another radical theory. There are no organic members of Despia, not even Albert. What we're looking at in this picture is Albaz proper, before the events of the story, and at this point, they're being controlled or possessed by the clothing they're wearing, a fate narrowly avoided by Fleer. Then, at some time just before Nadir's servant, Albaz somehow breaks free, turning into Titanic-clad, and when opening up a hole to escape, ends up crashing straight into Fleer and Ecclesia. Now, this can easily be disproven by having Albert show up in literally any card art that depicts the current time frame, but it hasn't done so yet, so the theory has some legs for at least a few months. The only other cards that remain to be analyzed are Curtain Rise and Theater. The first is pretty self-explanatory. The Tri-Brigade are fighting the good fight, but this time against Despia. The interesting twist here comes from Theater. Now, I still believe that Despia comes from the dimension beyond the hole, however, Theater does not seem to follow that pattern. It doesn't look like it dropped from the sky and left an impact crater, rather that it emerged from the hill that the Dogmatika Church was previously on. However, since we know that the religion of Dogmatika was already kind of a front for Despia, it's actually a lot less surprising that they had a secret giant underground theater ready to pop up when the invasion began. Honestly, it'd be kind of disappointing if they hadn't had one. This leaves us with two loose ends that have yet to be resolved. First is Dogmatika Genesis. We still haven't seen anything involving the saint being anointed in this card art, and it feels very weird that we haven't seen anything from them amongst all this chaos. So this is either a plot thread left dangling, or this is another example of a prologue image, but with no clear connection with anything as of yet, this one is still up in the air. The other point of contention is Dracrown of Mysterion. My assertion in the last video was that it's the fusion of Maximus and Nexus, having done so using the power of the whole before giving chase to Albaz and Ecclesia. However, with the recent reveal of Dramaturgia, that theory is looking a little less likely. Even though they share the same levels and battle stats, and it's a light fusion like the Despia fusions, and it has all the connections I pointed out in my last video on the subject, they're still not featured in any card art, nothing is called Dracrown or Mysterion, and while I still think it's much more than a coincidence, for now it has to take a break and wait for further developments. And so, that's where we leave our story. Fleer and Ecclesia have reunited in friendship, but will they continue traveling through the desert, or will they return to Dogmatika to stave off the Despia threat? And how long can the Tri-Brigade stand up to the relentless assault of the theater troupe from beyond the Veil? We'll just have to wait for the core set Burst of Destiny to be revealed, or with any luck, we'll get some more valuable insight from the valuable book EX once it's been fully translated. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. As a self-appointed chronicler of Yu-Gi-Oh's lore, I await every core set with bated breath, as each promises a new chapter in an ongoing story that's as intriguing as it is frustrating. Without meaningful flavor text additions to supplement the imagery, we're left with picking apart artwork, as well as trying to determine which effects or mechanics are actually reflective of the characters involved, or just there purely to help the game move along. And that's what makes each set such an event. We're always left with such huge questions and quasi-understood plot points that any new piece of information is welcome. But this set, Konami threw us a curveball. Not only was a new archetype revealed that progressed the story as usual, there was a second. And that's on top of all the updates to existing themes that also tie into the story at large. We've got a lot to cover today, so let's see how much I can bend the format of these videos to accommodate a double dose of explaining. We'll identify the Icejade's abilities and playstyle, sort out the Swordsoul's capabilities, then bundle them up with the new cards for previous themes to see how they fit into the story. It's time to get out your reading glasses and pull up your research material, because we're going to explain the burst of Destiny lore. But before we continue, a quick reminder to please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed my content so far. We've blasted past the previous goal of 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year, but like one of the most powerful Utopia cards, I'm going all in. Double or nothing. And if we get to 10,000 subscribers, I'll cover that card as well as many others in Utopia Explained. We've also got our Discord where, I can't just keep saying things that happen. How about you join and you can cause some mischief? And a Twitter where you can stay up to date on channel news and my bad takes. And if you really like what I do here, please consider joining my YouTube membership. It's basically like a Twitch sub, or backing me on Patreon so you can get your name in the credits, as well as help determine future Explained videos that I make. Thank you all so much for watching, and now, back to the video. Let's start with the Icejades. They're a series of water attribute aqua monsters that, so far, act as generic water support. They also all share an effect where, if any number of face-up water monsters you control are destroyed in any way while that Icejade is in the grave, you can banish them from the grave to summon a differently named Icejade from your hand or grave. First is Acti of the Icejade. They're a level 4 monster with 1000 attack and defense, and if normal or special summoned, you can send a water monster from your hand to the grave as cost to draw a card. And you know what sending a monster to the grave to activate a water monster's effect means? Atlantean synergy! Granted, the deck already has a pretty effective shell to work with, so it doesn't need more cards like this, but due to the nature of the Icejade's revival ability, you can trigger this on your opponent's turn to maybe proc the removal effects of marksman and heavy infantry. And hey, more level 4 water material for Abyss Dweller and Bahamut Shark. Can't complain about that. This card may seem really innocuous, but that's all part of the acti. Tanola of the Icejade is a level 4 monster with 1000 attack and defense, and while they're on the field, you can target any water monster in your grave, then send a card from your hand to the grave as cost. Then for the effect, you send Tanola from the field to the grave, and if you do, you special summon the water monster in your grave that you targeted. This is another outlet for discarding Atlanteans, but since this isn't an on-summon effect like Acti, you will have to do this on your turn. It's also not too great that it resolves as a -1, but if used properly, you'll be getting Tanola onto the board at no cost, and since any water monster is on the table for revival, you can get some truly powerful creatures. So even at its most costly, it can still very much be worth it, no matter how jaded you are. Tremolat of the Icejade is a level 5 monster with 1500 attack and defense, and you can send them from your hand to the grave to special summon any water monster from your hand. So while the level might have been prohibitive in other circumstances, it's actually a subtle card design nudge to help you focus on its strong points. With no on-field effect, you really want to pitch them as soon as possible. That way they're in the grave to revive another Icejade down the line. And if you need the extra level for Synchro or Xyz plays, then you can use another Icejade to summon them without having to worry about tributing. It may come out of nowhere, but Tremolat may be just the card to burst your opponent's bubble. Their last card is Icejade Cradle, a normal spell that adds an Icejade monster from your deck to your hand with a name that's different from the ones you control or in your grave. Considering our very shallow card pool, this shuts itself off very quickly, so it's highly encouraged that you use their effects as soon as you can, because as you banish Icejades, then more names get freed up for you to search. This may explode into a much more powerful card as new sets are released, and they'll need it, because right now, they're just a little baby archetype. As for how they're used now, it's pretty clear you can't run them as their own deck, so you'll want to add them into other water themes. We've already discussed running them with Atlanteans, but we can't discount their synergy with frogs. Acti and Tanola are both level 4, so they can help make Bahamut Shark, and the totally awesome you summon with that is free to use the Icejades as fodder for negation, because they're all aquas. And if it was summoned properly in a frog deck, then you can use Tanola to bring it back. That's about all the water synergy I can think of right now, but we've got a whole other thing to talk about, so if there are any other cool ways to splash Icejades into other decks, let me know in the comments. I'd love to see what you come up with. Next, it's time to talk about the Zhongzhan, one of, if not the, biggest threats to come out of Burst of Destiny. Recently, the localization for Iris came out, and it's likely that the theme will be called Swordsoul because of it, but since the rest of the names in the theme haven't been localized yet, I'll be sticking with Zhongzhan so it all fits. All their monsters are worms of various attributes, and many of their effects make Zhongzhan tokens, which are level 4 water worm monsters with 0 attack and defense, and are, most importantly, tuners. This gives them the ability to make a wide variety of level 8 and 10 synchros to pair with their level 4 and 6 main deck monsters. But if you thought the deck didn't have level modulation to help gain access to other silly cards, then you've got another thing coming. The only drawback is that you can't summon from the extra deck while the tokens are on the field, except for synchro monsters, but once they're gone, the restriction is lifted. And I think that's pretty fair, because every card in the theme being a Halka Fibrax would have been a bit much. A lot of them also like to banish cards to activate effects, which the spells and traps don't mind because they have effects when banished. You'd almost think we're talking about Metaphys at this point. Let's start with the level 4s. Mo Yi, the Zhongzhan Swordmaster, is a level 4 water monster with 1700 attack and 1800 defense. If they're normal or special summoned, you can reveal a Zhongzhan card or worm monster in your hand to special summon a Zhongzhan token, and if they're sent to the grave as synchro material, you can draw a card. Note that you don't have to discard the revealed card, you just have to show it. So once you've summoned your level 8 synchro of choice, you've gone +1 with that draw. That means possibly drawing into extenders, cards that will help you break boards going second, or reinforce your field going first. It's a great playmaker that's simple to use and easy to sword master. Taiye, the Zhongzhan Swordmaster, is a level 4 wind monster with 1800 attack and 1500 defense. While they're on the field, you can banish a Zhongzhan card or worm monster from your grave to special summon a Zhongzhan token, and if they're sent to the grave as synchro material, you can send a Zhongzhan card or worm monster from your deck to the grave. Taiye isn't as much of a blessing for your hand advantage as Mo Yi, but it does enable the on-banish effects of your Zhongzhan cards, as well as being online even without a hand. And then it just replaces whatever card you banished so you can set up for future plays. It really does a lot to tie the strategy together. Long Yuan, the Zhongzhan Tactician, is a level 6 fire monster with 1200 attack and 2300 defense, and you can discard a different Zhongzhan card or worm monster from your hand to special summon Long Yuan from your hand. Then make a Zhongzhan token. Also, if sent to the grave as synchro material, you can burn your opponent for 1200 points of damage. Yeah, just incidentally shave off a huge chunk of their life points, no biggie. Making my opponent start the game with 6800 life points is outstanding. And while the available pool of level 10 monsters you can make with them is sparse, we've got an absolute unit you can go into coming up in a little bit. You'll just have to play the long game. Chunjun, the Zhongzhan Auspicious Beast, is a level 6 earth monster with 2400 attack and 1800 defense. Before damage calculation, if your worm monster battles an opponent's special summoned monster, you can destroy their monster and Chunjun. So it's mechanically similar to Deity Warrior Lady in a way, but worded so your opponent can't skip over them and attack something else. If they battle any worm, Chunjun is going to step in and cause a ruckus. As a quick effect during any main phase, you can tribute a monster to special summon them from your hand, and if sent to the grave as synchro material, you can target a card on the field or in either grave and banish it. Notably though, this is the only main deck Zhongzhan that doesn't make a token to facilitate this, so you may have to use its summon effect to take the place of one of your other monsters to get that going. But that makes sense, because banishing them from the field or the grave is a huge amount of utility. Your opponent's gonna have to keep an eye out, because when Chunjun arrives, it truly is a very auspicious sign. And while they aren't a Zhongzhan monster proper, they do heavily support them, as well as being a cast member that hasn't had a card since Rise of the Duelist. Ecclesia, the Virtuous in White, is a level 4 light spellcaster tuner monster with 1500 attack and defense, and if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, you can special summon them from your hand. Also, during any main phase as a quick effect, you can tribute this Ecclesia to special summon any Zhongzhan or Fallen of Albaz monster from your hand or deck. And during the end phase, if any number of fusion monsters were sent to your grave that turn, you can add Ecclesia from your grave to your hand. Not many Zhongzhans are particularly good when summoned during your opponent's turn, except maybe Chunjun, but during your turn it just becomes any Zhongzhan that you need. Alternatively, you can use them as a tuner in case you can't manage to make one of those tokens. And if your opponent has the upper hand, monster amount wise, you don't even have to use your normal summon for it. Also, I just love Ecclesia's new weapon. It's a skull with a rocket in it possessed by a Springan. I know I made a lot of jokes about this in the Buster Blader video, but this is some big Monster Hunter energy right here. Now it's time to talk about the big payoffs. Yugioh, the Zhongjian Grand Swordmaster, is a level 8 light synchro monster with 2800 attack and 1000 defense, requiring a tuner and one or more non-tuner worm monsters as material. If synchro summoned, you can either add to your hand or banish one Zhongjian card or worm monster from your deck. And as a quick effect, you can banish a Zhongjian card or worm monster from your hand or grave, then target another effect monster on the field, and its effects are negated until the end of the turn. So they search you a card when made, which means you're going to be getting a nifty boost to your hand if you used Mo Yi, and acts as quick effect negation that also enables the banish effects of your spells and traps. Good luck setting up your field or counterattack under the Swordmaster's watchful eye, cause they're ready to cut any plan down to size. Our last monster is Chang'ying, the Zhongjian Grand Duke. They're a level 10 water synchro monster with 3000 attack and defense, requiring generic material. Chang'ying gains 100 attack and defense for each banished card, as well as debuffing all of your opponent's monsters by the same amount. And if this monster would be destroyed by card effect, you can banish a card from your grave instead. Incidentally, if any number of cards are banished from anywhere, you can banish a card each from your opponent's field and grave. So that thing Chunjun does when used as synchro material? Yeah, Chang'ying can potentially do that every turn from both zones. They've also got destruction protection that can also trigger the banish effects of your spells and traps, very Thunder Dragon of them, and to top it all off, there are Kagari and Shizuku for battle stats. It's a powerful boss with great removal, especially when paired with Yugioh to trigger Chang'ying's removal at quick effect speed, and with stats like those, they're ready to duke it out with whoever they find. Okay, now it's time for the spells and traps. I've been talking up the on-banishing effect of these cards, and thankfully the effects fall into two distinct patterns. When any of these spells are banished, you can target a Zhongjian or worm monster you control and either increase or decrease its level by 1 until the end of the turn, and if a trap is banished, they make one of those Zhongjian tokens. The latter is definitely more helpful at first glance, giving you tuners in the case you don't have any available to make your synchros, especially helpful with Chunjun, but the former shouldn't be underestimated, as that opens up the possibility for generic Syncos, as that opens up the possibility for generic synchros ranging from 7 to 11. Ugh, great. Now I'm craving a legally distinct frozen slush drink. The Zhongjian Dragon Sword appears as a normal spell that adds a Zhongjian monster from your deck to your hand, unless you control a synchro, in which case you can add any worm monster. We see these kinds of cards in a lot of decks, and the boost in consistency is always welcome, especially since it can, under the right circumstances, search you any generic worm card you may have splashed in. Now, if we're done analyzing this card, I'd like to get all these people inside. There's a lightning storm going on, and I don't think it's good for them to be up on a high hill with all that metal armor on. Zhongjian Men, the Grand Spiritual Peak, is, despite its name and appearance, a normal spell that targets a Zhongjian monster in your grave and special summons it, unless you control a synchro, in which case you can target any worm. And now we have a generic monster reborn. We can summon back any of our level 4s to make a synchro, or just summon back the synchros. With cards like this, your opponent's battle against you is gonna be a little rocky. Zhongjian Research is a normal trap that targets a face-up monster you control. On resolution, you banish up to 5 Zhongjian cards and or worm monsters from your grave, and if you do, the targeted monster gains 300 attack for each, up to a total of 1500, which does stick around past the end of the turn. It's another venue for triggering your on-banish effects, and since it can be used on any monster, not just Zhongjians or worms, this can be a surprise to any opponent looking to capitalize on a weak monster. But hey, that mistake's on them. They should have done their research. Our last card is Zhongjian Sudden Shift, and it's basically Icarus attack. You target a worm monster you control and 2 cards your opponent controls and destroy all 3, which I guess makes this card more of an offerings to the snake deity. And while destroying your core monsters is always an option, you can target your own Chang'ying and have it protect itself while the other 2 cards explode. It's just like having a Spiral Sleeper agent. You can also blow up a Sparrow token if you end up having one around, which is very cost efficient. It's not just depicting a sudden shift in the narrative, but when it resolves, things are likely to suddenly shift in your favor. So that's all the Zhongjian cards, but what do we do with them? Well, we've got a ton of big synchro monsters we can bring out in quick succession, with enough interaction to keep our opponent from stopping us. We definitely have the option to turtle up if need be, but otherwise we're looking to run roughshod over our opponent at every opportunity. Now, I know I've talked about how the Metaphys play into the banishing abilities of the deck, but that's just a joke. No one's actually considering playing that clunky theme with the streamlined Zhongjian. What they're really splashing is Yang Zing. They're also a synchro archetype, and they can give some outrageous bonuses to Yugioh and Chang'ying, and Sudden Shift is worded so the Yang Zings won't miss timing and... no, not buying it. Yeah, I thought so. No, the real theme people are splashing into Zhangjian are Tenyi. Now, it may seem like all the effect monsters would get in the way, but like most times when they get splashed in, you just summon them out before you commit to any monsters and you're good to go. And fun fact, while Zhangjian have no main deck normal monsters, tokens are treated as normal monsters, meaning you have access to non-effect monsters to use the Tenyi grave effects. Okay, we've gone over the two themes relevant to the Albaz lore, now let's dive in and see how it all comes together. Last we left off, our heroes had joined up with Fleur-de-Lis, now going under the name Iris, along with Aiden and Theo, who had followed Albaz and Ecclesia after they had left Dogmatika. The trio were also fleeing a new enemy that had descended upon Dogmatika, the Despia, who appeared to be the true forms of the clergy that ran the nation. We return to see Albaz, still in their shrouded form, carrying Ecclesia across the desert wastes of Golgonda, waving goodbye to their Springan friends, but taking one along with them on their journey as part of Ecclesia's new armament. These events are depicted in Jubilation of the Branded, a quick play spell that has you revealing a monster in your hand. On resolution, you send a level 8 fusion monster with 2500 attack or defense with the same type as the revealed monster from your extra deck to the grave. Then, you can discard the revealed card, and if you do, add a Fallen of Albaz, or a monster that specifically lists Fallen of Albaz, from your deck to your hand. Also, during the end phase, if any number of fusion monsters were sent to the grave that turn, you can add Jubilation from your grave to your hand, which will be any turn Jubilation successfully resolves, since part of the effect is sending a fusion monster to the grave. It's a great way to trigger the Albaz fusion effects and the associated themes, since they don't really have any other synergy with the fusion mechanic. At Iris's direction, the group begins traveling towards the land of Zhangjian Men, where Iris's current equipment hails from. Previously, I suspected that the Lightning Sword, as well as their gear, were taken from a land Dogmatika had clashed with, and while I thought the land would be totally subjugated, I think it still stands to reason that this weapon was taken as a token from the Zhangjian, and if anyone could be enlisted to help with the battle against Dogmatika, and by extension Despia, it'd be them. However, trust is not so easily gained, and they are brought before the Grand Duke of Zhangjian Men. Their auspicious beast Chunjun is there, and seems to either become aggressive towards or taken aback by their reaction to Ecclesia, as their horn begins to glow a radiant light that is mirrored by Ecclesia. In context, this could provide evidence that Ecclesia, and perhaps even Fleur-de-Lis, both originally hail from Zhangjian Men. Ecclesia is, after all, a level 4 monster that is now a tuner, that now has the effect to support Zhangjian's. They have a lot in common with Zhangjian tokens, but while they have 0 attack and defense, they can gain 1500 attack by way of Zhangjian research, which does match Ecclesia's attack no matter what version they are. Iris also has some interesting synergy with the theme. Their new version can leap out of the hand and onto the field, while a monster's effect on the field is negated, something Qi Xiao is rather adept at. And while they don't share any battle stats, they are the same level, which may speak to their equal prowess in battle. However, we don't see much more than that out of the Zhangjian. The Dragon Sword artwork shows all 3 sword masters, Qi Xiao, Mo Yi, and Tai Ye appear atop a thundering peak, but whether this is them appearing as if out of the pages of a storybook, or if they've always been around and just showed up to intimidate the party, we can't say. But Zhangjian's sudden shift does connect us back with the Despia fairly effectively, showing a new addition to their ranks appearing through one of the whole portals. Ad libitum of Despia is a level 8 dark fairy monster with 1500 attack and 2000 defense. During your main phase, you can make all face-up monsters currently on the field gain attack equal to their level times 100 until the end of your opponent's turn. And if used as fusion material from the hand or field, and is sent to the grave or is banished, you can target a differently named Despia monster, or a level 8 or higher fusion monster that is banished or in your grave and special summon it. They trigger much like Dramaturge, but play more of a supporting role, getting you back fallen Despias or your big fusions. An initial reading of this scene would likely lead you to believe Ad libitum is launching a sneak attack against the party we're following. And while I have no concrete evidence to support another interpretation, an interesting way to look at it is Ad libitum having a secret meeting with Long Yuan, the Zhangjian tactician drawing their sword just in case, but currently has no intent to fight. Ad libitum certainly seems cordial enough. After all, if Despia are going to rule the world anyway, it may be the better strategic move to offer a boon to them so Despia can pay it back in kind. If trading the lives of these newcomers would save the Duke, then it would make for an easy trade. Once again, I have nothing to support this reading, but Despia have spent all this time scheming and hiding. What's a few more exercises in espionage? That's all we can glean from the Albaz party, but back in Dogmatika, things are progressing very poorly, as Albert has continued to grow in power. The localization shows their name is Aluber, but until I can say that while keeping a straight face, I think I'll stick with Albert. Branded in red shows Albert atop a spire in the city of Dogmatika, wings spread wide and the holes rending the very sky. This quick play spell has you targeting a Despia or Fallen of Albaz in your grave, adding it to your hand, then fusion summoning a level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing material from your hand or field, but it can't attack directly that turn. This is in stark contrast to Branded in White, which can banish materials from your grave. This seems to pretty definitively debunk my argument that Albaz and Albert are the same person, viewed at different times. Previously, I had thought that Albert had escaped the bonds of Despia and flew out of their lands as depicted in Nadir's Servant. However, this art all but disproves that, unless this is also somehow a flashback, but that doesn't seem very likely. However, it's undeniable that Albert and Albaz are linked. They look almost identical, and they have the same gems, one on the forehead and two on the back of their hands. In fact, the name Branded in Red does invite the parallel with Branded in White, which very prominently showcases those gems. However, this connection may be more manufactured than I'd initially believed. Several people have reached out in the comments to express a very interesting theory, that the child in Dogmatika Genesis is Albert. The horn-like collection of holes that spring from Albert's brow could be taken for the braids the child has. And while their hair is wildly different from Albert's, the Despia are very much influenced by theater, so it could be part of the costume. It would even explain why they have Albert wearing that mask. Wigs and clothes are one thing, but face alteration may be another, and that may even lend further credence to my idea that the Despia are the clothes these characters wear and not necessarily the bodies that wear them. It's a theory that I find myself being sold on more and more as sets go by without a clear answer for Dogmatika Genesis. So if you reached out about this, thank you for bringing it to my attention. However, body double or no, Albert has achieved a form very similar to Albion. Masquerade the Crimson Gleam Dragon. They're a level 8 Dark Fiend fusion monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, requiring any Despia monster and a light or dark monster as material. While you control a fusion summoned Crimson Gleam, your opponent must pay 600 life points to activate cards or effects. And as a quick effect, if your opponent controls a ritual, fusion, synchro, Xyz, or link monster, you can special summon Crimson Gleam from your grave, but it's banished if it leaves the field. While not as ferocious as their contemporaries Queritus and Proscenium, it still makes it easier to clean out your opponent's stock of life points the more they have to set up their field, especially when Crimson Gleam is summoned early. Its 2500 attack isn't anything to sneeze at either, especially since it can revive itself for free under certain conditions, at which point it makes for great rank 8 Xyz material. The final goal of the Despians are still up in the air, and what the Albaz team is doing in GoldenNovaYugioh is still a mystery. In fact, one could say there are a lot more questions now than answers. For one, is Albaz stuck in their Albion form, or do they choose to stay this way? And why would I bring up the Icejades if they weren't anywhere to be seen? Well, the answer to that question is that the Icejades can be seen all over the place. You just have to know what to look for. Reviewing the reference art for this part of the story, we'll see that the Icejades have what's described as a primordial-like pattern that covers parts of their body, and that design also looks like it's pervading the rocks where the Icejades live. We can also see similar patterns all around GoldenNovaYugioh, as well as on Taiye's sword, and the little flying sprites that have those bat-looking wings in Acti's art also appear in Mo Yi's. Looking back at the reference art, we can find a few more details. The Icejade Lake seems to be under the Grand Spiritual Peak, so they aren't very far away, and part of it says that this is an Icejade used by the Zhangjian. The primordial patterns are also slowly overtaking their humanoid forms, and when it does so, they have to return to the Icejade. In fact, that seems to be what's happening to the subject in Icejade Cradle, but whether it's used to remove the primordial design after it's progressed too far, or for some other purpose, I couldn't say. Unfortunately, the translation I could find of the reference art is formatted in a way that's difficult to wrap my head around, so if you have any input, I'd love to hear about it. There's also the matter of the imagery in Tremolat's art. They're sitting atop an orb connected to strings of small bubbles, but each shows a part of the Albaz storyline so far. We can see Branded in White, Acti of the Icejade, Fleur-de-Lis in their Iris form, Branded Bond, Springans Interluder, Judgment of the Branded, and Springans Booty. But the Icejade have some kind of technique to watch events that unfold, but whether this is some kind of surveillance system, or an object that has recorded the fate of existence and it's simply telling what has happened and what will come to pass, is still up for speculation. But that is all the information I have for you today. We leave our party at the grand spiritual peak, on the verge of being attacked by ad libitum in some way, while the nation of Dogmatika is being ripped apart. Will Ecclesia gain even more power? Will Albaz learn the truth of their origin? And will we finally get updates to Aiden and Theo? We'll just have to wait another 3 months, but I look forward to seeing what they have in store for us.
Hello everyone, GoldenNova here, and it's time to cover the next chapter of the Albaz storyline. Each core set release promises new revelations to the lore at large, but before we go any further, I've got a bit of a disclaimer. The storylines of the long-running series found in the core sets suffer from something I like to call the 3/4 problem. Each year has 4 core sets, and each year either begins a new storyline or sets a strong new story beat for the following year. For instance, while Cybernetic Horizons started the second year of the Link era and didn't introduce a new storyline, Crusadia involved a time skip for the main characters, introduced a new theme that was the combined forces of a lot of different tribes in that world, so it's hard to say that this doesn't shake up the status quo a bit. But this pattern of releases doesn't cleanly map on to traditional story structures. If you're a pretentious dweeb like me, you'll be familiar with the 3-act structure, a story framework that establishes the setting, characters and their motivations in the first act, ramps up the tension among those elements up through the second, then comes to a hopefully satisfying conclusion in the third. Using World Chalice as an example again, the theme sets up a world where a village is set upon by all sides with mextrosities, and they're only barely able to stave them off. But with the power of the recently discovered World Chalice, the heroes press on to defeat the creatures menacing their village once and for all, and the mysteries from the first set usually leave enough room for some interesting developments in the second set. In Circuit Break, we finally get to see the things the World Chalice crew had to combat, and the finale in Flames of Destruction led to the creation of the menacing nightmare creatures and the death of Ib. But Extreme Force was just kind of left spinning its own wheels. It falls into the trap of just continuing the same kind of story beat as the second set. While we'll later learn that the Mech Knights were a bunch of well-meaning but ultimately tyrannical protectors, if you read the supplemental material of course, in practice they were just big bad guys again, without really advancing the plot or giving us any insight on the world at large. We can also see this happening in a lot of other cycles as well. Secrets of Eternity was released in January 2015. This set introduced the Infernoids, a series of monsters that were also just Clifforts again. The mystery of the True Kings ravaging a bunch of civilizations had definitely worn thin by the time of Zodiacs. Even the story we're sitting through right now had Blazing Vortex, and while I love the Springans, narratively they're basically a non sequitur, so little actually happens that it's hard to really get invested. All of this to say, we're back at it again, folks. Unless some piece of supplemental information is revealed between when I write this and I record this, very little is actually revealed between the plot or the world it takes place in. But I'll do my best to make sure we're all up to speed, because I'm sure we're in for a wave of lore drops soon. The Albaz Strike Structure Deck is due to drop in the OCG this December, and we've already seen some rather promising additions, with Dimension Force, the last release in this core set cycle, coming out the following month. So, to prepare for the thrilling conclusion, it's time to dig into the next chapter of the Albaz storyline. But before we continue, a quick reminder to please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed my content so far. We're on the road to 100,000 subscribers, and what better way to travel down that road than on your Duel Runner? We'll be covering iconic 5Ds characters along the way, and our next stop is 20k, where we'll start the You Say Explained series, covering Stardust, Junk, and whatever other cards can help us rev it up! We've also got a Discord that has a fan art section, so if anything in the Novaverse has given you the drawing bug, I'd love to see it, and a Twitter, where you can stay up to date on channel news and my bad takes. And if you really like what I do here, please consider joining my YouTube membership. It's basically like a Twitch sub, emotes included, or backing me on Patreon so you can get your name in the credits, as well as help determine future explained videos that I make.
Thank you all so much for watching, and now, back to the video. So, what's the deal with the Battle of Chaos lore? Normally, we'd have a new archetype to help kick things off, but we're actually only working with themes we've talked about before, which makes a bit of sense since Burst of Destiny ended up dropping 2 archetypes, one of which is now much more fleshed out, so we're going to start with them. Icejades, if you'll remember from their brief appearance in the Swordsoul Explained video, were 3 water aqua monsters that have generic water synergy, and if a water monster you control was destroyed, you can banish one of them from your grave to special summon another Icejade from your hand or grave. Well, you can throw that last effect out the window, because that effect only appears on the Burst of Destiny monsters. But that's not too bad, since this now means the Icejades have their own actual game plan now. Let's start with Icejade Eagle. They're a level 3 monster with 1000 attack and 2000 defense, and if normal or special summoned, you can add an Icejade spell or trap from your deck to your hand. Gotta love those Stratos effects. And when your opponent targets Eagle with a card, effect, or attack as a quick effect, you can special summon any water monster from your hand or grave, except another copy of Eagle, but return it to the hand during the end phase, and Eagle also gets a one-time protection against destruction that turn. This one's a bit hit or miss for me. I'm never a fan of effects that require our opponent to do something, especially if they know it's something they have to walk into to activate. But its on summon effect is still pretty nifty, since it helps get you to some really cool cards the theme has access to now. So, despite some flaws, this monster is really good at finagling some plays. Kingfisher, the Icejade ship, is a level 9 monster with 2500 attack and defense, and they can target a water monster you control while it's on the field or in your hand and equip it to them. Any Icejade monster equipped with Kingfisher can attack while in defense position, applying their defense for damage calculation. And while equipped, you can target a monster your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to the equipped monster's defense, special summon Kingfisher, and if you do, return the targeted monster to the hand. Notably, the only effect that has a hard once per turn clause is the last one, so you can equip Kingfisher, perform the bounce effect, and since you can equip them from the field, you can just put them right back on that monster. Though you might want to wait until after the battle phase, since you don't have many monsters that are better than 2500. But a repeatable compulsory evacuation device is pretty sick, especially because that effect isn't locked to only Icejades, so any water deck that has monsters with big defense stats can just pull monsters off the field for free. That's some real kingfish right there. Our last monster is Icejade Empress Cosmicroy, a level 10 monster, which might make you think of Egyptian god slime, but it's got 1500 attack and 3000 defense, so it's disqualified for its alternate summoning condition. For now. If there's a face-up card in your field zone, you can special summon Empress from your hand, and while on the field, if an Icejade monster battles an opponent's monster, that opponent's monster loses 1000 attack during damage calculation only, which effectively pushes all of our Icejade stats up by a cool 1k. And while the field spell Icejade Depths Inian Cradle is on the field, your opponent can't activate the effects of monsters they control, except the turn they were summoned. That's a weird floodgate effect, but does stop any negation or interaction monster once you've got the setup, which is pretty neat. It also might symbolize the slowly spreading glyph patterns seen on the Icejades, the turn the monsters are allowed to activate their effects, representing the time they have before they're consumed. Also, since Empress can special summon themselves, they aren't completely reliant on your other Icejades to field them, as well as being an excellent equipped target for Kingfisher, letting you bounce anything with 3000 or less attack, while getting to punch anything with 4000 or less attack because of Cosmicroy's debuff. You could say they're the crown jewel of your strategy. Okay, but what was all that about Egyptian god slime? Well, that's where our field spell, Icejade Depths Inian Cradle, comes in. When activated, you can add any of your Icejades that are in your grave or are banished to your hand, and once per turn, if any number of monsters are normal or special summoned, except during the damage step, you can target a water monster you control, and until the end of the turn, it loses attack equal to its original attack. Also, all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls lose attack equal to the targeted monster's original attack. This combos quite well with Kingfisher, as it lets you attack while in defense position so you don't have to worry about losing attack. But if used on Empress, that makes them a level 10 water aqua monster with 0 attack, which means you contribute it to special summon Egyptian god slime from your extra deck. Even if you aren't running any of the Egyptian gods, it still provides every other monster you control with effect and attack targeting protection on a 3000 point body, so you'll be layering on yet another effect that'll torment your opponent. Icejade's last card is Icejade Erosion, a continuous trap that lets you target a face-up card your opponent controls, and on resolution, you destroy an Icejade monster you control, and if you do, negate the targeted card's effects until the end of the turn, even if this card leaves the field. which has the nice effect of triggering Acti, Tanola, and Tremora's effects in Grave. It even works like Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss, so you can negate things like normal spells and traps, making it a very flexible negate. And if any number of your face-up water monsters you control leave the field by an opponent's card, except by being destroyed, cough cough, being banished by Swordsouls, cough cough, you can take an Icejade monster from your deck and either add it to your hand or special summon it. Once again, not really a fan of that last effect, but you can at least keep it hidden until it becomes relevant, so your opponent might stumble into it by accident. But the main draw is the negation, which is an incredible tool for eroding your opponent's game plan. That's all the Icejade cards, but let's take a second look at them and try to figure out what's going on in the story. After doing another wave of research, I found out that the Icejade's name is, in Japanese, a pun. Essentially, the two kanji used for their name is ice and water, but by reading the character for ice in a certain way, then combining the two, it's the word for jade. It'd be like if you could pronounce hush like mush, and you had an archetype called mushroom, which had a bunch of fun guy hanging out in a really silent room. I realize that was a very forced comparison. If I have any linguists in the comments who have a better example, please go ahead and comment it. I'd love to hear a better version of that comparison. Their names are all based on varying types of jade, with the highest grade being jadeite, which is represented by Icejade ship Kingfisher, because the Chinese name for jadeite is taken from kingfisher birds, which is very appropriate considering Icejade's connection to another archetype that's heavily influenced by Chinese mythology, the Swordsoul's. You'll also notice some crowns on Aegle and Cosmocroy, which is representative of them being in the higher grade Pyrazine category, as opposed to Acti, Tanola, and Tremora, who are in the Amphibole category. Another accessory I found, though, that I'm not sure what the significance is of yet, is that Aegle, Acti, and Tanola all have a little golden whistle on their necklaces. Keep a lookout for those in the future, because I'm sure they're going to crop up. We also previously talked about some information given to us by the concept art, that the dark patterns on their bodies slowly spread, and when it covers them completely, they need to return to the Icejade. But the article I found says that their bodies are, at that point, used to forge the swords of the Swordsouls, which seems very grim. But while the source didn't cite where the information came from, it's not outside the realm of possibility. Taya's sword, after all, does have the Icejade patterning on it, and while it could have been made from the same rocks that the Sacred Summit is made of, it does beg the question why the rock formation and the Icejades have very, very similar patterning. Another thing that was pointed out to me was that in the artwork for Icejade Cradle, the person in the Aqua Egg is likely Fleur-de-Lis, something I was incredibly skeptical of at first. Why would they be in some kind of Icejade construct, and why would they be covered in these Icejade patterns? But looking closer, they actually don't look like the patterns at all. In fact, none of them have ever been red either, which should have been a dead giveaway for me. So it's very likely that those markings were made during the Despia attack, maybe as some kind of wound incurred from their escape or contact with their corrupted armor. And this cradle is something that can heal Fleur, which helps explain why they haven't been involved in the Swordsoul section of the story at all. In fact, that's probably why we see Albaz and Ecclesia in the art for Inian Cradle, as they probably brought Fleur here to be treated, but that's when they get ambushed by Long Yuan, as seen in Icejade Erosion. The worrying thing is that they're not only wielding their own sword, but one that looks conspicuously like Mo Yi's. They both have the same swirling water hilt and multi-segmented whip blade structure. I knew we couldn't trust that bozo. The name Icejade Erosion might be because Long Yuan is about to take or do something to the Icejades to cause their downfall. But an interesting detail in this card are the beasts made out of some kind of crystal that are manifesting all around the area. This one looks like a dragon, this one's a bear, this one's a deer? Maybe? Even a couple of humanoids are in the far background. If these are meant to represent any specific monsters up to this point, let me know, but my current theory is that it has something to do with the vision orbs in Tremolat's artwork. If they're connected, these crystal creatures might be manifestations of other beings from around the world that were recorded in the vision orbs. But barring any Icejade related cards that expound on this, that's all speculation. Regardless, it's pretty clear that whatever Long Yuan was looking to do, they accomplished, because they transform into Swordsoul Catastrophe Qijing Long Yuan. They're a level 10 Fireworm Synchro monster with 2900 attack and 2300 defense, requiring a tuner and one or more non-tuner worm monsters as material. If you synchro summon another worm synchro monster, you can draw a card, and has two very similar quick effects. One can be activated when your opponent special summons any number of monsters except during the damage step, and the other when your opponent activates a spell or trap card or effect. But in either case, you banish one of those summoned monsters or spell or trap cards, non-targeting by the way, and if you do, burn your opponent for 1200 damage, which is definitely what Swordsoul needed. More ways to burn your opponent. But Yeah, Catastrophe is right. The dark energy they're seething with is very Despia-like, but I don't see any hole markings or Renaissance-era stage clothing, so I think it's very safe to say that Long Yuan is doing this of their own volition. The closest thing we have to a physical Despia connection is their knee pad, which seems to have the same kind of pattern as the one Fleur-de-Lis is currently suffering from, but that might be reaching a bit too much. They also seem to have upgraded their weaponry, wielding either a modified version of Mo Yi's whip sword made entirely of the Icejade material, or a new weapon modeled after it. This leads to Long Yuan dueling Cheng Ying, Empress, and Kingfisher in Swordsoul Sati. It's a continuous trap that triggers if any number of cards are banished from anywhere. On resolution, you can banish a Worm Synchro monster or Swordsoul card from your hand, deck, grave, or either player's face-up field, making for some outrageous mirror matches, but does feel thematically appropriate because of the Swordsoul duel going on. It also does the same thing that other Swordsoul trap cards do when they're banished, generating a Swordsoul token. I'm not sure if this is going to be seen in very many main decks because of how slow trap cards usually are, but the ability to banish any Swordsoul out of your deck in response to the successful resolution of your other banishings means you can extend combos at no additional cost, banishing traps right out of your deck for more tokens. It may not check all the boxes, but when it comes to those mirror matches, I'm sure you'll be more than satisfied. Now, if Long Yuan is pressing an assault against their fellow Swordsouls, why aren't Albaz and Ecclesia chipping in? Well, it's because Aluber decided to drop in for a visit, much like Ad Libitum did in Swordsoul Sudden Shift, an event depicted on Branded Servants. It's a continuous spell that negates the activated effect of your opponent's monster with 0 attack or defense as it resolves, as long as you control a level 8 or higher Fiend Fusion monster. Now, this is worded very strangely, but this means that you can chain Despian Quiritus' effect to the activation of a monster your opponent controls, reduce its attack to 0, which then fulfills the negation parameters when that effect resolves. Funny thing though, it doesn't specify that the monster has to be one your opponent controls, so it can blank all the Ghost Girls, as well as any number of effects I'm sure I haven't even thought of yet. It also has another effect that triggers at the end of the damage step if 2 monsters with 0 attack battle, which destroys your opponent's monster that battled. Now, why would you need an effect to do that? After all, when 2 monsters with the same attack battle in attack position, they're both destroyed, right? Well, yes, in most cases, but in the case of both monsters having 0 attack, they just bounce right off of each other with nothing happening. Kinda like when an attack position monster hits a defense position monster with a defense value that matches their attack. Branded Servants, however, does a bit of a rewrite to the script, so if your own monsters get debuffed by Quiritus, they can still fiend some wins. Artwork-wise, we know we're still in the Icejade Inian Cradle due to the water and rock formation that's under Albaz and Ecclesia, and based on the name, I have the sneaking suspicion Aluber is doing the whole "serve me and I shall spare you while giving you riches beyond comparison" speech when the villain knows the hero can kick their butts, but hopes a little bribery will help. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Long Yuan got a similar proposal, but I think you and I both know things are going to go a bit differently. However, because of another card in this set, we can mostly disregard a theory that's been percolating for quite some time. Going back through the last few videos, you'll see that we've been trying to figure out the mystery of the child in Dogmatika Genesis, and the community had come up with a very interesting theory that that child was Aluber, having been shaped and changed by some kind of Dogmatika ritual, pointing to the conspicuously shaped chain of hole portals coming out of Aluber's head, kind of looking like their pigtails. But with the release of White Exalted of Dogmatika, I think we have to put that theory to rest. They're a level 4 light spellcaster ritual monster with 500 attack and 2500 defense, which can be ritual summoned with the card Dogmaticabra. If ritual summoned, you can target 2 face-up monsters on the field, and one gains attack equal to the other. This means that despite their meager attack stat, they can gain attack equal to the strongest targetable monster on the board and becomes a huge threat, since the boost doesn't fade away at end of turn. Your level 8 or higher Dogmatika monsters can be destroyed by battle while they're on the field, and if any number of monsters are special summoned from your opponent's extra deck, you can look at that extra deck and send 1 card from it to the grave. This effect only triggers once per turn, so you can't Ryu Okami your opponent's extra deck into oblivion off a long chain of special summons, but since you get to pick, you can steal away a huge payoff or important facilitator. Like, it essentially counters Verte, getting to take away whatever it was meant to summon before they can send the fusion spell to the grave, making your opponent's face go white with fright. But yeah, it looks like the new saint of the Dogmatika Church has been chosen, and because they presumably exist while Aluber is doing their thing, I think it's safe to say that they're 2 different people. Unless they're like another form they're masquerading as, which, you know, It's Despia, so maybe. Their hair is turned from red to white, presumably in keeping with the in white theming they have going on. It also seems they have a new congregation of what are either skeletons or people with really good Halloween costumes. Also of note, while the TCG translation of the new Ecclesia is Incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous, which, you know, fair, the OCG fan translation we had for a while was Ecclesia the Virtuous in white, whose naming convention ties into branded in white, and through that, its seeming opposite, branded in red, which have maintained their color-specific signifiers even in the TCG. This might represent the opposing powers of Albaz and Aluber, which kind of lines up with the fact that Ecclesia only got the in white title after branded in white was introduced, though that doesn't quite explain why the Exalted has that title now. It also matches up with White Knight of Dogmatika, the ritual version of Fleur-de-Lis's armor, so it appears the church now has replacements for their 2 missing saints. Something I think they really needed. A theory I feel is backed up by the mechanics of the next card. Dogmatikabra is the latest ritual spell for the theme, which can ritual summon any Dogmatika ritual monster from your hand or grave. They're starting to tack that onto a lot of ritual spells nowadays, huh? You tribute monsters from your hand or field, as well as banish fusion and synchro monsters from your grave, whose total levels equal or exceed the level of the ritual monster you want to summon. Then, if both White Knight of Dogmatika and White Exalted of Dogmatika are on the field, you can look at either extra deck and send a monster from it to the grave. So if you're going deep on the Albaz cards or have any other extra deck to grave effects, you can benefit, or you can shred the best card out of your opponent's extra deck. Either way, you get what you want, as well as having a pair of monsters that'll keep shredding cards out of the extra deck. And because you can summon from the grave and use grave material, their summon's going to be extremely cheap. Also, because it lists the name of ritual monsters, you can run this with pre-preparation of rites, and this ritual spell doesn't lock you out of the extra like Dogmatic Calamity does. It's certainly a Dogmatic caliber above the rest. In the art, we can see Fleur, Aiden, and Theo surrounded by the forces of Despia, being looked at from on high by Dramaturge of Despia, the assumed alter ego of Maximus. Since Fleur is in their Swordsoul outfit, this means they must have recently escaped their armor and are making a break for it with their companions, but they got cornered. We know they escape because they show up in the Gold Golgonda desert, but we don't see how, though my bet is on the Tri-Brigade swooping in to aid their one-time rivals on the battlefield. But gosh, I gotta take a moment here. This artwork is incredibly striking. The tilted angle giving that sense of unease, the limited washed out color palette draining the situation of any kind of energy, something that despite their evil nature the Despia had in spades, the composition of their desperate last stand, the small group of survivors being walled in on all sides, with a forced perspective of the foreground Despia giving the illusion of presence on the left and right to match the actual presence of their enemies above and below. It's simply wow, just wow. This has got to be my favorite art of the series so far, maybe even in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's so good. Once again, why can't we know who illustrated these? They deserve so many props. That's the last card from an archetype I have for you today, but we do have one that's technically a generic trap card. But its art and the way the Albaz cards are going to be formatted in the future makes this pretty relevant. Tribe Drive is a normal trap that you can activate if you control monsters of 3 or more different types. You can take 3 monsters from your deck, each with a type that matches one of the ones you control, but is different from the other 2 you pick. Your opponent randomly picks 1, which you get to either add to your hand or special summon, then you put the rest on the bottom of your deck. I'm not really a fan of needing to have an established field and not getting to control the card you get, and having that all stapled onto a slow trap card, but hey, it's a free card when it resolves, kinda hard to argue with that. It can also see play in other decks that diversify their typing, but are under one archetypal roof. For Hire comes to mind. They love throwing out as many monsters onto the board as possible, and this card can really help drive up their chances of victory. Art-wise, it looks like Kid is busy constructing their mech suit Bearbrum, judging from the bits and pieces the Springans are playing with in the background, as well as the head of the snake that Ecclesia presumably ripped the skull out of. Kid might also be preparing a little something special using information learned after their battle with the Serpent of Golgonda, but we'll save more speculation on that for when we cover Springans kit and the rest of the Albaz Strike structure deck when it comes out. And that's about it. The Despia attack the Swordsoul Sacred Summit, but we don't learn anything specific about how the Icejades fit into everything. We see Dogmatika's new saint, but nothing about why they needed a new one to replace Ecclesia. And Albaz is still stuck in their black-clad Albion form. I hate to leave things off on such an anticlimactic note, especially without using my trademark narrator voice, but I'm sure the next lore drop will be huge. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Dimension Force marks the end of the 2021-2022 cycle of core set releases, which means it's time for another groundbreaking season finale of an ongoing storyline. Now, the last story we followed, the World Legacy, wrapped up its major story beats in 2 years. And while we're coming up to the same amount of time in the Albaz storyline, based on what we're going to look at today, we might be here for just a little while longer. But we're not just covering the new cards in Dimension Force, cause back in December, the Albaz Strike Structure deck was released, showing off not just a slew of new cards, but also tokens that might provide even more clues to illuminate the nature of this story. And also, Mecha Gladiator Beasts for some reason. So, let's theorize with Therions, analyze the antagonism between Albaz and Aluber, then see how it all fits together. This is the Dimension Force and Albaz Strike lore explained. But before we continue, a quick reminder to please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed my content so far. We're on the road to 100,000 subscribers, and the first stop on our trip is 20k, which means we're incredibly close to unlocking Yusei Explained, where we'll be covering Junks, Stardust, and whatever other cards can help us rev it up. We've also got our Discord that has its own dedicated lore channel, so we can all come together to try and find out what in the heck is going on. You can also follow me on Twitch, where you can join me for viewer duels and progression pulls, and don't forget about my Patreon, where you can gain access to my videos early, reach some of these milestones, as well as helping to determine which explained videos I make. Thank you all so much for watching, and now, back to the video. So, one of the reasons I want to start with Therions this episode is that they only tangentially relate to the Albaz story, but might become relevant later on. And we know this because many of the spells and traps of the archetype feature Tri-Brigade kit traveling with Spriggan's Captain Sargus. But if you took them out of the picture, you'd hardly know they were part of the same world. But what's the deal with Therions? Well, as monsters, they actually don't have any unifying parameters, be it type, attribute, or level. Instead, all the Therion monsters have an effect they can use in hand by targeting another Therion monster in grave, or any monster that shares a type with it. For instance, the plant one can target a plant monster or a Therion, which special summons the Therion in your hand and equips the target in grave to that monster. They all have their own unique effect, but can confer that effect to any Therion they're equipped to, as well as providing a nifty 700 attack boost. This gives the monsters a kind of fungible, nope, can't use that word anymore. This gives the monsters a kind of mutable quality. Once you hit the mid-game, any Therion can be any other Therion, which can be a huge headache for your opponent, considering one of them is an Omni-Negate. So let's start things off with Therion's Bull's Ein, a level 7 Fire Warrior monster with 2100 attack and 1600 defense, and they can target a Therion's card you control and a card your opponent controls and destroy them. It's some nifty 1-for-1 removal that's even more efficient than it looks on paper, because the card you own that you destroyed was probably a free +1 anyway. Just equipping Ein with the summon effect of the Therions does the trick. They also have some funny applications in Infernoble, as Malgus, Ogier, and Oliver will confer all their protections when equipped to Ein. Heck, equip them with Ogier and you can use the pop effect targeting Ein and lose nothing. And fun fact, Gokis don't care what zone they're in before being sent to the grave, just that they were sent from the field to the grave. So if you lose Ein while equipped to a Goki, then you're gonna get that search. It just goes to show that when you mess with the bull, you get the Scrap Dragon. Therion's Leaper Fam is a level 7 water aqua monster with 1400 attack and 2500 defense, and during your opponent's turn, as a quick effect, you can target a Therion's card in your spell and trap zone and a card your opponent controls and return them to the hand. This has similar utility to Ein, but now you can play it as an interruption, though you're limited to only being able to bounce back equipped Therions. And this can be exceedingly useful as a way to not only throw a wrench in your opponent's plan, but also put a Therion back in your hand to summon it later for more aggro. Fam is definitely less splashable, and not many Aquas have unconditional effects that trigger when sent from the field to the grave. Poison Draw Frog will guarantee you a draw though, and Guardian Slime can search you a Winged Dragon of raw card. But the less said about that Urchin Head's ace monster, the better. Therion's Duke Jewel is a level 8 light psychic monster with 2100 attack and 2800 defense, and while you control an equipped card, Therion's monsters you control cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. This is an outstanding addition because the drawback of all equipped strategies is that by removing the base monster, you take out all the cards equipped to it, causing a huge swing in card advantage. But Jewel here can keep that from happening. And while its only inherent effect is continuous, it's not going to sit around doing nothing, because it'll gain the effect of the Therion it equips. If you equip a Therion, that is. There's not a lot of synergy splashing in other psychic decks insofar as abusing Send from the Field to the Grave effects, but you could play this as more column setup in Mech Knights. You get a monster on board, and you can place a Mech Knight in whatever spell and trap zone is best, so you won't have to worry about poor column management getting in the way of duking it out. Therion's Lily Berea is a level 8 wind plant monster with 2400 attack and 2500 defense, and you can send a card from your hand or field to the grave to add a Therion spell or trap from your deck to your hand. Now, we haven't gotten to any of those yet, but know that we can get our hands on a draw card, monster negation, monster searching, and revival. And since you can send literally any card, it's basically perfect hand fixing, even in decks that are only splashing in other Therions for their type synergies. But this does work especially well in plants, as you can pitch cards that can revive themselves like Spore and World Carrot Weight Champion, and even Miracle Fertilizer if you're going to lose it anyway to its own effect. Or get grave triggers. Laurel can get you a life point gain trigger for Air Mages, Botanical Girl for searches, or Flower Bot for card selection. So whether you equip a Therion or a plant, Lily will always be a thorn in your opponent's side. Our last monster is Therion's King Regulus, a level 8 Earth Machine monster with 2800 attack and 1600 defense. And when your opponent activates a card or effect as a quick effect, you can send a Therion's monster card from your hand or field to the grave to negate that effect. Now, the wording here is very important. Like with Plunder Patrol, Regulus is looking for a card that is a monster, not just a monster. So you can even send a Therion's that's equipped to a monster, because despite being treated as a spell card, it's still a monster card. This means Regulus normally hits the field as a 3500 attack monster that can take a 700 attack point hit to negate anything, and depending on the Therions you equipped, can advance your game plan in other ways as well. And even without the Therions bonus, this is a huge boon to machine decks in general. You don't even need to find machines with good grave triggers. It's a free 2800 point body that can trade itself for any card, and if your archetype setup dies to only 1 or 2 hand traps, negating them with Regulus is going to have your opponent thinking of another game plan. Alright, now it's time for our spells and traps, and the first one we'll be covering isn't name-stamped as a Therion, but it's super important, especially if you're trying to play hybrid builds. Perpetual Engine Argyro System. It's a normal spell that sends a Therion card from your deck to the grave, and if in the grave, you can target another Therion's card in your grave and either add Argyro or the targeted card to your hand, and if you do, place the other on the bottom of your deck, but you can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn. Now, optimally, you'll be sending Argyro to the grave using other effects so you can keep using the recycling effect to get cards out of the grave. But if we need a Therion in grave to summon one in hand, this is a great setup for him, especially because you'll be selecting whichever effect you want to tack onto the Therion you summon. And it recycles cards, which is great because you normally want to keep your Therions in grave to enable the ones in your hand, so you can instead grab other extenders. But if you have a grave full of Therions and nothing in play, getting back one to your hand certainly is a strong option. It just does so much for the deck, from getting it started to enabling future plays, but I'm not terribly surprised. It's literally an engine card. Therion's Charge is a normal spell that sends a Perpetual Engine Argyro System or Therion's card from your hand or face-up spell and trap zone to the grave, except another copy of itself, to draw 2 cards. The good old archetypal draw 2 spell. And like those, it's not only a way to dig for more cards, it also sets up your other plays. You get the recycle from Argyro, or you can send a Therion to set up for the summon of another one. So despite having a discard cost, it hardly charges you anything. Therion's Ring, the Colosseum Saucer, is a field spell that, when activated, adds a Therion's monster from your deck to your hand. Once per turn, if your monster would be destroyed by battle, you can send a Therion's card or Perpetual Engine Argyro System from your deck to the grave instead. And also once per turn, when any number of monsters are destroyed by battle and sent to the grave, you can target a Therion's monster in your grave and add it to your hand. So not only does this get you into a monster to start your plays, it also provides battle protection that also sets up other cards, and should that protection give out, it gets you back another monster to play next turn. Sadly, it doesn't help with effect destruction, but that's what Jewel is for. So it's like a Rhoda, but with extra benefits, until your opponent uses resources to get rid of it. And on top of everything else, the name has a really nice ring to it. Therion's Cross is a normal trap that you can activate when your opponent activates a monster effect while you control a Therion's monster. You can use one of the following effects, but you can resolve both in sequence if Perpetual Engine R-Gyro system is in your grave. First is negating that effect, and the second is banishing that monster. So while not a counter trap, as long as you have the setup, it can serve a similar purpose. And sometimes you won't even need both. While negating and banishing is helpful against on-board threats, just negating most hand traps is good enough. And if their effect is inconsequential, then hey, you can just banish them so you can cross them off the list. Our last card is Therion's Stand-Up, a normal trap that targets a Therion's monster in your grave and special summons it, then you can equip a Therion's monster from your hand or grave to it. And during the main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a Therion's monster you control and a Therion's monster in your grave, and equip the monster in your grave to the monster you control. And you can only use one effect per turn, and only once per turn. So here we have a revival trap that also makes sure your monster has a Therion equipped for maximum value. And I cannot stress just how impactful it is that one of your targets is an Omni-Negate. Heck, you can summon Regulus on your opponent's turn, equip them with Fam, granting you a quick effect bounce on top of the negate. Then next turn, you can attach Fam right back by banishing Stand-Up so you can get that bounce again. It's an incredible way to get you back into a duel, but for the last time, despite the name, Therion's Stand-Up is not a JoJo reference. Okay, so that's all the Therion cards, but what do we do with them? Well, there's not really a lot to talk about. I don't know if it's because I want to get into the rest of the video as soon as possible, or if I already covered everything worth talking about for each Therion, but the game plan is pretty cut and dry. You summon as many Therions as possible to beat as much face as possible. We aren't going to want to play much back row because that takes room away from our equipped monsters, and we need to keep as much room available as possible for our own on-theme cards. Apply battle damage and interruptions as needed, and there you go, you've got a win. Now, lore-wise, as stated previously, this is an interesting chapter in the story. It looks like Kit and Sargus are traveling by themselves because I'm not seeing any other Springans. And from the looks of it, Kit is pretty happy to have found where the Therions are. Now, the flying saucer-looking ring that's the focal point of the Therions does give off an alien vibe, and I'm not saying they can't be, but I think the Therions are a bit more established than just being a giant space flea from nowhere. If you look closely, you can see this tube connecting the ring to this active volcano, so it might be siphoning some kind of geothermal energy. There's also all the buildings around here that don't quite match up to the kinds we see inside the ring, but it does have the same kind of industrial feel. And I'm at least assuming this is the inside of the ring because of the whole battle and Colosseum theming. Also, this looks like it's supposed to be R-Gyro, and it's overlooking the arena. Now, why all the fighting? Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say after the events going on in other cards, Kit is traveling around looking for allies to fight Despia, and who better to team up with than a bunch of super strong gladiators. But, surprise surprise, if you want to enlist the help of career combatants, you have to prove you can take them on, and Sargus does a pretty good job of it, as seen in Therion's Charge. In fact, it looks like by this point Sargus has already overpowered Ein, because you can see their lance right here, so it looks like Sargus is wielding it. But the premier fight is between Sargus and Regulus, and mechanically, that makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if Regulus wanted to add Sargus to their machine collection. And they have a lot in common. Same type, same level, they almost even have mirrored stats. But we won't know who won this climactic battle until later. But there might be another connection between the Therions and the Spriggans. Take a look at R-Gyro again. Why does the engine of your whole Colosseum have eyes? Is it sentient? Why does it look like it has Xyz material? But you know what else has eyes that really shouldn't? The Springans. Remember, they aren't the machines we see in the cards, but little soot beings as emphasized in the concept art. They're some kind of semi-gaseous entity that possessed equipment using it as a suit. Now, R-Gyro is hovering above the stadium, not wearing it, but if they ever needed the Colosseum to be mobile, I wouldn't be surprised that it do the same thing as the Spriggans do for their mech suits. They even have very similar eye design. I'd almost go so far as to say they're identical. So if Regulus saw that there were more things like R-Gyro out there that could be used as a power source, it sounds exactly like the kind of bartering chip you would use for a competition. Fight our best gladiators, and if you win, we'll help you against the Despia. If you lose, you have to join our crew. Though, since our time with the Therions ends here for now, we won't really get to confirm if they're that ruthless, or if they were just fighting for the fun of it before moving on to other things. But what are those other things? Well, we're gonna have to go back to the Albaz Strike Structure deck to catch up on what happened after we left off in Battle of Chaos. The first few cards are going to be monsters that we haven't had cards for yet, or are updates to keep them current with the timeline, though their art doesn't really give us much story information. Tri-Brigade Mercourier is a level 4 Dark Winged Beast monster with 800 attack and 0 defense. When your opponent activates a monster effect while you control a fusion monster that lists Fallen of Albaz as material, as a quick effect you can send this card from your hand or field to the grave to negate that effect. And if banished, you can add a Fallen of Albaz or a monster that lists that card in its text from your deck to your hand. So Mercourier is a pretty neat hand trap for the Albaz fusion deck and helps utilize those cards in Tri-Brigade, as banishing this card for the Gravelink effects of your Tri-Brigades will trigger this search effect. But since that deck is probably the worst at utilizing the Albaz cards, you can also banish them by using them as material for the fusion summon of Lubellion through the branded spells that fusion summon. Not branded fusion, because that's a whole other card. Boy, talking about these is going to be confusing. Springans Kit is a level 4 Dark Beast monster with 1700 attack and 1000 defense, and if you have a fusion monster that lists Fallen of Albaz as material on your field or in your grave, you can special summon Kit from your hand. And if normal or special summoned, you can add a branded spell or trap from your deck, or that is banished, or that's in your grave to your hand, then place a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. Another really strong card to utilize Albaz cards in Springans, because it's great material for Merrymaker, but you'll probably be focusing more on its applications in an Albaz Good Stuff deck, because yeah, making sure you always have the right branded card is pretty nifty. It also lets you run more brick cards with confidence, because Kit can stick them right back into your deck for later use. But what gets me is that Kit is literally utilizing the power of the whole. Check out the maw in Kit's right hand gauntlet. It has a small string of them, kinda like the ones that come out of Aluber's head. We're not sure how Kit can do this, probably has something to do with the spare parts left behind by the giant serpent of Golgonda, but it does prove that even if Despia and Dogmatika control it with some kind of magic, there is a way to manipulate it with technology. But to what end, I couldn't say. Especially because it looks like Kit isn't using any of it during the Therion arc. So I guess Kit doesn't really have their entire kit. Unlikely Swordsoul allies is a combination of Dogmatika Aiden and Theo, who skipped town with Fleur once Despia went full mask off. Or rather, mask on. They're a level 4 light spellcaster tuner monster with 1800 attack and 1500 defense, and when a monster declares an attack, you can special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, negate that attack. And if you control a fusion monster that lists Fallen of Albaz as material, you can destroy the monster that declared an attack. And if any number of monsters are banished face up, except during the damage step, you can banish this card from your field or grave to special summon a light spellcaster monster with attack equal to its own defense from your hand or grave. And while all the Dogmatikas are spellcasters, this does only summon the Ecclesia and Fleur versions, so that's pretty thematically consistent. But it can also summon other cards, like Maiden with Eyes of Blue, and Lumina Lightsworn Summoner. You know, cards that would totally be played in an Albaz deck. But seriously, this makes for an excellent combat trick to halt a nasty attack on your Albaz fusions, while giving you the opportunity to flex into Incredible Ecclesia, which can quick summon Fallen of Albaz for some fusion nabbing shenanigans. Which is good, because after abandoning the Dogmatika Church, they're not getting any of their class features back for a long time. Okay, that catches us up with all the characters. Let's check in on the story so far. Last we left off, Ecclesia and Albaz left Fleur in the care of the Icejades, hoping that their cradle would help to cleanse Fleur of their stigmata, the mark given to the members of Dogmatika to give them great power, but also leverage their control. However, whether motivated by a misguided attempt to protect their master or a grab for power all its own, Long Yuan betrayed the Swordsoul and the Icejade both, presumably besting Mo Yi in battle and taking their weapon. And while they assaulted the Inian Cradle, Aluber arrived using the Hole to confront Albaz and Ecclesia. We pick up in the artwork for Paradise Branded, a continuous spell that prevents your cards and effects that include fusion summoning effects from being negated and keeps your opponent from activating cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned this way, remarkably similar to Magical Meltdown. And if you fusion summon a fusion monster, except during the damage step, you can add a Fallen of Albaz, or a monster that lists that card in its card text, from your deck to your hand. So not only will your fusion effect be safe, but one fusion will beget another, getting you the next part of your combo so you can keep extending. Here, we can see Aluber manipulating long chains of the hole to constrict Albaz, still stuck in their black-clad Albion form, in a way that's disturbingly reminiscent of the Great Serpent of Golgonda. Albaz's own brand may provide some protection against the corruption, but no matter what, it seems that the chains are more than effective at restraining them. Now, we've seen that, in times of great stress, Albaz can absorb the essence of their environment to grow stronger. But presumably, Albaz is already in one such form, a more subdued version of Albion. But it would appear that this isn't the limit of that capability. So either in a desperate bid to free themselves of the whole chains, or perhaps being compelled by them, Albaz absorbs the power of the Icejade Cradle, breaking free and becoming Mirrorjade the Iceblade Dragon, a level 8 Dark Worm fusion monster with 3000 attack and 2500 defense, requiring the Fallen of Albaz, as well as any fusion, synchro, Xyz, or link monster as material. You can only control one Mirrorjade, and as a quick effect once per turn, you can send a fusion monster that lists Fallen of Albaz as material from your extra deck to the grave to banish a monster on the field, but this effect cannot be used again the next turn. And if this fusion summoned card in its owner's control leaves the field by your opponent's card, you can activate an effect that destroys all monsters your opponent controls during the end phase. This is a monstrously powerful card, not only sending Albaz fusions to the grave to get their effect during the end phase, but also leveraging that non-targeting banishing removal. And while it may be on a delay, there are very few ways to avoid Mirrorjade's Raigeki effect, as it triggers whenever removed from the field. And it cannot be stressed enough, this makes the Fallen of Albaz a serious threat, as any extra deck monster can get scooped up and they'll be replaced by this. As mentioned previously, the Albaz fusion takes on the characteristics of an archetype they're near, and Mirrorjade seems to be taking on too. Mirrorjade, the Iceblade Dragon, pretty clearly ties it to the Icejades, while the Worm typing is indicative of the Swordsouls. The connection is deepened by the numerous swords at its disposal, each being made of the same Icejade material that the Swordsoul weapons are made of. But since the only Swordsoul that seemed to be present at the time was the Despia corrupted Catastrophe Long Yuan, which definitely was not absorbed, it makes me wonder if the Icejade swords are what made the Swordsoul's worms in the first place. I mean, Allies, Iris, and Incredible Ecclesia are Swordsouls, or at least Swordsoul support, and they're all spellcasters. But Chun-Jun doesn't have a sword either, unless the horn on its head counts. We also can't ignore that it doesn't have the usual 2500 attack, 2000 defense stat line of the rest of the Albaz fusions. But that's either because they really did absorb two different sources of power, or because they were starting from the base 2500 attack Shrouded Albion. But this is a curiosity that doesn't really have any bearing on the story at the moment. What does shed some light on the order of events is Branded Blade. It's a normal trap that can banish any number of branded spells and traps from your grave to special summon just as many Iceblade tokens, which are level 8 Dark Dragon monsters with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. And you can banish this card from your grave to target one of your banished Fallen of Albaz's, or a monster that specifically lists that card in its text, and add it to your hand. You can only use one effect per turn, and only once per turn. This seems like an excellent late game card, as this can close out games by itself. Summon out a bunch's blockers on your opponent's turn as needed before rushing your opponent with any that survive, or just use them as link material. It puts you under literally zero restrictions. And the ability to recycle your banished Albaz monsters is pretty sick. You won't even lose your banished branded cards forever because you can get them back with Springans kit. Blades shows the moment Mirrorjade gets the drop on Catastrophe Long Yuan, and I don't think the Swordsoul traitor survives much longer, as we don't see them in any more artwork from this point on. The tokens, though, have a very interesting stat line, as they mimic Titaniclad, and more importantly, Albions. And if we ignore the type, then that's the same for all the other fusions we've seen so far, including the pseudo-Albaz fusion, Masquerade the Blazing Dragon. This seems to imply that each of Mirrorjade's Ice Blades has the power of an individual fusion, and that is terrifying, though not entirely without precedent. After all, the bubbles shown in Tremora's card show moments from across the storyline. Could these blades hold the essence of each fusion pulled from across time, or perhaps stored as some kind of energy? Once again, another aspect of the story that's hit a dead end, as we can only speculate without further proof. But Aluber isn't sitting idly by. We've already gotten a glimpse at how they have a similar fusion ability as Albaz, having previously become Masquerade, something we can confirm by checking the red jewels on Aluber's body that match somewhat on Masquerade. And now they're doing the same thing with Lubellion the Searing Dragon, a level 8 light dragon fusion monster with 2500 attack and 3000 defense, requiring a dark monster and Fallen of Albaz as material. And we'll get into that templating in a bit. If fusion summoned, you can discard a card to fusion summon a level 8 or lower fusion monster from your extra deck, except another copy of itself, by shuffling materials listed on it into the deck from among your cards on the field, your grave, and/or face-up banished cards. But for the rest of the turn, this card can't attack, and you can't special summon monsters from the extra deck except fusion monsters. This makes for the perfect companion to Albion the Branded Dragon, because it's the miracle fusion to Lubellion's Parallel World fusion. And while neither are incredibly impactful on their own, both make for excellent ways to fusion not only more of your Albaz fusions quickly and efficiently, but any level 8 or lower fusion monster that has generic enough materials to be supported by monsters already in your deck. Now, there are a lot of things up with this card that we need to talk about. First off, we can confirm that this is Aluber, because they once again have the red gem placements on the head, chest, and hands. Second, the fusion material formatting. In every other card across the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh!, if a specific monster is needed, it always goes first, followed by more generic material. In the case of Lubellion, that's been flipped, and that's not the only thing, as it has mirrored stats to Albaz's current form, Mirrorjade, sporting 2500 attack and 3000 defense. And where Mirrorjade is the Ice Blade Dragon, Lubellion is the Searing Dragon. And we've already talked about how Lubellion and Albion have a very similar effect, but go about it in arguably opposite ways. It feels like everything about this Aluber fusion was manufactured to be the exact opposite of Albaz, thus cementing the idea that these two are opposite, though linked, entities. Another interesting note is how Albion and Lubellion's fusion effects both work very similarly to the cards Branded in White and Branded in Red. Both Albion and Branded in White can banish material from the grave, while Lubellion and Branded in Red both make it so a monster can't attack that turn. Another clue to their origin might be that the metal plating on Lubellion bears some, though admittedly not striking, resemblance to Titaniclads. Now, in the very first video, I surmised that Titaniclad was an Albaz fusion where our little dragon absorbed the power of the Dogmatika Nexus upon impact after having been ejected from whatever dimension is on the other side of the hole. But if Aluber and Albaz both come from this world that's beyond the hole, then this must be something from that dimension that's providing that power. After all, nothing like this is available for Aluber to absorb in the Icejade Cradle, but they do have access to the hole on demand, so nothing is stopping them from reaching through and using that power. And if this sounds a bit too much like a coincidence, I'd like to point out that Lubellion is a Searing Dragon, while Titaniclad is an Ash Dragon, both descriptors that are closely tied with the concept of fire. And the clash of these two mighty dragons comes to a head in Branded Fusion, a normal spell that fusion summons a fusion monster that lists Fallen of Albaz as material from your extra deck, using 2 monsters from your hand, deck, or field as fusion material, and you can't special summon monsters from the extra deck the turn you activate this card, except fusion monsters. Because of the wide variety of fusion material you can use, Branded Fusion can essentially Foolish Burial any dragon, any light or dark monster, any level 8 or higher monster, or any monster with 2500 or more attack. At this point, it's almost harder to find a deck that doesn't synergize with this card. And while this doesn't provide much more than a staging ground for Albaz and Aluber's battle in the lore, it will come up as an important detail for later cards. The last card we received in the Albaz structure deck was Branded Condemnation, a counter trap that you can activate in response to the activation of a spell card, trap card, or monster effect that includes an effect that special summons any number of monsters. As cost, you return some number of fusion monsters that list Fallen of Albaz as material to the extra deck, either 1 from your face-up field or 2 from your grave, and if you do, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. You can also banish this card from your grave, then target a branded spell or trap card in your grave, except another copy of itself, and add it to your hand, but you can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn. It's a decent card that can help recycle your branded support, and while the negation can effectively be free and recycle cards if you only return Albaz fusions from your grave, it does require setup, so it's not as easily used as a card like Solemn Judgment. Chronologically, this seems to be taking place after the events of Dogmatika. We never found out how Fleur and the gang escaped from Dogmatika, and charging right through the Theater Pope seems right up their alley. The lighting of the Despia minions also seems to match the color scheme of Dogmatika, and I have to say, it was a nice touch to keep their washed out color, but everything shown in the light of Fleur's lightning blade has its vibrant color restored, as if the blade is carving a path to a literal brighter future. I also like how the mechanic reflects an anti-branded energy. Obviously, every theme introduced thus far has some kind of effect that summons monsters to help with their game plan, but fusions and rituals are the only ones that specifically need effects to function, while synchro and Xyz summoning can be performed without effects, meaning that, in the broad strokes, branded condemnation doesn't harm Springans and Swordsoul's, but can be used against Dogmatika's rituals, Despia's fusions, and Albaz, as seen in the art of Judgment of the Branded. Now before we move on, I'd also like to bring up a series of tokens that were added into the structure deck that give a bit of extra flavor. The Tri-Brigade one shows all the members together with the flavor text, "Pull the trigger," which doesn't really explain anything. Like, I have so many questions about why so many of them wear gas masks, what the blue liquid is in their weapons they use as ammo or are powered by it, what the blue ribbon they all wear specifically represents, but I guess the card does look nice. The two Virtuous show Fleur and Ecclesia during a simpler time. It reads, "At times she was a caring older sister, and other times like a stern teacher. Their woven bonds are connected even now, no matter the distance." So we can safely say that they do care for each other, and they don't have a strictly business associates relationship. But it is unsettling to see that, even in tender moments like this, members of the Dogmatika clergy were on hand to observe them. Albaz the Shrouded shows a time that's likely just after they left Dogmatika, just before they met the Springans. The text reads, "Does his name point to a past sealed in darkness, or a brilliantly lit future?" Highlighting that not even Albaz remembers where they came from. Or if they do, they aren't really keen on sharing it. What threw me for a loop was this part of Albaz's outfit, which I hadn't noticed until now. This strap has a series of diamond buckles connected at the points, looking exactly like the whole chains used by Aluber, and upon reviewing previous art, this is consistent with what we see in Dogmatika Encounter and Tri-Brigade Oath, an absolutely wild detail that's been hiding in plain sight this entire time. And opposite the little dragon is Ecclesia the Exiled. Their card states, "May his blank heart be filled with many memories from this point on. Thinking of what is to come, the girl gave the boy a name." There isn't much here in terms of lore, but it is nice to know where the name Albaz came from. But they are sharing some rations while looking up into the starry night sky, and even Mercurier is there. It's a very, very sweet looking scene. The last token we have is Aluber of the Wicked Dogma, which shows the mischievous little creature that's up to no good without their mask on, proving that the two look exactly the same. Their text reads, "A being divided by the abyss. He mocks the light and tricks the darkness." And that is a very illuminating statement. Being divided by the abyss means there's some form that used to exist that was broken apart to make Aluber and Albaz, which might be why Aluber is so intent on hunting Albaz down. Meanwhile, mocking the light and tricking the darkness is such an odd phrase. Light is pretty firmly entrenched with the Dogmatika, while dark is what largely comprises the Despia, with the only light ones being previous Dogmatika artifacts. This might mean that Aluber isn't ideologically aligned with the Theater Church and is just using it to further their own goals. Having been divided by the abyss is another strangely worded phrase. Using the initial V-Jump blurb as a source, we know that the abyss comprises the entire world this story takes place in. So does that mean that the world itself tore this proto-Albaz Aluber apart? We also know that Dogmatika holds the greatest influence in the abyss, so perhaps they caused it? Experiments on such a creature would prove invaluable for an organization looking to control the whole portals, and considering Kit did something similar with the Serpent of Golgonda, it's not outside the realm of possibility. There's a lot to unpack here, but unfortunately no definitive answers. And with the additional cards found in Dimension Force, things aren't looking like they're going to get any cheerier. Branded Forfeiture appears to be another snapshot of the battle at the Icejade Cradle, though it appears the skirmish has moved further up the Swordsoul mountain peak. It's a normal spell that targets a fusion monster you control and a monster your opponent controls that was special summoned from the extra deck, and during the end phase of this turn, each player can special summon a fusion monster from their extra deck that lists Fallen of Albaz as material. This is a very interesting card with limited applications. It's not destruction removal, but it does target, so that's not ideal. But the silliest thing is that this card gets worse the better Branded as a whole gets. Like, the more people who splash Albaz fusions into their extra deck for utility, the more often you'll be paired against someone who can take advantage of this symmetrical effect. And in the mirror, this is going to be incredibly stressful. What happens if you both summon Mirror Jade? But as tragic as that is, it's nothing compared to what we see here. It appears that the Despia minions have followed Ad Libitum through the portal, and are subduing Chunjun, and Libitum is dancing circles around Ecclesia's fighting style. When your opponent is standing on the handle of your weapon, things are not going well. In the background, we see this huge sphere of fire, which we can only presume is the battle between Aluber and Albaz, and since fire is the only element we see, things do not bode well for our dragon of the Ice Blade. And Ecclesia isn't the only one in trouble. Branded Exile is a normal trap that targets a Despia monster or level 8 or higher fusion monster in your grave and special summons it. Then you can apply the following effect. Fusion summon a level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing fusion material listed on it from either field. So this acts as a revival trap, not only for your Despias but your big Albaz fusions, as well as being another super polymerization type effect. While it can be responded to, it can still use your opponent's monsters as fusion material. And considering the Despia fusions ask for generically light and dark materials, this card can act as removal for a lot of things. Heck, in the mirror match, if your opponent tries using Fallen of Albaz to take your monster, you can flip Exile, summon whatever monster you want, then potentially use monsters your opponent controls as all of the fusion material. And if you get rid of Albaz, then you've effectively negated that effect. And lore-wise, it's incredibly strange that this kind of effect is available outside of Albaz and Aluber. Though it might be trying to show that Aluber does have this capability, it just wasn't added onto their card specifically. The artwork shows Fleur, now captured, at the whims of what appears to be a more draconic Despian Quiritus, with the white exiled of Dogmatika riding them into battle. The shoulder pauldrons and the eye-laden wings match up, but once again, it's the concept art that provides the final piece of connective evidence. As it states, Quiritus does have a four-legged form, and this draconic counterpart certainly fits the bill. Judging from the color scheme once again, this takes place in Dogmatika, right after Branded Condemnation. These robes seem to be like those of Dramaturge of Despia, but they look more like some kind of ooze than fabric, and it appears to be getting sucked into Quiritus, perhaps absorbing Dramaturge's energy to fuel its new form. The concept art does say that this four-legged form is brought upon by the darkness inside their armor being compressed, and despite Fleur's recent victory, they're currently being held captive by the same armor they used to wear into battle, making for quite the dramatic reversal. They've even pulled up what looks like stage wings to show that it's curtains for Fleur. Say what you will about the Despia, but they certainly aren't without a twisted sense of humor. What happens here might also show why Fleur needs treatment in the Icejade Cradle when they all arrive at the Swordsoul Mountain, but this reintroduces the question, how does Fleur and the gang make their escape? But we'll have to hold off on that question until the future, it would seem, as no answers seem to be forthcoming. The next card we have brings us back to the present with Dogmatika Turgy, a normal trap that ritual summons a Dogmatika ritual monster from your hand or deck by tributing Dogmatika monsters and or ritual, fusion, or synchro monsters from your field whose total levels equal exactly the level of the ritual monster you ritual summon. You can also banish this card from your grave, then target 2 Dogmatika monsters with different levels from your grave and add one of them to your hand and place the other on the bottom of the deck. And you can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn. Since our Dogmatikas are firmly either level 4 or 8, you shouldn't have much problem with fulfilling the tribute requirement, and slapping a White Exalted onto the board to steal some attack and set up for some extra deck shredding is superb, not to mention being able to recycle free cards. Since Ecclesia is here, I assume this is taking place at the Swordsoul Mountains, and in the sky we can see Dramaturge descending from a giant hole in the sky. Either Dramaturge has recuperated from their time being an ooze, or the version of Dramaturge that Fleur cut down was a fake created by Queritus and White Exalted. Either way, they're back, and being backed up by the new virtuous Dogmatika duo, White Exalted and the draconic Despia Queritus. The eyes from its wings now larger and more deranged looking, dripping like some kind of eldritch oil from beyond the portal. Even the Icejades are not without loss. Icejade Curse is a continuous spell, and while both an Icejade monster and Icejade Depth's Inian Cradle are on the field, your opponent can't activate the effects of monsters on the field that were summoned this turn. And when any number of monsters are destroyed in a battle involving your Icejade monsters, you can target one of those destroyed monsters and inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack. That's some very important wording, as the Icejades are rather prone to reducing your opponent's attack points. Since they're not particularly aggro, this does help to speed up the game by providing some more damage. And the effect lock fits nicely with Cosmocroy, who prevents your opponent from activating the effects of monsters except the turn they were summoned, thus reinforcing my theory that the effect negation was indicative of the primal pattern that slowly consumes the Icejade's bodies. When we last saw them, Empress Cosmocroy was already completely covered in the primal runes, though they were just under the surface. But instead of solidifying, like the rock formations that make up their home, the Empress has become brittle and is now breaking apart. Is this the result of Long Yuan's erosion of the Icejade? Or did Albaz pull too much power from the Empress to achieve their Mirror Jade form? Either way, Aegel, now the only Icejade of the royal grade, is left to watch helplessly as their Empress slowly fades away. It's a heartbreaking composition and adds to the overall helplessness of the story at hand. The last card we'll be covering today is Abyssal Dragon Alba Renatus, a level 8 Dark Dragon fusion monster with 2500 attack and defense, requiring Fallen of Albaz and one or more dragon monsters as material. This monster cannot be used as fusion material and must be either fusion summoned or special summoned by sending the above cards from either player's monster zones to the grave. This card can make a number of attacks on monsters each battle phase up to the number of material used for its summon, and once per turn during the end phase, if this card is in your grave because it was sent there this turn, you can add a Polymerization normal spell or Fusion normal spell from your deck to your hand. So now we have a dragon version of Chimeratech Overdragon, scooping up an entire dragon board once you get Fallen of Albaz onto the field. So Dragon Link decks, beware. Its multi-attacking is pretty neat, but since they can only be on monsters, I don't think we'll need to fuse with more than one dragon to get a lot of value out of them. But of course, the biggest reason to play this card is its last effect, grabbing you things like Fusion Destiny and Branded Fusion, and is going to be a great card to send with Mirror Jade's effect. Alba Renatus is arguably more useful for what it can enable rather than what it brings to the table itself. There is a lot to unpack here. If we presume that the Fallen of Albaz material is meant to represent Mirror Jade, and the Dragon material being Lubellion, then this is the fusion of the two, which isn't too far-fetched considering not only what we've discerned from the Aluber token, but also Yu-Gi-Oh! Stories in general. Light and dark halves of the same monster coming together is very much a recurring theme. But are they a new entity altogether, or is one in control? And I have to say, it's very likely that Aluber is the one in charge. Alba Renatus looks almost exactly like Lubellion. The horns on its head, the wings, the shoulder spikes, even the chest and hand gems are present. And while the hand ones look a little gold, possibly because of the lighting, the chest gem is glowing a brilliant crimson. But there are some Albaz features here. The Albaz fusions are characterized by their grave effects that get you something during the end phase when sent to the grave. But neither of the Aluber fusions, Masquerade and Lubellion, do this. So why does Alba Renatus? Well, if the two really are two halves of a whole, it makes sense this would take on some characteristics of Albaz. But what's more intriguing is the sigil appearing right in front of the chest gem. While red in color, this looks exactly like Albaz's branded in white. Heck, even then it was very, very red. You know, because of all the fire. Since Aluber's branded in red shows the whole, we can assume they are, if not one and the same, at least connected. But these 4 linked circles have only ever been associated with Albaz. But what's even more intriguing than that are the symbols within the 4 circles. The imagery is too busy to get a good look at them, but I would encourage all of you to comment down below with any guesses or information that might clear this up. We've already started the process of this on the Discord, and we might be onto something. There's also the matter of the color of Alba's armor. The metal parts of Lubellion are now the same red, almost magma-like color of Albion, which context shows is the result of branded in white, Albaz's symbol. And part of the name, Renatus, is Latin for reborn or born again, which combined with Alba sounds like it's Albaz being reborn, not Aluber. But I think the definitive piece of evidence comes once again from the Albaz Strike structure deck. But not from a card, rather in the form of some poetry that was included. Let's go through the stanzas and see if we can piece together what it means, and if it can shed any light on the story. The glittering sky is dyed a blazing red. The great Arctic superpower has become a death march. The children of God rejoice and grieve, dancing from dusk to dawn on the path before them. The skies do get noticeably redder once the Despia show themselves, but from what I can't say, though I have a hunch that the whole portals have something to do with it. The great Arctic superpower might make you think of the Icejade because Arctic is usually cold, but it's more about being north, and in the V-Jump blurb, Dogmatika is specifically stated as being located in the far north of the Abyss, so it's referring to Dogmatika becoming a death march, and considering the kind of garb being worn nowadays, that makes sense. The children of God would likewise be followers of Dogmatika, and while they could be rejoicing and grieving for any number of reasons, I think it might have something to do with both of the previous saints, Ecclesia and Fleur, running away, but being replaced by the 2 new saints, White Exalted and Despia Queritus, while the dancing from dusk to dawn is probably meant to emphasize that they're on the move, seeking the final stigmata, the strongest, the holiest, the 2 brands. It's interesting that the stigmata is being referred to separately from the brands, but it is shaped differently from the ones we already know about, so that makes sense. Though I don't think it's a coincidence that the Dogmatika stigmata looks like the connecting points of 2 links in a whole portal chain. And I think it's safe to say that the 2 brands that they're looking for are the red and white held by Aluber and Albaz. The play opens, the curtain rises, destiny toys with the boy and girl. Nothing big here, it just seems to point out that events will play out in ways that aren't too favorable to Albaz and Ecclesia, though it is framed in a very Despian style. Even if everything falls to ash, even if everything turns to dust, the bonfire lit by their 2 hearts will one day erupt into a true fire. But this does leave room for some hope. No matter what, their bond will result in a great power they can use to claim victory. It's interesting that Ash is capitalized because we do have an Ash Dragon, but we don't have anything that corresponds with dust. At least, not yet. Atop the great cradle, the child that fell from the hole of the abyss confronts his fate. The power of the blazing doom consumes the white darkness and becomes the flame of God. This thankfully confirms a location to help with syncing up the timeline. The child that fell from the hole is most assuredly Albaz, and confronting his fate likely means squaring off against Aluber. But who's the blazing doom and who is the white darkness? My conclusions are that Aluber is the Blazing Doom, both of their previous forms were searing and blazing after all, and Doom feels like it slots into their character just right. The White Darkness makes sense for Albaz, because despite universally being Dark Attribute in all their fusions, they're the one branded in white, and since the Blazing Doom consumes the White Darkness, this pretty solidly confirms that Alba Renatus is Aluber, and has become the Flame of God. The brand we see in front of them may also be the combined version of their brands, the strongest and the holiest. The burning flesh is like soot, but the heart is covered in a frozen flame. Its power is like an ember, yet still, their thoughts dwell in the sword. This is the last stanza, and I believe it points to the idea that Albaz, despite being overtaken, still rests within, waiting for a chance to break free, their heart covered in a frozen flame. An ember, waiting to be stoked, and their thoughts still within the ice-blade swords they wielded. Once again, the ambiguous imagery and poetry leaves us with only questions, and since that's all the cards we have in this set, we'll have to wait until the next for more answers. We're left in a very, very depressing state. The Swordsouls have been all but wiped out, along with the Icejades. Albaz appears to have been overtaken by their other half, and it's only a matter of time before Ad Libitum and Dramaturge overwhelm Ecclesia. Our only hope is that Kit and Sargus are able to recruit the Therions, and hopefully others, in one last desperate bid to save the world, and reawaken the soul of Albaz hidden deep within Alba Renatus. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. With all the cards from Power of the Elements being revealed, we now have a full picture of the story being told in this set, and a fuller understanding of the story at large. So, as is tradition here on www.youtube.com/GoldenNovaYugioh, I'll be covering the new archetype that's been introduced to us, before focusing in on how the story is being advanced on other cards associated with the lore, and explaining them as well. But this time, things are going to be a little different, because I've gotten my hands on some extra information that'll make things a lot clearer. The release of Hidden Arsenal Chapter 1 was a boon to all of us lore fiends outside the OCG, because it was actual canon information that was being conveyed through official product. But it's just a taste of the kind of lore information that those who participate in the OCG get. Namely, the valuable books, documents that outline the story in a much more detailed way than the cards ever have. And as it turns out, members of my Discord hunted down a fan-translated copy of Valuable Book EX2, which contains a wealth of knowledge that clears up the order of events while proving and disproving many theories I had concocted. And I'll be sure to link it in the description below, as well as other resources I used, because they're fascinating reads, and the more ways people have to access this document, the better. So between talking about the new archetype and how the story has progressed so far, I'll be covering all the pertinent information from Valuable Book EX2, so that we're on the right track. And trust me, you're gonna want to pay attention, because there's something I was pretty stumped on until I had access to this very book. But before we can have that sweet, sweet lore treat, we have to eat our vegetables, and like those leafy greens, this section is going to give us the vitamins and minerals we need to take on a new format. Presenting Sprights, a new Thunder archetype that's already seeing incredible results in the OCG. Name-wise, they're pretty close to Spright, which would make them the second archetype that's named for a fey creature of European folklore. However, since everything in this game has a double meaning, they're also based on the astronomical term Spright, which is a blanket term for a number of electrical discharge phenomena that occur in the upper atmosphere, with many of the monsters taking their individual names from a specific kind of sprite. But enough of the etymology, what do these cards actually do? Well, that's what the next part of the video is all about. Let's charge up our devices so we can see what's on them, find some other gadgets that can shock the competition, then see how these little ball lightnings fit in with the rest of the lore. It's time to spark some interest in Spright. So what's the deal with Sprights? Well, they're a series of thunder monsters that bounce between dark and fire attribute, and they're all about the number 2. Are you in the main deck? You're level 2. Xyz? Rank 2. Link? Rating 2. They love that stuff, and they focus on supporting other level 2 monsters, and they want you to be as aggro about it as possible. Let's start with Spright Blue, a dark monster with 1100 attack and 1000 defense, and if you control a level or rank 2 monster, you can special summon this card from your hand, which you can do once per turn. And if this card is special summoned, you can add a Spright monster from your deck to your hand, except another copy of itself. We've seen this kind of stuff in other archetypes, and it's always a great sight. Blue here is extension while grabbing new cards, and spoilers, all of our main deck Sprights can also be special summoned from the hand, so you'll get to severely pop off. But of course, all of this pales in comparison to their impeccable drip. I wonder what kind of pop-up shop fell out of one of those holes that carries this. Spright Jet is a dark monster with 1300 attack and 700 defense, and can be special summoned from your hand if you control a level or rank 2 monster once per turn. And if this card is special summoned, you can add a Spright Speller Trap from your deck to your hand. Now, one of them special summons a Spright from your deck, but you can also get stuff like removal and attack boosting. So if you need to hasten your game plan, it's hard to get faster than with a jet. Spright Pixies is a dark monster with 1400 attack and defense, and can be special summoned from your hand if you control a level or rank 2 monster once per turn. Also, during damage calculation, if your other level, rank, or link 2 monster battles an opponent's monster as a quick effect, you can send this card from your hand or field to the grave, and your battling monster gains attack and defense equal to that opponent's monster's current attack. So while Pixie can help get material onto the board for your plays, it's also an honest that works for attacking and defending, which is pretty sweet. I do like flexibility in my cards, and from the look of all those gadgets, so does Pixies. Is that a gun? Spright Carrot is a fire monster with 1000 attack and 1900 defense, and you can special summon this card from your hand if you control a level or link 2 monster once per turn. So remember, if it's a dark Spright, you can special summon them with levels and ranks, and the fires are summoned with levels and link ratings. And when your opponent activates a spell or trap card or effect as a quick effect, you can tribute another level, rank, or link 2 monster to negate that effect, and if you tributed a rank or link 2 monster, you can also destroy it. So if you tributed one of your main deck monsters, it just stops the effect, but tributing an extra deck monster would actually get rid of it. But honestly, most of the spells and traps you want to be negating won't stick around for long anyways, so it's not too important to pay the premium. It also means that my analogy at the beginning about eating our vegetables was a bit more on the nose than I anticipated. Spright Red is a fire monster with 1200 attack and 1800 defense, and you can special summon them from your hand if you control a level or link 2 monster once per turn. And when your opponent activates a monster effect as a quick effect, you can tribute another level, rank, or link 2 monster to negate that effect, and if you tributed a rank or link 2 monster, you also destroy it. Now, this one you should probably tribute an Xyz or Link monster for. I guess if it's something like Ash Blossom, it doesn't really matter, but you definitely want to do it to get rid of negation bodies or more resilient hand traps like Cyframe Gear Gamma and Nibiru. And the best part, you can say you caught your opponent's monster Spright red-handed. It'll be great. Alright, that's all of our main deck monsters, now it's time for the extra deck ones. Starting with Gigantic Spright, a rank 2 Dark Xyz monster with 1600 attack and defense, requiring any 2 level 2 monsters as material. However, link 2 monsters can be treated as level 2 monsters for this card's Xyz summon, and that's pretty wacky. Link monsters are quite possibly the most generic of the extra deck types, and of them, the link 2s are the most generic and widely used of that toolbox. Nightmares, Charmers, and a variety of utility monsters from Cross Sheep to Pentastag. So expect to see this outside of Sprights for some time to come, especially because if a Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, and or Link monster is a material on this card's original attack is doubled, putting it at 3200, larger than a lot of negation bodies that live in the extra deck without having to activate its own effect. Also, during your main phase, you can activate an effect that keeps both players from special summoning monsters for the rest of the turn, except level, rank, or link 2 monsters, then detaches a material, and if you do, special summons a level 2 monster from your deck. So you can summon any of your on-theme monsters, but you can also get frogs, Melfies, or Jamas. Ugh, I'm never gonna hear the end of this, am I? Spright Elf is a Link 2 Fire Link monster with 1400 attack, requiring any 2 monsters, including at least 1 level, rank, or Link 2 monster, and can't be used as Link material the turn it's Link summoned. Your opponent can't target monsters this card points to with card effects, and during any main phase as a quick effect, you can target a level 2 monster in your grave, or if your opponent controls a monster, you can instead target a rank or Link 2 monster and special summon it. So while Gigantic gets you monsters out of your deck, Elf is here to revive them from your grave, and it's hard to overstate just how strong that is, considering the kinds of cards we can summon. Even on theme, we have 2 monsters that search, 2 that negate, and 1 that's an honest, and you're doing this on yours and your opponent's turn every turn. And that's before we get to their sweet space equipment. I've gotta say, Elf is certainly out of this world. Alright, that's all of our monsters, let's move on to those spell cards. I would include trap cards since Jet can search them, but we don't have any yet. Spright Gamma Burst is a quick play spell that grants all of your level, rank, and link 2 monsters you currently control a 1400 attack and defense point boost until the end of the turn. And during your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave to give 1400 attack to just one of your level, rank, or link 2 monsters until the end of your opponent's turn, but you can only use 1 effect per turn and only once per turn. And I've gotta say, after seeing the same kind of cascading stat boost effects from cards like Megalith Full and Elemental Hero Sunriser, a card that can boost your stats by that much across all of your monsters is a potential game ender. And while it's not as overwhelmingly powerful, the Grave effect gives you a little extra boost to help end a game or to punch through a defensive wall. And that makes sense because based on my comic book knowledge, this Gamma Burst is really gonna help you Hulk out. Spright Smashers is a quick play spell that banishes a Springan, Therion's, or Spright card from your hand or grave, then activates one of the following effects. You special summon a Springans monster from your deck, special summon a Therion's monster from your grave, or banish both a level, rank, or link 2 monster you control and a card your opponent controls. Oh boy, the lore implications of this card are wild, but we'll get to those in a bit. Now, Springans and Therions don't really have a lot of, read any, level, rank, or link 2 monsters, but insofar as Sprights are concerned, it is non-targeting banishing removal. It does end up banishing 2 of your cards in the process, but hey, nothing costs too much for our deck, right? Our last card is Spright Starter, a quick play spell with a lot more lore implications. It special summons a Spright monster from your deck, and if you do, you lose life points equal to its original attack. And for the rest of the turn after this effect resolves, you can't special summon monsters except for level, rank, or link 2 ones. So you're not going to be getting away with losing anything less than 1,000 life points, but it doesn't negate the effect of what you summon, so if you deploy blue, then you're off to the races. But it is a starter card, so I shouldn't be surprised. Alright, that's all the Spright cards, but what do we do with them? Well, the glut of special summoning and attack buffs means we're all in on aggro. A regular old Spright deck will want to quickly assemble lethal by going wide before gamma bursting to go tall, all anchored by Elf and Gigantic getting you all the pieces you need. However, most of our effects support the number 2, so we actually have a lot of themes we can splash it into to drastically change the playstyle. So what themes can we play to help them out? As mentioned earlier, frogs are a great addition that can give you a strong control game to match your aggro. Combo them with longtime collaborator Paleozoic, and you've got a back row that can interrupt your opponent, and a totally awesome to act as an Omni-Negate. You think 2200 attack is tough to get over in those conditions? Try dealing with a post-Gamma Burst 3600 attack Toad. Not to mention how it turns your puny 1200 attack Paleos into 2600 attack Terrors. Melfi's no stranger to teaming up with giant mechs, but this time, the mechs are helping you instead of wiping the whole board. If you can't find the appropriate Melfi, Gigantic can summon it out of your deck, while Elf can revive them to punish your opponent for committing the most grave sin imaginable: summoning monsters. Now, you can't summon Zeus if you use Gigantic or Starter to get your plays off the ground, but if it's a choice between setting up a board and not doing anything, it's nice to have these little sparks in your back pocket. How about Thunder support? Well, there isn't too much worthwhile that lines up with Sprights. Thunder Dragons are exclusively not level 2, and the same goes for any of the good Batterymen. Some Summer Summoner is basically outclassed by Elf. The only scenario in which it's better than Elf is if you wanted to summon Thunderclap Skywolf, but that's a pretty big investment that doesn't really advance your actual game plan. Meanwhile, Elf can revive Totally Awesome if it's used its effect this turn, because get this, Totally Awesome does not have a hard once per turn. Heck, even out of the Nemesis cards, the Thunder one doesn't even fit here, but the Pyro one does, as Flag can recycle the Sprights you banished for Smashers. This works a lot better in a world where Arch-Nemesis Protoss is legal, but don't rule out Ashatos. You'll need to get one more type into the grave, but once you do, you can shut off Dragon Summons, which puts a damper on any Dragon Link strategy you might run into. Not to mention branded lines that have to go through Lubellion just aren't gonna work. As for a silly tech pick, I'm going with Thunder Dragon Fusion because I want to see how prank kids can play into all this. Because Aqua is itself a level 2 monster, any prank kid into Meow Meow can get us the whole line, and if we field Aqua at any point along the way, we can start special summoning Sprights out of our hand and unlock that whole half of our deck. So as long as we hold off on using Gigantic or Starter, we build up a whole arsenal of interruptions, and if we have Thunder Dragon Fusion, then we get a free Battle Butler now and the search of any Spright later. And if we put Elf on board, we'll start getting back our Prank Kid Link 2s from the grave. We can summon back Bow Wow Bark, adding 2 cards back from our grave to our hand while insulating our Prank Kids on our opponent's turn, and then during our turn we can summon Dodo Doodle Doo to get even more cards. And if our opponent doesn't have a monster on board, making it so we can only summon our level 2s, then I guess we'll just have to be satisfied with summoning negation bodies like Carrot or Red. Oh no. Okay, that's all I have to say about Spright. Normally, I throw things up in the air about how viable they might be, but they're already seeing great results in the OCG, so you want to make sure you get your hands on these cards as soon as possible. Now then, let's take a detour and talk about Valuable Book EX2, and what it can tell us about the current storyline. So, since we just talked about sprites, what in the world is going on with this B story? Why did we all of a sudden start focusing on Kit and the Springans while there's a catastrophe going on at the Swordsoul Summit? Well, it turns out that the valuable book sheds light not only on this, but also on a question that I've been asking since the first episode of the Albaz lore series. What in the good gravy is going on with the Tri-Brigade's weapons? They all seem to be powered by this blue energy, and it's been so prevalent and focused on in the art that I hardly thought it was a coincidence. And like I thought, it actually has a very important function. It represses the power of the stigmata, thus giving the Tri-Brigade an even playing field against the miracles provided by Maximus. But where does it all come from? Well, it appears to have originated from a land of iron that the Tri-Brigade settled long ago, and after Ecclesia and Albaz departed from Golgonda, Kit decided they weren't going to stand idly by and went off on an expedition, returning to the land of iron to discover more about this special weapon. And who should be in this land but the Therions, and the text gives us some more information about them as well. The Saucer Coliseum appeared from beyond the hole, and the Argyro system used to be just a saucer repair AI, but ever since they've been siphoning energy from that volcano, it's taken on a very fiery fighting spirit. And as Kit would tell it, they can't get what they came here for if they don't defeat the residents of the Land of Iron first, and their competition takes the form of the Therions, warriors created by the Argyro system using material from defeated combatants to strengthen themselves. But that's not the only world-building information we get, oh no. We also get a better understanding of the relationship between Dogmatika and the Despians. It clears up that the ritual being conducted by Maximus in the art of dogmatic calamity is them bringing about something called the Day of Gospel, which takes the stigmata, the mark of power bestowed by Maximus via the Nexus to the population of Dogmatika, and unseals it, transforming it into a brand, one that's tied directly into the power of the whole, and thus turning every citizen of Dogmatika into one of the Despia. Now, this initially made me think that the comedy and tragedy of Despia were just random citizens, but it's actually more likely that they're the procession that showed in the art of White Relic of Dogmatika. Part of the text says that from the relic that had transformed into the White Knight of Dogmatika, which we now know as Despian Queritus, crawled repulsive yet beautiful creatures, which I suppose fits these things. One of the reasons why the relics like Nexus and Fleur's armor are also transforming into Despians is because they're actually inhabited by the souls of previous saints of Dogmatika, and they're now animating the relics to do their bidding. Maximus also partakes of this power to become dramaturge, so they weren't using the guise of the highest authority of the church to hide this maniacal looking form, they just transformed into it willingly, counter to my previous theories. At least so far as we know. What it doesn't expound upon is anything about Aluber. They just kind of show up as the Day of Gospel is happening, and they can turn into Masquerade, which is an odd detail that we'll get into later. There's also some information about Tri-Brigade I wasn't privy to, though this comes primarily from Valuable Book 1. Apparently, they're the remnants of outcasts from a variety of villages throughout the Abyss. It's the classic JRPG, we can't trust the beastmen trope. And while wandering the world, they eventually found each other and formed their own tribe, settling in the Land of Iron. However, after seeing all the messed up stuff going on in Dogmatika, Schrage rallied a bunch of them together to fight them. We even know why they were in Dogmatika the day Albaz fell from the sky. They were invading the capital to rescue their comrades who had been captured, which gave them all the more reason to protect Albaz and Ecclesia. There's a big emphasis about how they can sympathize with being cast out from society, and because of the way Albaz was being treated by the church, as well as how Ecclesia was likely going to be kicked out because of the compassion they showed to Albaz, it really tugged at their heartstrings. What about the Springans? Well, we've got that too. Apparently, the ones we know today are an offshoot of another tribe that was all about getting fuel and burning it up and doing it all over again to burn as bright as they could. But some members of that tribe didn't like the way they did things, so they split off and ended up in Golgonda, where several holes there ended up spitting out industrial material that these people bonded themselves with, and thus, we got the Springans. Now, based on what we know about Argyro, the land the Springans came from is likely the Land of Iron. This is further supported by two things. One, it seems like this tribe is familiar with the now matured Schrage that comes across them in the desert as they're traveling, which implies that they came from the same space, split off, and are now reunited. 2. I've pointed out the similarities between Argyro and the Springans before, as well as how the Springans and Sprights have a similar naming convention. It also doesn't hurt that both are generally non-solid organisms possessing solid bodies, one made of plasma, one made of soot. But what would cause such a split? Well, if Argyro's obsession was to gain fuel and burn continuously over and over again, that ties into the fact that they're tied into an active volcano. And that energy gets used towards creating gladiatorial fighters to fight more things. Now, the Springans, they like to be flashy and explosive as well, but theirs is in the form of things like fireworks. Their explosions, for lack of a better term, are meant to entertain everyone, not to be used as weapons against each other. This also solidifies that Sargus is connected with the Therions, either being one outright, or a deactivated one that's now being possessed by a Springan. Its level is different from the rest of the Springans, but much more in line with the Therions. Their ability to grant 500 attack to a Springan Xyz they're attached to is also very similar to how the Therions give 700 attack to who they're equipped to say nothing of Sargus and Regulus both being level 8 machines with very closely reversed stats. But perhaps the biggest tie between them is that Sargus fits in with the naming conventions of the Therions in two ways. There's Therion's King Regulus, Springan's Captain Sargus, but they also tie in with representing members of the Western Zodiac. Sargus is a star in the Scorpius constellation, Regulus is a star in the Leo constellation, Ein is part of the Taurus constellation, the list goes on. And if you look at the Sprights, you'll see that each of them has a symbol associated with one of the Western Zodiac as well. So not only does this have an interesting and unsettling connection with the Constellars of all things, it also means I get to bring up Homestuck, and y'all like Homestuck, right? We also get confirmation on the order of events for cards after Ecclesia and Albaz leave Dogmatika. The Springans recognize the two as a threat initially, but after their capture, Kit recognizes Mercurier and gives them the all clear, but they must first pass an initiation trial, which Albaz and Ecclesia complete with flying colors, and that's what we see in Springan's booty. Then they come across the Great Serpent of Golgonda, which was not sent by Dogmatika, but was the big cheese of the desert that ended up eating too many of the holes that were scattered around the place and became corrupted and feral. One thing I was not correct about was how Albion changed into their shrouded form. Initially, I assumed it was the lightning from Fleur's blade, because we needed some kind of explanation for why Fleur's brand, as well as Theo and Aiden's, had been sealed. Instead, it turns out that it was music that soothed the savage beast. Albion calmed down from its rampage after hearing Ecclesia call their name, the name given to them by, well, Ecclesia. Gosh, that's cute. This also debunks my theory that Albaz's change into Albion was sparked by a last-minute, desperate plea for power, tapping into a well of potential sleeping deep inside them. Rather, it was his stigmata unlocking from the Day of Gospel, as it happened around that time. We also clear up what in the heck happens with Fleur at this point in the story. Previously, I was confused that Fleur would leave Dogmatika, meet Ecclesia and Albaz, and then all of a sudden disappear when they went to the Swordsoul Summit. As it turns out, Fleur does meet Ecclesia and Albaz in the desert, we have the art for that, and at that point, Fleur does decide to go back to Dogmatika to put an end to Maximus's schemes. Albaz and Ecclesia decided to look for a way to not just suppress the brands, but to seal them for good, so they head to the Swordsoul Summit. Notably, the text says that Ecclesia and Albaz are headed towards those who saved Fleur. So while I feel like the suppressive weapons of the Tri-Brigade should have had an impact on their stigmata not fully awakening into brands, it appears that the sealing of these stigmata was done by the Swordsoul, likely shown in the art of Swordsoul Emergence. It also explains how they themselves would become part of the Swordsoul archetype, learning to channel their soul's power through their weapons. However, I'm not sure how the Swordsoul came to be in Dogmatika to save Fleur in the first place. The only other explanation is that Fleur somehow left Dogmatika, got to the summit, had their stigmata sealed, and met Ecclesia on the way back all before Ecclesia and Albaz got further than the desert of Golgonda. The text doesn't currently have an answer for this, and I couldn't find any, so it really just ends up raising more questions than answers. However, this does confirm that what we see in the artwork of Icejade Cradle is a vision of Fleur, not Fleur themselves, which is supported by the strange vision bubbles in Tremor's artwork. This brings us to the Swordsoul. Like we knew before, they guard the Icejade, and in return, they grant the Swordsoul the weapons made of themselves. It turns out that the Inian Cradle is itself a larger organism that created Empress Cosmiclor as a representative, who would in turn make the other Icejades. However, Ecclesia and Albaz can only visit the Icejade Cradle after being verified by Chunjun, whose horn can tell good from evil. And speaking of evil, something I was right about was that Long Yuan was a dirty, no-good traitor this whole time. However, the Sword Souls have Chunjun, which can detect evil, so what gives? Well, get this. Long Yuan split his sword into a light and dark half and gave the dark half to Mo Yi, one of his disciples. Now, why Mo Yi wasn't cast out long ago because of this, I have no clue. But when it comes time to tip the scales, Long Yuan takes back their dark sword and assumes their true form, Qijing Long Yuan, clashing against the collective efforts of the Sword Soul Sovereign and the Icejade Guardian construct, Kingfisher. While all of that's happening, Aluber decides to show up as the Despia launch a full-scale assault on the Sword Soul and Icejade. Previously, the mountains had been protected by a mist that diverted anyone who tried to invade, but the new power granted to Dramaturge overpowered that, so teleporting in via the holes was now possible. Aluber began to use the power of the hole to sap Albaz of their dragon-changing power, which I assumed Aluber already had because of their masquerade form. One could argue that Masquerade is technically a fiend, not a dragon, but neither are a lot of Albaz's forms, Bergrand and Splind being the primary examples. Do those simply not count, even though they have dragon in the name? Though this could be me assuming a have-not dichotomy where there isn't one. Based on the images of Branded in White and Branded in Red, it might be that Aluber doesn't lack that kind of power, rather he just wants Albaz's as well. But regardless of what the reasoning might be, Aluber steals this power, transforming into Lubellion, and uses their power to finish off both the Sword Soul Sovereign and the Icejade Empress. But not wanting their power to go to waste, to give them one last fighting chance to defeat Aluber and the Despian army, they give their power to the now dragon-transformingless Albaz, turning them into Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. And so, Mirror Jade and Lubellion, Albaz and Aluber begin fighting, and because of this, eventually fuse into a single being, Alba Renatus. Gee, I wonder where we've seen this plot beat about two dragons who look the same fusing into one creature before. Bonus points, the evil one is using a mysterious power to corrupt things into other forms. At the same time, Fleur is in Dogmatika, looking to get even with Dramaturge. Fleur strikes what they think is a fatal blow against Dramaturge, but it was all an illusion made by White Relic of Dogmatika, who, as it turns out, is the reanimated body of the first saint of Dogmatika, Quem. A piece of info that's thrown in that doesn't have any immediate relevancy is that there are 663 brands of saints in Dogmatika, each one possessing a sacred relic that's steeped in despair, and that the remaining 2 will become sweet nourishment. So it looks like Dogmatika/Despia is looking to reach the magical number 666, and getting back Ecclesia and Fleur to add to their collection is key. Though that makes me wonder, if Fleur is Saint 664, and Ecclesia is Saint 665, who's Saint 666 going to be? This brings us to the present day, and so we can talk about what happens in Power of the Elements. Let's begin with the Kit storyline. The last thing we saw was Sargus struggling against Regulus, who is the final combatant of the Therion's gauntlet. Now, we don't see who wins the stand-up, but I assume it's Sargus, because in the image of Splite's starter, our Gyro looks very, very mad, almost like their prized contender had lost a very important match. We know now that it's possessed of a fierce fighting spirit, and it probably doesn't take losing very well, and as such, decided to take matters into its own hands, and so we get the Splites. On top of that, the Therions have another combatant we haven't seen before, as well as giving Regulus a second wind. The first monster is Therion's Empress Alasia, a level 8 Earth reptile monster with 2100 attack and 2500 defense. It works like all the other Therions, and their effect is that you can discard a card to target a Therion's monster in your spell and trap zone and special summon it. This can help you spam out more Therions for combat, as well as being a discard outlet to help you put more Therions, or monsters in general, into the grave to help deploy your other Therions. It can also be used to special summon a level 8 Therion, helping to make rank 8 monsters with with Icejade, which could make a very familiar Springans Xyz monster. We also have Therion Irregular, a level 10 Dark Machine monster with 1600 attack and 2800 defense, giving it the reverse battle stats of Regulus. This may seem like a big downgrade, but give it a minute and I think you'll change your tune. Unlike the other Therions, which can be special summoned from the hand by equipping another Therion or like-typed monster from the grave, Irregular has you targeting up to 3 Therions without the option for a type-specific match, and equipping the targeted monster to it as you special summon Irregular. With 3 Therions giving 700 attack each, this puts Irregular at an astonishing 3700 attack, loaded up with 3 Therion's effects. They can also discard an Endless Engine R-Gyro to destroy all cards your opponent controls. Yeah, a total board wipe, that is ridiculous. Unfortunately, this is not an effect you can give to your other Therions, but that's where its next effect comes in. While equipped to a monster, say by being targeted for the summon of a Therion, you can special summon a regular, then equip the monster it was previously equipped to irregulars. The lightning coursing through Irregular pretty clearly hints that it's the Sprights that are juicing it up, which is once again another parallel between them and Sargus. Regulus's face didn't previously have a snout, but this could be a replacement part, since we know the Therions use their defeated enemies for parts, which implies that Sargus punched Regulus so hard their face came off. They couldn't even get the jaw right, which is why it's now made of lightning. The art for Spright Smashers shows a free-for-all going on between the Therions, Springans, and Sprights. Irregulars is up against one of the Rockies in the foreground, while it looks like Empress and Gigantic are clashing. Sargus is watching, but I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. Maybe Icejade sees this as a bridge too far, but without more concrete information, I'm stumped. However, I do like that the Spright Smashers does at least give us a pretty strong confirmation of the 3 themes' connections. We'll have to wait until next time to see how their story develops. Shifting our focus back to the Swordsoul peak, things have not gotten much better. The combination of Albaz and Aluber, Alba Renatus has been born, while the Icejade Empress Cosmoclore has died, leaving behind Aegerin, the next in line as the scion of the Icejade's power. The imagery here is cripplingly somber. The image of a small child watching their mother crumble to dust, with the stark white background widening our perspective of distance between them from a few feet to a chasm of loneliness. We don't see any more of Aegerin in this story, specifically, but we do see their possible retaliation. An Icejade creation much like Kingfisher. Icejade creation Aegirocasis is a level 7 Water Aqua Tuner monster with 2000 attack and defense, and a monster equipped with Aegirocasis gains 400 attack and defense for each banished monster. While in the hand or grave as a quick effect, you can target an Icejade monster you control and equip Aegirocasis to it, and while this card is equipped to a monster, you can special summon it. However, you can only use one of these 2 effects per turn, and only once per turn. Having an Icejade that functions out of the grave works very well with the Icejades that want you to discard cards, and with the amount of banishing you'll be doing on your own terms, that attack boost can actually get out of hand very quickly. But the most striking thing about this card is the visuals. Unlike Kingfisher, which embodies this graceful abstraction, a curving, ethereal form evocative of some kind of marine life, but not defined by any in particular, this Icejade creation is grounded and sharp. Based on the ancient arthropod Aegirocasis that lived 480 million years ago in our time. Each of its spines end in the black and red primal marking of the Icejade, but here it's different. The brutal contrast of the calm blue and white ice and the black and red tips make it look like each one is coated in blood. If this really is Aegerin's first creation as the new wielder of the Icejade's power, it's hard to fault them for bringing to life such a grotesque creation. As for Alba Renatus, it appears that Albaz isn't meant to be under Aluber's thumb for long. Branded Separation is a normal trap that tributes a fusion monster, then targets 2 non-fusion monsters that are banished and or are in either player's grave, and special summon one of them to each side of the field. Or if you tributed a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material to activate this card, you can special summon both targets to your field in defense position instead. So it's like a defusion, but you aren't limited to the monsters used as fusion material, and you get to keep both if you tributed an Albaz dragon. Though, funnily enough, if you summon to both players' side of the field, you can summon them however you want, whereas if you tribute an Albaz dragon, they have to come back in defense position, so keep that in mind. The art shows Albaz erupting from what seems to be the red orb on Alba Renatus' chest, but we don't see how that comes to pass. The way they're falling, facing towards the orb, doesn't feel like Albaz cut themselves out, rather that they were ejected unexpectedly. I theorize that Aluber is behind this, having absorbed everything they need from Albaz and not wanting them to find a way to interfere, so Albaz was released, now in their humanoid form. And we get a better look at them with their new monster card, Albaz the Ashen. Like their original form, they're a level 4 Dark Dragon monster with 1800 attack and 0 defense, and this card's name becomes Fallen of Albaz while on the field or in the grave. While you have a level 8 fusion monster in your grave, this card gains 200 attack for each monster in your grave. Also, your opponent can't target monsters you control with card effects except this one. And if any number of monsters you control leave the field by an opponent's card effect, while both this card and any number of fusion monsters are in your grave, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card. This is actually incredible fusion material for branded fusion, as you can send this to the grave alongside base Albaz for Lubellion, and now you have 2 Albazes, but with different effects. It has strong revival, and the attack boost it can get is kind of outrageous. Only 5 monsters gets it up to 2800, and they're going to need every point of it because they are in trouble. They're now armed only with a fragment of the Icejade blades they had as Mirror Jade, and using it to stand up against the brutal advantage the Despia have is going to be nigh impossible, especially since Albaz is missing their signature gems. Ever since we started, there's been a white gem on Albaz's hands, head, and chest, and while we can't see the chest in this art, we can see that the other slots are now empty, likely a result of Aluber's theft. This is also reinforced by the mechanics, as the original version of Albaz is capable of fusion summoning, but this one is not. Another mechanical nod also comes from the name Ashen, something it shares with the first fusion form of them we ever saw, Titaniclad the Ash Dragon. While the boost isn't the same, they both still gain an attack bonus based on other factors, and where Ash Dragon was unaffected by extra deck monster activated effects that turn their fusion summoned, Albaz the Ashen keeps other monsters from being targeted by card effects. It's not a clean 1-for-1 transmission of effects, but it has attack gain and some kind of protection. I feel like that's more than a coincidence given their name. And if we keep looking through the imagery, things get more and more bleak. See, hiding on Albaz's shoulder is a single Springan in soot form, and there shouldn't really be any Springans with them. The only one they brought with them was the Rocky in Ecclesia's hammer, which, looking at the background, we can see shattered, part of the skull lying ominously on the ground, another worrisome sign about our hero's odds of success. This brings us to our last card, Branded Central Dogmatika, a continuous spell that has 2 triggered effects. If you special summon a ritual monster with a spell effect and no other monster, except during the damage step, you can look at either extra deck and send a monster from it to the grave. If you special summon a fusion monster with a spell effect and no other monsters, except during the damage step, you can target that monster, and until the end of the turn, it gains attack equal to its original attack, but it cannot attack except to attack an opponent's attack position monster. For Dogmatika, this is another way to rip cards out of the extra deck, and since you can point that effect at yourself, you can send a Herald of the Arclight for more extension, while giving you the option to take a peek at what your opponent is playing. For fusions, you can turn your Mirror Jade into a 6,000 attack point monster, but it actually has to fight a monster, swinging in directly is not an option. Once again, the imagery is haunting. In the background, we can see Despian Priscinian, previously the Dogmatika Nexus, its doors swung wide to reveal an Iron Maiden coated in blood. Fleur's blood. Ecclesia mourns the death of her dear friend, while Kuem, the first saint, kneels over them with a look of graceful contentedness, a horrifying reaction to this loss of life. It appears that the 664th saint has been claimed. Will Ecclesia be the next? Unfortunately, we can't say. For in another cruel twist of fate, that's where the lore cards for this set end. Albaz stands alone against the hordes of Despia with only a sliver of the power of Mirror Jade to assist them, while Ecclesia grapples with the pain of loss. Our only hope lies with Kit and the Springans, for if they can find a way to overcome the Therions and Sprights, they may find the means to turn the tide against Dogmatika and their cursed brands. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. Darkwing Blast has finally been revealed, and that means it's time for another update to the Albaz storyline, and with it, a new archetype to flesh things out. These usually manifest as factions that are here to aid the heroes against the mounting forces of evil. The Swordsoul, Springans, Icejade, and Tri-Brigade have all been stalwart companions, but this time, it's the bad guys that are getting a boost. Introducing the Beasted, a theme that, despite its card pool being on the shallow side at time of recording, is already being heralded as the next big addition to Dragon Link decks. It's always nice to see a lore theme take center stage in the competitive meta. We've come a long way since the Hidden Arsenal days after all, but for this, I'm gonna make an exception. Seriously, did we need even more options for the pile that never seems to run out of gas? But personal beefs aside, we have a lot to cover on this episode of the Albaz storyline Season 3, because as bleak as things looked last time, well, don't expect them to get any better here. If you're not caught up on the story so far, I highly recommend you pause the video and follow the link in the top right to my previous episode, as it is the most concise collection of information on the topic so far, including information from the valuable books, which are official Yu-Gi-Oh publications that shed light on what's going on. So, if you're ready to go, let's see what Aluber brought for show and tell, discuss how they fit into the competitive canon, then dive into what Darkwing Blast's lore has in store for us. It's time to best the competition with Beasted. But before we continue, a quick reminder to please like and subscribe if you've enjoyed my content so far. We're on the road to 100,000 subscribers, and there's no better way to get there than on our dual runners. Our next stop is 40k, which means Leo and Luna Explained, where we'll be covering Ancient Fairy Dragon's companions, the Power Tool Dragons, Morphtronics, and any other cards that are more than meets the eye. We've also got our Discord, where this thing exists. I also have a Twitch where you can join me for viewer duels, progression polls pulls, and chaos draft pulls for the foreseeable future. And don't forget about my Patreon, where you can gain access to my videos early, reach some of these milestones, as well as helping to determine which videos I make. Thank you all so much for watching, and now, back to the video. So what's the deal with Beasted? Well, it's got two different segments, one made of level 6 Dark Dragons with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, I'm already flipping out over the lore implications, and one more of light dragons that are much more varied. So let's start with those dark dragons. Of note, they have another similarity. Each of them can target a light or dark monster in either grave, and on resolution, banish it, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand. Normally, this is an ignition effect, but it becomes a quick effect if your opponent controls a monster. A condition that, most decks tend to fulfill by nature of how the game is played. So in essence, these are quick effects, but get a little slower if your opponent has an open board. First up is Beasted Druid Worm. If this card is sent from the field to the grave, you can target one of your opponent's special summoned monsters and send it to the grave. So it's a DD Crow that hits a special summoned monster if your opponent lashes out at it. Or if you use it as some kind of material for a summon, because this does not miss timing, and it does not care how it gets sent from the field to the grave. Shame that this means you can't also fold this into Beatrice and get that effect, but let's be real, you're probably just gonna make Beatrice anyway. Having Foolish Burial in your extra deck is too good of an opportunity to pass up. And I've gotta hand it to him. If this card can turn into a dragon, it must have a ton of levels in Druid. Beasted Magnamut's effect triggers if special summoned, adding a dragon monster from your deck or grave to your hand during the end phase of this turn, except a copy of itself. That means every other dragon is fair game, so you can start to see why the Link variant is having a field day with this. On the one hand, I'm glad the search isn't immediate, but on the other, this firmly cements this as a strong going second theme. If your opponent drops a light or dark monster into their grave, then any time they put a monster on board, you can snap up that little chaos monster, trigger the delayed search, and then you'll have any dragon at your disposal on the draw, which is kinda ridiculous. This makes it a little less useful when you're in the middle of a game and need an answer or combo piece immediately, but even then, because it's a delayed trigger, you can immediately leverage this card into other plays and not even worry about it. Well, I mean, I guess you should worry about it enough to actually remember to resolve the search during the end phase. Magnamut works slightly differently than Skarm, but when you miss it, it feels bad in exactly the same way.
Beasted Serenir's effect triggers when sent to the grave from anywhere, even as Xyz material, and sends a beasted monster, except a copy of itself, or a branded spell or trap card from your deck to the grave. This is extraordinary for this theme because not only does sending our Dark Beasted give us fuel for our summons if our opponent isn't playing lights or darks, our light monsters actually can summon themselves from the grave, so it's kind of like having another search, and sending the branded cards isn't too bad either. While you won't be able to trigger the resetting effect of Branded in White, Bond, Judgment, or Screams, you can reset any of them to the field with Despian Tragedy, use Swords and Retribution's grave effects, protect a fusion with Opening, get High Spirits back using its own effect, and something else we can do that I'll be mentioning later. Suffice it to say, like most Foolish Burial effects, it turns out being able to drop a card from your deck into the grave is pretty good. But that's no surprise, because these evildoers only take the beast of the beast. But, if you'd believe it, we've yet to scratch the surface of this theme's true power. It's time for the Light Beasteds, starting with the Beasted Lubellion, a level 8 monster with 2500 attack and 3000 defense that can't be normal summoned or set, and must be special summoned from your hand or grave by tributing a level 6 or higher Dark Dragon monster, but you can only special summon this card once per turn this way. You can send this card from your hand to the grave to add a beasted monster from your deck to your hand, so even though this card doesn't work very well without the rest of the theme, it has a way to get to the rest of your theme. And during your main phase, you can place a branded continuous spell or trap card from your deck face up on your field. Now, we already have a few of those, but they tend to be on the situational side. But with this Lubellion being able to search them out and immediately deploy them, we might see a bit more in circulation, especially with how easy it is to summon Lubellion, who's turning into quite the hellion. The Beasted Albaz is a level 12 monster with 3500 attack and defense that also can't be normal summoned or set, and must be special summoned from the hand or grave by tributing 2 beasted monsters. So not only does this take more investment to summon than Beasted Lubellion, you need to tribute specifically beasted monsters, not generic big dark dragons. While you control this card summoned this way, you negate the effects of all Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, and Link monsters on the field. And if this card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you can banish all face-down cards from each player's extra deck face-up until your opponent's end phase. The Dogmatika Nexus and its subsequent evolutions have always been a bit too much effort to use effectively, and I feel like Albaz is in the same category. Since the negation is reciprocal, this doesn't play very well with any extra deck cards you want to be playing. And while the ability to lock out your opponent's extra deck by banishing it all seems pretty nifty, especially because you'll get perfect knowledge of what they have, Albaz has to leave the field by an opponent's effect to work, so your opponent has to walk into it before you get any value. Now, because this can live in your grave until you find a good time for it, I wouldn't be surprised to see it being played as a fun of, especially with that stat line, but for now, I'm at an elbow loss for words. Okay, now we'll cover our spells and traps, both of which are continuous, and our branded cards, so they work with the Beasted Lubellion's effect. First is Rebranded, a continuous spell that triggers if any number of light and or dark monsters are banished. You can target one of those monsters, place it on the bottom of your deck, and if you do, draw a card. That's right, whenever you use a Beasted's effect to special summon itself, you can potentially get a draw. If you banish your own card, then it's a no-brainer, but if you banish an opponent's monster, it might be a bit more of a tough decision. But putting a card on the bottom of the deck is usually about as good as banishing it, especially if a draw is on the line. And once per turn, if your opponent normal or special summons any number of monsters, you can target a beasted monster in your grave and special summon it, and you can only use this effect once per chain. That's an odd restriction since it already says you can only use it once per turn, but this is in the case of you having multiple rebrandeds, because it's a soft once per turn. You will be able to trigger multiple of these effects across different copies, but not on the same chain. However, the draw is a hard once per turn, so no multi-drawing off that. But with all the technical stuff out of the way, how is the card? Pretty neat. Even if you don't play Beasted, if your deck banishes a lot of light and or dark monsters, this can recycle them while keeping your resources up. And if you are playing Beasted, you can trigger another Magnamud effect, or set up your other 2 dark ones since you can't summon the light ones using this effect. So it's good to see that Despia's rebranding is going well. Branded Beast is a continuous trap card, and once per turn during any main phase, if you control a beasted monster, you contribute a dragon monster, then target a card your opponent controls and destroy it. Ah, so we get removal on top of everything else. Amazing.
and during the end phase you can target a branded continuous spell or trap in your grave and place it face up on your field. So this is like another version of the Beasted Lubellions effect, except this gets cards out of the grave and not the deck, and you get quick effect removal on top of it. And if you don't want to give up any of your Beasted for whatever reason, as long as you have one, you can just tribute an off-theme dragon, which I'm sure heretics are just going to love. Also, is it just me, or would Branded Beast be like the sickest name for a Yu-Gi-Oh! Metal band that sang about lore? Gonna have to put some feelers out. I may not have played an instrument, but I have explained Symphonic Warriors, so it shouldn't be that different. So that's all the Beasted cards, but what do we do with them? Well, the deck lacks a really strong win condition, outside of summoning a bunch of pretty strong attack statted monsters, but you need more than that in today's meta to turn the corner. So, because you can search out a majority of these cards and their engine is relatively compact, this is going to be splashed in other decks, namely Dragon Link. I mean, it's hard to deny. You could play this in Chaos decks to throw material onto the board, kinda like with the Wyverburster Collapse Serpent loop, but it is severely tied with Dragon synergies. Like, remember how I said earlier that it's really easy to make Beatrice with these to set up grave effects? Well, you can also make Hieratic Dragon King of Atum, which means easy Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon access. Their levels also mean they work splendidly with level 2 and 4 tuners, specifically level 4s, because Rocket Tracer is only a quick launch away, though nothing is stopping you from also playing level 2 Psychic tuners and using Emergency Teleport, though given recent events I don't think this is going to be evergreen information. Seriously, isn't it messed up that Quick Launch has been untouched since release, and we finally just got E-Tele to 3, and now Punk are making a really good case for putting Emergency Teleport back on the list. I am so upset. As for good synchros, the usual candidates apply here. Barone provides negation, Chaos Ruler helps you dig for more cards while setting up your grave, and Borreload Savage Dragon gives you even more negation while leveraging links like Dragoonity Knight Romulus and Striker Dragon. Your hand trap selection is also going to be very important. If you play a going second deck, having Effect Veiler or Ghost Ogre in Snow Rabbit will be integral, especially if they're not playing any lights or darks. That way you can fill your grave with the right attribute before you even have to draw, then you can summon your Beasted no problem. As for a silly tech pick, try Vsauce Starfrost. It is a light, so it fuels your summons, and since the Dark Dragon Beasted are not light warriors, they're easy targets to help summon Vsauce. And with a level 6 tuner, you can pair it with any Dark Beasted to make Ulta Maya Zolkin, or Geomath Mech Final Sigma, whichever you prefer. Besides, outside of any mechanical synergies, integrating 2 lore archetypes would be super sick. Okay, that's all the mechanical info I have about Beasted. Now it's time for the fun part. Well, the even more fun part, lore. But before we delve into what's going on with Albaz and the team, let's shift gears over to the Land of Iron and check in with Kit. Last we left off, the Argyro system that ran the Colosseum of the Therions erupted and the Splites made themselves known. And in the wake of their arrival, they launched a counterattack on Kit and the Springans. But it looks like the chaotic bout in Splite Smashers is coming to an end, as shown in the art of Splite Double Cross. It's a normal trap that has you targeting a monster on the field or in the grave and activating one of these effects. You either attach it to one of your rank 2 monsters as material, or if your opponent controls it, place it in a zone your link 2 monster points to and take control of it, or if it's in the grave, special summon it to your zone your link 2 monster points to. Now, the function of this card feels at odds with what the art is showing. Splites love making Link and rank 2s more than any other theme, and this feels like it's taking cards to act as servants, fuel, or extensions of themselves. But the artwork is showing Therion's Regulus and Captain Sargus absolutely bodying Gigantic Splite, so maybe the effect is more about how the Splites operate in general, and not what's actually going on here. I'd also like to point out that the name Double Cross seems to have a double meaning, as the Therions are turning their back on the Splites, but also Regulus and Sargus are performing a double lariat. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And notably, it appears that Regulus is back to their old self after their stint as a regular. I thought Sargus might have punched Regulus's jaw right off, but it feels like that might not necessarily have been the case, and was just like that because of the possession.
But how in the world was Regulus freed? Well, I think Spright Sprind might hold the answers to that. It's a Link 2 Fire Thunder Link monster with 1400 attack, requiring 2 monsters as material, including a level, rank, or Link 2 monster. If this card is Link summoned, you can send a level 2 monster from your deck to the grave, and if any number of other monsters are special summoned while this card is on the field, you can detach a material from one of your monsters, then target a monster on the field and return it to the hand. But this card cannot be used as Link material the turn it's Link summoned, and you can only use one effect per turn, and only once per turn. Which ain't too terrible, since you'll likely be sending a monster from your deck to the grave on your turn to set up your plays, while you try to bounce your opponent's monsters on their turn. Though I should note that this can trigger on anyone's special summons, including your own, and you don't have to bounce what was summoned, you can hit anything. But hey, it does give you something to do with the spare material on Gigantic Spright. As for what in the heck is going on here, it looks like Kit has turned her outfit from her Springans card into some kind of containment unit. You can see the canisters have a red and blue energy in them, which looks very much like the Sprites. And since we're fairly certain they like possessing machines, it seems Kit has turned their greatest strength into their newest weakness. A shell they can't leave from that has very little combat functionality, unless they're somehow proficient with slapping things with those coat arms. Also, if you check the bottom, you can see a small chain of holes, which does confirm that this is the contraption Kit was wearing in Springans' kit. Now, this doesn't show them being siphoned out of Regulus, the Art of Monster cards rarely does show events happening, but since Regulus appears to be back to normal, I have to assume that this is how it was done. Also, red and blue make purple, and Irregular's lightning looked like a very pale purple. Another interesting piece of info is that this is Spright Sprind, which is a name that we've seen before. The Iron Dash Dragon, the black sheep of the Albaz fusions. I'm not fully sure what this means at the moment. Maybe it's a hint about how Sprind was initially built by Kit as well, that it's a vessel to hold Springans and Sprites, and hopefully future entries will flesh this out. Now, unfortunately, there isn't much more to go on in this set for them, but funnily enough, that's kind of to be expected. I've talked previously about Yu-Gi-Oh's 3rd chapter problem, where very little happens that's worth talking about. Now, this is the 2nd core set out of this 4-set cycle, but the funny thing is that the Kit arc started in Dimension Force, which would make this the 3rd chapter for Kit's story specifically. Next set, I predict that with the Sprites having been defeated, Kit will finally discover the secrets of sealing the stigmata, which will come in handy during Albaz's last stand. And that's as good a segue as ever to talk about the Albaz story proper. To start, how do the Beasted factor into all of this? Well, considering their connection with the branded cards, it's safe to say they're aligned with Aluber, especially since one of their big bosses is a new form of Lubellion. But last we checked, Lubellion had become 50% of Alba Lenatus, so what gives? Well, remember how Albaz escaped / was ejected from Lenatus' central core? And how that core had 4 interlocking circles, each with their own symbol? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the rupturing of Lenatus' central core caused it to split into several forms, 4 to be precise. And we have a lot of evidence to support this. Take a look at the flavor text for Aluber's token, a thing separated from the abyss, and Alba Lenatus is the Abyss Dragon. So, if this is anything like how Aluber and Albaz were made, this wouldn't be the first time a creature would be born from the separation of a united super being. It's not even the first time this would have happened in Yu-Gi-Oh lore in its entirety. Even Lenatus' fusion material is evidence of this, as it's fallen of Albaz and 1 or more dragons, but per the story, it should only be Albaz and a other dragon, Lubellion. But if it were multiple dragons, these could be them, trapped either inside Aluber or Albaz, and my money's on Albaz. And that's because each of the Beasted look very familiar. Not totally, but they have certain characteristics that call back to Albaz's enhanced dragon forms. For instance, Druid Worm has the same kind of traditional 4-legged dragon anatomy as Albion, and Saronir has the kind of muscular and beast-like structure of Brigrand. This only leaves Titaniclad to be paired with Magnamut, but that doesn't feel right. The posing is all wrong. So instead, while it's a little unorthodox, Magnamut could be the aspect of Masquerade, the Crimson Gleam Dragon. Their posing is certainly closer than that of Titaniclad's, and while I feel the pose is also similar to Mirrorjade, that form was made as a result of Swordsoul and Icejade power, and doesn't fit the 2500 attack, 2000 defense pattern. Now, Lubellion is likely the 4th of this set, but it's so different from the others in terms of level and attribute that it's not a solid connection.
This could leave the door open for a 4th Dark Beasted that looks like Titanic-clad, but it's almost too perfect right now. We have 3 demonic dragons that are level 6, 666, the number of the Beasted. They can't possibly mess that up. Albaz, on the other hand, is pretty clearly the latest form of Dogmatika Nexus, previously Despia Priscinian. Lubellion seems to have plugged themselves in, Gurren Lagann style, changing its properties. There isn't much to add to this, but if our knowledge of how the brands work is correct and not subject to the whims of an unreliable narrator, this is the source of the brands, having been distributed by Maximus. So it being used as a Luber super weapon is very worrying. But I'm sure it wasn't just used as a blunt force weapon, but also to bring a lost lamb back into the fold. Last episode, we saw Ecclesia in Quem's clutches, mourning the death of Fleur, the closest thing Ecclesia had to a sister. And in this state of sorrow and grief, it appears Ecclesia has become Red Cartesia the Virtuous. They're a level 4 light spellcaster tuner monster with 1500 attack and defense, and if you have Fallen of Albaz on your field or in your grave, you can special summon this card from your hand. And as a quick effect during any main phase, you can fusion summon a level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your field or hand as material. And during the end phase, if any number of fusion monsters were sent to your grave this turn, you can add this card from your grave to your hand. Now, much discussion has been made about whether this is Ecclesia or not, or if this is someone else, perhaps a new character, or a form of Quem. But to the non-believers, I'm very sorry, this is Ecclesia. The stat line is the same, they recycle under the same conditions, and they have a quick effect that summons a monster. Now, one could argue that this is based on similar training. If this is another saint like Ecclesia, it makes sense they have a similar skill set. So we'll need some evidence that is unmistakably Ecclesian, and we have such proof in the form of rebranded. While the camera is pulled in much closer, this looks very reminiscent of Branded Bond. It even has the beasted associated with Albion. So, combined with the name of the card, this could be a part of the process that turns Ecclesia into Cartesia. Sorry folks, but this is our favorite virtuous hammer-wielding cleric, having been taken over by the power of Despia. And speaking of transformations, it appears a Luber has traded out the chain of holes emanating from their head for a pair of horns that resemble the Lubellian form. Since the red gems are present, I think it's safe to say that a Luber has the capability to shift between this form and Lubellian. This is in stark contrast to Albion, who I still maintain was stuck in their shrouded form after the transformation, since we didn't see Albaz in their humanoid form until after the split with Alba Lenatus. Some may take this art as proof that Albaz could always transform, but I think the opposite. If Albaz was able to do so, they would have shown it at least once, like how they're doing with a Luber. The exact reason for this is unknown, but I feel like it has something to do with the fact that a Luber now controls both the red and white stigmata, granting them an unprecedented amount of control over their power. This leads us to the next battleground, and presumably the last clash between Albaz and a Luber, the final battle at Golgonda, a continuous spell whose name becomes Great Sand Sea Gold Golgonda while on the field or in the grave. Once per turn, if any number of cards you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can send a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material from your extra deck to the grave instead. An outstanding effect since it protects all of your cards, not just on-theme ones. And during each end phase, if you have Fallen of Albaz on your field or in your grave, you can special summon a Springans monster from your hand or deck. This can summon Rocky to recycle your field spell, which in turn can recycle your gold Golgondas in grave, including this card. And it looks like a Luber has pulled out all the stops, not only bringing Albaz to bear, but the entire theater of the branded as well. It's a daunting task, but in the face of such insurmountable odds, hope still remains, because Albaz does not stand alone. Tri-Brigade Last Stand is a continuous spell, and if any number of Tri-type monsters are special summoned to your field, you can target a banished Tri-Brigade monster and add it to your hand. And after damage calculation, if your Tri-Brigade monster battled an opponent's monster, you can return that opponent's monster to the hand. You can only use each effect once per turn, so it does not turn each of your Tri-Brigades into a Hyper Hammerhead, but it is non-targeting, non-destruction removal, so make the one you do have per turn count. And while the deck already has a way to recycle banished monsters in the form of Revolt, Last Stand actually puts the cards in your hand, where Fractal works best. Albaz appears to still only have the Ice Blade Dagger, but all the Tri-Brigades that have arrived are standing firm, their blue ribbons glowing brightly in the ominous desert landscape. How will this battle unfold? Unfortunately, that will have to wait until next time, because that's the end of our story, at least for now.
Things have gone from bad to worse these past few sets, but maybe, just maybe, we'll see a new dawn break on this bleak abyss. However, I would like to end things on an interesting bit of trivia one of you shared with me recently. Did you know that there's another story about a dragon of red and a dragon of white dueling against each other to the death? It's a Welsh tale dating back hundreds of years, and while its cultural impact, or whatever lesson it was trying to teach, is lost on me, the winner of that deadly duel was the Red Dragon. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. My favorite part about any core set release is the lore, and with the release of Photon Hypernova, the end of the Albaz storyline is in sight. Cyberstorm Access is said to be the spectacular last episode, so today's new cards have the unenviable task of setting up a grand finale, in more ways than one. However, we've been thrown another curveball. Most releases will introduce a new archetype to represent some faction that's been thrown into the mix. But this time around, it seems that all the players have already taken center stage, which kinda messes with my formula. Normally, I talk about the new releases while covering the lore to highlight how their effects and mechanics tie into the story, so today, we're going to do something a bit different. We'll cover all the new cards archetype by archetype, providing as much context for how it fits into their own theme and the story as a whole, before moving on to the lore section, where we won't be cutting in to explain any of the cards. If you like this new format, let me know in the comments. So, with that disclaimer out of the way, it's time to call this intermission to a close, have all the actors take their places, and see what fate has in store for the One-Eyed Dragon and the Fallen Saint. It's time to explain the Photon Hypernova Albaz lore. But before we continue, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy what I do. Once we get to 40k, we're doing our next 5Ds video on Leo and Luna, and every sub helps. Also check out my Discord where this image has no context, and I kinda like it that way. And my Twitch where you can watch me put all my lessons to the test live with viewer duels. And if you want to go that extra mile, join my Patreon where you can get my videos early and help us reach these video milestones. Thank you all so much for watching, and now, back to the video. Let's start with the return of one of our favorite little tech gremlins, Kit, though not as a Tri-Brigade. They've returned from their mission in the Land of Iron, and with some help from Albaz, have formed Lindworm the Gunhammer Dragon, a level 8 Dark Winged Beast fusion monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, requiring Fallen of Albaz and one Tri-type monster, or a Beast, Beast Warrior, or Wing Beast type monster for the uninitiated. When a fusion, synchro, exceeds, or link monster's effect is activated as a quick effect, you can negate that effect, then return a monster on the field to the hand. And during either player's turn, if this card is in your grave as a quick effect, you can target a Fallen of Albaz in your grave, and if both are still in your grave, special summon either that monster or this card, and if you do, banish the other. This probably makes Lindworm the strongest utility Albaz fusion out of the bunch. As a monster, it casts a wide net while being non-targeting, non-destruction removal. And while in the grave, you can quick summon Albaz to spring a mini super poly on your opponent. Notably though, if you just send this to the grave with an effect like Mirror Jades, you won't be able to summon Lindworm with its own effect. But if it's sent to the grave properly, you can revive it. And it's also a free negate, which cannot be understated. And whichever one you do banish can just be put back into your deck when being used as fusion material via Lubellion. The only real problem is that if you want to use this in Tri-Brigade, branded fusion might not always be the best option. Like, yeah, you could send a Kit to send Nerval to get you a search, but once you've locked yourself into only fusions for the turn, you're gonna have to wait before you can fully utilize that Tri-Brigade. But having another branded and high spirits target ain't so bad. Now, it's no secret that this card looks super sick. Kit's piloting a dragon mech with shoulder-mounted electro cannons, Albaz is riding shotgun, but the winged beast typing seems to be a bit out of place. Kit is a Tri-Brigade, sure, but a beast, no wings included. This leads me to believe that Mercurier is some kind of base component for Lindworm, maybe the monster's core. This might seem to contradict the fact that a similar looking bird shows up in Shraig's new form in this set, but if you look at their original art, you'll see that Shraig has two Mercurier, while the new art only has one. And because Sprind, the Iron Dash Dragon, has set a precedence for Albaz being able to animate and empower machines, I'm confident saying that Lindworm is the combination of some other vehicle Kit brought to the battlefield. I'm currently of a mind that it's some form of Bearbrum or whatever was left over to make their mech suit in Springans Kit, and Albaz using their power to infuse that machine with Mercurier, forming Lindworm. Sorry, I know this got really long-winded and detail-oriented, but I really wanted to hammer in the point.
But that's not the only new piece of tech Kit brought to the battle. They've got a kickin' new cannon that Schrage is itching to try out, introducing Tri-Brigade Arms Bucephalus II, a Link 5 Dark Winged Beast monster with 3500 attack, requiring 3 or more Tri-type monsters as material. It's got a continuous effect that keeps your opponent from activating cards or effect when you special summon any number of monsters, and when any monster declares an attack, you can banish this card, also banish all cards your opponent controls. And if this card is sent to the grave, you can send any Tri-type monster from your extra deck to the grave. This all sounds pretty nutty, especially because you can shred a lot of cards from your grave to summon this with the Tri-Brigade's patented grave linking effect. The problem is that little line of text right here at the start that says this card can't be special summoned from the extra deck if you have 2 or less Tri-Brigade spells or traps in your grave. This means you need to be running and have used 3 or more of them before you can even think of putting this onto the field. And our spell and trap quality is... well, Revolt is notoriously powerful, no doubt about that. Quick Effect Schrage while triggering a bunch of other effects is nothing to sneeze at. But things go a bit downhill from there. Airborne Assault is pretty good, but does require some setup, and locks us into only using links, but that's kind of our whole thing, so that's not really an issue. Rendezvous is a quick stat buff that can protect your monsters while in the grave, but don't use that grave effect, because banishing it will take away from your grave count. Oath is another setup-heavy card that, once again, has some grave utility that will mess with your numbers if you use it, and the rest of our cards are continuous, not exactly helping to pull their weight. So, all that being said, I doubt Bucephalus is going to see a lot of play, unless people want to use Foolish Burial goods to help load up the grave, or use extra Foolish Burial shenanigans to send it right to the grave, thereby triggering its other effect to bin another Tri-type from your extra deck to the grave, including Garura for a free draw. Then using Phantom of Chaos to mimic Bucephalus and get the board wipe. This Link 5 is really good, I just wish it wasn't horsing around so much. Now, we're done with Kit's contributions, but the Springans are here as well, championed by the new king of the Therion Ring, Gigantic Champion Sargus, a rank 8 Fire Machine Xyz monster with 2800 attack and 1500 defense, requiring 2 or more level 8 monsters as material. But once per turn, you can also use a Springans Xyz monster you control as material, transferring all that monster's materials over to this one. If this card has material, you can just add a Springans or Therion card from your deck to your hand once per turn, no big deal. And if material are detached from a monster on the field, you can target a card on the field and either destroy it or return it to the hand. Wow, this card is wild! So the bummer here is that it isn't actually a Springans monster, so you're not able to use your engraved Springans to immediately attach themselves to Gigantic Sargus as material for free. So once you run out of material, that's it. However, the Springans Xyz you overlay this onto can totally be a target for that, loading up as many as possible before making the upgrade. And as long as you keep a single material under this, you'll get the free search every turn. It also checks to see if material are detached from anywhere on the field, counting your other monsters, so this Sargus gives you a little extra bonus. Not that it has an effect that removes its own material, but we'll get to that. Heck, it even checks your opponent's monsters, so if they use Xyz, they're gonna have to watch how they use their effects. Not to mention that the effect to destroy or bounce isn't chosen until resolution, so if the target becomes immune to effect destruction, you can just bounce it back. Heck, you can even bounce Gigantic Sargus itself back to the extra deck if it runs out of material to set up another Xyz summon. This is, by far, one of the coolest cards Springans have ever gotten a hold of. So by utilizing the fighting prowess of Sargus, empowered by the gigantic R-Gyro system of the Therion's Ring, there isn't anything your opponent can spring on you can't handle. We also have the delightfully named Tally-Ho Springans, a quick play spell that, when activated, lets you detach up to 3 material from monsters you control. Tally-Ho adds a Springans monster from your deck to your hand, already a pretty good deal. Then, if you detached a material at activation, you can special summon Springans from your hand and or grave equal to the number of material you detached. And if this card is in the grave, you can target an Xyz monster on the field, detach a material from it, and if you do, add this card to your hand. But you can only use one effect per turn, and only once per turn. This card is super awesome, as you not only get a search, you can end up summoning a bunch of Springans in the process. I believe the intention is to load up as many Springans from the grave as possible, then detach them so they're back in the grave, ready to be special summoned by Tally-Ho's effect. The recycling ability is also quite nice, especially because you can, once again, take a material from your opponent's Xyz monster for this. And to top it all off, it has great synergy with Gigantic Sargus, because all this detaching of material, especially when it's at quick effect speed, means more removal. Gosh, I hope they keep this translation for the TCG. Yelling "Tally-ho!" while unleashing a horde of missile people would simply be the best. Gigantic Thunder Cross is more of a lore card than actual support, but we take those. It's a normal trap card that targets monsters on the field and or in the grave, equal to the difference between the number of both players' banished cards, and banish those targets. Then your opponent can special summon one monster from their deck. My best interpretation for how this effect is supposed to reflect the lore is, since the Bystials banish a lot of cards for their summons, Thunder Cross is meant to punish them for relying on that, and thus, Albaz gets its face smashed in, but since Lubellion was attached to it, they get called to the field, mimicking how your opponent gets a monster when you do this. Though this could easily be the other way around, you would have to banish 5 monsters from your grave to use the Tri-Brigade's Gravelinking effect to summon Bucephalus II, so that could represent how powerful the cannon is. It's all kind of muddy here. As a card, I could definitely see this being played in niche scenarios, either against a deck that banishes a whole lot while you don't, or the reverse, as it checked the difference between banished cards, but doesn't care who has more or less than the other. And not only does it hit monsters on the field, but in the grave as well. The trade-off is that your opponent gets any monster they want from their deck, and that can be a pretty big issue. But if you build your deck around this properly, you'll have a countermeasure ready for that as well. And you know, if you play Gigantic Spright, you can make it so your opponent can only summon a level 2 monster, so there's that. And because you can trap trick this into existence, not to mention it's a normal trap card that can remove monsters from the field, Labyrinth may have just found a new exciting piece of tech to add to their arsenal, and really bring the thunder. That about covers Albaz, the Tri-Brigade, and the Springans, but that's not the extent of our protagonists' cards. Carrying the spirit of the Icejade Queen and their Swordsoul protectors, Icejade Aegerin Jymir is a level 10 Water Aqua Synchro monster with 3000 attack and 1500 defense, requiring a Water Tuner and one or more non-tuner monsters as material. As a quick effect, you can make face-up monsters you control become unable to be destroyed or banished by your opponent's card effects for the rest of the turn. Then, if this effect was activated in response to an opponent's card or effect, you can banish all cards with that name on your opponent's field or in their grave. And if any number of cards are banished by an opponent's card effect while this card is in your grave, you can special summon this card. Wow, this card is savage. While Icejades aren't exactly tearing up the top tables, its requirements and level make it a strong pick in any Swordsoul deck. It provides destruction and banishing protection for your entire board of monsters that doubles as removal, and it gets to be revived for free if your opponent banishes anything by a card effect. Not cost, so you don't get to trigger it off of the Tenyi Spirit activations or when the Swordsouls are making tokens, but when Sinister Longyuan hits the board, your opponent better be careful about how they use it. And with the help of your field spell, this could also just casually become Egyptian God Slime. It's a great level 10 synchro that's not exactly gonna push Barone out of contention anytime soon, but if anyone was going to expand this pool of monsters, it'd be our friends in the Water Aqua sector. They also get a new spell card, Great Icejade Manifestations, a normal spell card that you can activate if your opponent has a monster on the field and or in their grave, and you control a water monster. You can take an Icejade monster from your deck and either send it to the grave or special summon it. And if a face-up Icejade monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card, except by being destroyed and during the damage step, you can banish this card from your grave, then target one card your opponent controls and banish it. So this means generic destruction removal or being run over in battle won't trigger this, but if the monster is banished, bounced, or spun back to the deck, you get a retaliatory banish. And as long as your opponent controls a monster, you get a free one of your own. Or set up a grave effect. Icejades have quite a few that help mobilize our waters, even if how we accomplish this is a little wishy-washy. But who is it that the Icejades are fighting in the art? Well, it's none other than Longyuan. That's right, not content to be buried under a pile of ice after getting completely bodied by Mirror Jade, Longyuan was fused with the Great Serpent of Golgonda to create Swordsoul Dragon of the Abyss, a level 8 fire worm monster with 3000 attack and 2900 defense that can't be normal summoned or set, and must be special summoned by a worm monster's effect. If any number of monsters are banished by a card effect, except during during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your grave if it was there when that monster was banished, or from the hand even if not, but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is special summoned, you can target a card in the field zone and a monster your opponent controls or is in their grave, and banish them. This card is, well, I mean, it's a heck of a discard for Long Yuan's effect, because now if you banish with Swordsoul Sovereign, you get a free monster out of it. However, since its effect can only be used when a field spell is out, it's more of a tech pick to deal with decks that use them. Alternatively, this makes for some nice level 8 material, especially because the base version of this, Supreme Sovereign Serpent of Golgonda, can be summoned from the hand or grave if you have a field spell on board. If you do any banishing for your own card effects, this card's a breeze to summon, and when you tuck it under, say, a Dingirsu, it'll go right back into your grave when detached, so you can do it all over again. Combined with a rough level, I think it's safe to say that this card has some nifty applications, but doesn't fit in very well with its original theme. In fact, you could say it's pretty abysmal. But that's as good a segue as any to talk about the rest of our villains cards. So next up is another member of everyone's favorite new Dragon Link extenders, Bystial Baldrake, a level 6 Dark Dragon monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, and does the usual Bystial thing. You can target a light or dark monster in either grave, banish it, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand. And it's a quick effect if your opponent controls a monster. And if your opponent special summons any number of Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, and or Link monsters, you can tribute one other light or dark monster, then target one of those summoned monsters and banish it. A pretty strong effect, though an extremely telegraphed one. You can't even have Baldrake tribute itself, so you can play around this effect simply by depriving your opponent of other lights and darks on their board. Though it is another Bystial name, and that's good in and of itself. DD Crow on a gigantic body is a lot to like. But the ones that see more play trigger simply by being summoned or by being sent from the field to the grave, whereas this one has to stick around and cash in other monsters to make a trade. The banishing is nice, true, but the rest of it is kinda balls. GoldenNova, the Finale Dragon, is a level 8 light spellcaster fusion monster with 2500 attack and defense, requiring Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous and a light or dark monster as material. If this card is fusion summoned, you can send a level 6 or higher light or dark monster from your deck or extra deck to the grave. And if any number of monsters are special summoned by an opponent's activated monster effect, except during the damage step, you can banish this card from your field or grave to special summon a Dogmatika monster from your deck or a Despia monster from your extra deck. While not Despia by name, it is fitting that this monster is named after a venue that would regularly host plays that involved violence and torture. This is a very strong option for Blazing Cartesia's fusion effect. Being able to send any level 6 or higher light or dark monster from either of your decks to the grave can cause some serious trouble for the game. Not only are all the Albaz dragons on the table for this, you can send a Malicious, Bystial Lubellion, or one of over 1,000 other choices. And if you think the specific material requirements lock this into particular decks, you should see the kind of silly things people are doing with the light hex-sealed fusion nowadays. As for its other effects, it seems super powerful, but has deceptively few targets. You can't summon the Ritual Dogmatikas with this, so the only defensible summon is Ecclesia, and there are currently 2 extra deck Despia monsters, and Quiritus is already very accessible. Though to be fair, having an easy way to access Priscinian is nice. But that's about all we can celebrate, as the dragonic form of the White Knight of Dogmatika has connected with the fallen Ecclesia, as we can see in the concept art, setting the stage for the grand finale. See? What'd I tell you? But it's not just the Despia, but the vestiges of the Dogmatika Church that have taken the field, and an absolutely ridiculous card they have access to now is Dogmaticatrix, a continuous spell card that, when activated, adds a Dogmatika ritual monster or spell from your deck to your hand. Then, if your opponent controls a monster, you can add any Dogmatika card from your deck to your hand. Talk about value. And once per turn, if you control a Dogmatika ritual monster, you can look at either player's extra deck and send a monster from it to the grave. So as a payoff for playing the ritual monsters, you get a very miniature Lithosygem. You can either gain access to your opponent's extra deck and take one of their best cards away, or better yet, learn exactly what they're playing if you manage to go first, or you can dig through your own extra deck and trigger a variety of effects, because on top of the Albaz dragons, Herald of the Arc Light makes for a positively powerful pick for consistency, or you can send Intis or Fossil Warrior Skull Knight as removal. And since you can do this every turn, the benefits will accumulate the longer your opponent leaves this be, and they'll see just how deep the rabbit hole goes. But what's that creature inside the Theater of the Branded? A monstrosity, that's what. Presenting White Zoa of Dogmatika, a level 12 light spellcaster ritual monster with 4,000 attack and defense that you can ritual summon with Dogmatic Calamity, and can't be ritual summoned except with a Dogmatika card's effect, presumably to keep Drytron from getting their grubby little mitts on this. While on the field, Dogmatika monsters you control are unaffected by your opponent's activated fusion, synchro, Xyz, and link monsters effects, and during your main phase, you can make your opponent choose one of the two following effects. Either they send a card from their hand and or extra deck to the grave for every 2 cards in their extra deck, their choice, or return all fusion, synchro, Xyz, and link monsters they control to the extra deck. So, by itself, being immune to the effects of things like Mirror Jade, Kaleidoheart, and Zeus is fantastic, and extending it to all of your on-theme monsters can be downright oppressive. Its activated effects are pretty neat, but I'm always wary of giving my opponent choices, especially when one of them gives them even more options to send cards to the grave, especially when we're in a format with so many extra deck monsters with good grave effects. Thankfully, our ritual spells make this card very easy to summon, so at the very least the investment is low for a monster that makes up half the starting life point total. But in a bit of a flavor fail, none of the other members of the Zoa archetype mesh well with this card, so that's a bit of a bummer. Our last section involves new branded cards, the spells and traps that are involved in so many of this story's archetypes. Branded Inevitable is a continuous trap card, and once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a Bystial monster you control and no other cards, or when your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your Bystial monster's activation, you can target a light or dark monster in either grave, banish it, and if you do, negate that activated effect. This makes for a pretty nifty protection effect to keep your opponent from messing with your Bystials, and kind of functions as one itself, carrying the banishing a light or a dark effect that the level 6 Bystial monsters possess. And while in most cases it being a continuous trap card would be a huge knock on its playability, Lubellion's Bystial form can just place it face up on the field from your deck for free, making this stupendously accessible. Bystial have already been seeing a ton of play, and with support like this, their takeover is inevitable. The final card is also one of our saddest, which seems to be a trend over these past few sets. Branded Light is a quick play spell card that targets a fusion monster on the field or in either player's grave. You return it to the extra deck, then you can special summon a Fallen of Albaz from your grave and a monster from your opponent's grave to their owner's field. Mechanically, this works as an interesting defusion, kicking a fusion monster back to the extra deck to set up an Albaz fusion summon. And since you can choose the summoned monster your opponent gets, you can ensure you don't give them free advantage for it if possible. Then Albaz just scoops up the monster to make a fusion. Heck, it even makes one of the previously most difficult ones to make, Sprind, a guaranteed fallback in case nothing else works out, because whatever you summon will meet Sprind's fusion requirements. So it's not light on plays. Now, that's all the cards, but before we get into the lore section of the video, I wanted to share some more information that I've been made privy to recently. Fellow YouTuber Scarlawn messaged me as the new cards were releasing and drew a lot of connections between what's happening in the lore to the Book of Revelations, as well as William Blake's The Four Zoas poem. It's a lot of info, and I don't know how to include all of it without making the video drag on forever, so there's going to be a pinned comment down below detailing all the information Scarlawn provided to me. So if you like what you've seen here today, make sure you press that subscribe button, and also follow the card in the top right to go subscribe to her. There is one thing I'll include though, because there's a very visual piece of information. This image that shows the relationship of the four Zoas, beings who were created from the division of Albion, the primeval man, and don't worry, you have heard that name before if you've been paying attention. What's most striking about this image is that it exactly matches Branded in White, which was an image just preceding Albaz's transformation into Albion. And it's in the art of Alba Lenatus, hovering just in front of the central red orb. However, this egg-shaped portion isn't seen in any of the arts, but represents Adam and Satan, two pretty important biblical figures that could easily represent Albaz and Aluber. My current working theory is that each of the circles represents one of the Bystial and or Albaz dragons, with the egg representing which of either Albaz and Aluber have which aspects. Love and Sense, the two middle ones, are possessed in some measure by both, where only Albaz has imagination, while Aluber has reason. But there is another theory that, since the Bystials share aspects of Brigand, that they're actually just 4 aspects of that Albaz dragon specifically, so hopefully the final chapter of the story will give us an answer on whichever one is true, or if there's some other option we've yet to consider. Once again, for more information, check out the pinned comment, as there is a lot we can glean from the source material, and can help us predict what happens in the next set. As for the lore itself, well, strap yourselves in, folks. This is where things get real. Albaz stands astride his Tri-Brigade companions in the waning dusk of the desert of Golgonda. It wasn't long ago that he'd escaped the holds of Alba Lenatus, avoiding a fate tied to a twisted reflection of himself. Though, escape would imply that Albaz had anything to do with it. No, it was all part of Lubellion's plan. The white brand of Albaz had been absorbed, and with his ejection, shattered, releasing the 4 bestial dragons within. He had felt those dragons' presence when gifted the power of the Swordsoul and the Icejade, these raging creatures reflected in the deadly smooth surface of his many blades. But this was to be expected. After all, the blades of the Guardians of the Peak were extensions of their wielders' souls. Why not too, then, would this gift do the same to Albaz? Perhaps taking on such power was a mistake, giving the Bestials within enough control to help facilitate the fusion into Alba Lenatus. But it was too late to look back. What was done had been done, and now the only thing left to do was prepare for one final battle. Not just for his freedom, or the liberty of his companions, but for Ecclesia. When Albaz awoke from his captivity, the smashed head of her colossal hammer was the only thing of hers he could find. Lubellium and Ad Libitum were nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a handful of their dreadful minions to mop up. This could only mean one thing. They took Ecclesia. Whatever reason they were hunting them down for, whatever they had in mind for the duo, they had accomplished. But Albaz wouldn't sit idly by and let it happen. So now, it was time for war. But whatever Albaz was expecting, reality did not provide. When the numerous holes tore open the sky, he was prepared. This was, after all, a tactic the Despia had used before. But the last thing he was expecting to see was a massive tower, a thing of spikes and ostentatious glamour, dropping from the sky and colliding with the dunes, causing sand to burst and ripple across the desert. And following that, a massive dragon, with 2 gnashing heads and eyes full of bloodlust. It reminded Albaz of the Nexus back in Dogmatika, and at its center, where once a golden idol maintained the balance of these twin dragons, was Lubellion, Aluber's bestial form, sheathed in white-silver armor hiding shrouded scales underneath. Ominously, the being that would be known as Albalos hung above the battlefield, Albaz and his companions waiting nervously for the Dogmatika forces to make the first move. The Despian Tower itself could be assaulted, surely, but the only one with the ability to meet Albalos in battle was Shreg, and no single person could hope to win a battle against a thing like that. Right as the tension seemed to be at its peak, Lubellion stepped forward, reverting to their humanoid form, the twisted reflection of Albaz that now held the world in its hands. The jester of Despia, not one to pass up an opportunity to amuse himself, taunted the pesky force that had arrayed themselves around him. Many had joined their ranks, but were there truly no Swordsoul left to mount a counterattack? Surely they hadn't all been wiped out in the attack. They were such gifted swordsmen. Perhaps the surviving Icejades had simply ordered the Swordsouls to remain and protect them, cowards that they were. Albaz, enraged, demanded to know where Ecclesia was, but Aluber continued to play his games. Ecclesia? What a familiar-sounding name, but there was no one in his ranks by that name. Albaz screamed in frustration, but knew there was little he could do. Without his dragon forms, he had no way of taking the fight to his nemesis. And what would he even do should he get up there? Fight that colossal dragon with a single shard of ice? Hopelessness didn't even begin to describe how the rebels felt in that moment. However, such dark events only make the light shine that much brighter. Suddenly, the sounds of engines and explosions could be heard in the distance, and like a rising sun, wreathed in fireworks, Kit had arrived, the Springans in tow. Aluber looked on, perplexed at the sight of animated rockets, launching fireworks as if they'd already won, led by what could generously be called a runt among a species of runts. But in no time, the reinforcements had joined the rebels, and with them came the tools to fight back. Sargus, having last been seen as a respectable but out-of-practice hunk of metal, now stood proud as the conqueror of the Therion arena, wearing his champion's belt with pride. And Schrage, already not wanting for firepower, was given a substantial upgrade by Kit. By utilizing the power of the sprites, Bucephalus II was created, a weapon that combined the blue energy their weapons already possessed with the fires of a raging volcano. But this only served to amuse Aluber even further. These were all trinkets, mere toys to add to their collection. Not one of them could scratch the glory of his branded empire. And these specs needed to learn their place. So, with the power of both brands at his disposal, Aluber reached out and pierced the veil of reality. He could sense the great serpent, its corpse still strewn across these golden sands, time not yet having led to decay. And far away, he could sense the body of Longyuan, the traitorous Swordsoul, crushed under a mountain of ice at the hands of Mirrorjade. Two pieces that could be stitched together to form a wondrous creation. Aluber beckoned one of the holes to transport Longyuan here into the very head of the dead serpent, and by pouring the power of the Beyond into this dreadful chimera, the Swordsoul Dragon of the Abyss was born. The newly reborn Longyuan, their once tactical and cunning mind now clouded by animalistic rage, cackled in delight, knowing there was now a chance to collect vengeance from the one once known as Mirrorjade. Seeing this, Albaz knew there was no time to lose, for there was no telling what other sinister abominations Aluber would throw at them, and at his behest, Schrage commanded the Tri-Brigade to attack, and with the Springans at their back, the battle had begun. Aluber assumed the form of Lubellion once more and began to call his forces to his side. The four bestial kings, Druidworm, Magnamut, Serenir, and Baldric took flight, while the dregs of Despia poured forth from their shadowy theater. And joining these forces was another dragon, with wings of stained glass and scales of sickly brass, tied by bloody strands to its rider, a woman of pale complexion and even paler hair, contrasted by piercing red eyes and a crimson dress. This must be another of Dogmatika's saints, Albaz thought. If Aluber will not talk, perhaps she will. The Tri-Brigade fought back with their weapons, while the Springans launched themselves with explosive, wild abandon. Albaz found himself embroiled against the Despia, locked to the ground and unable to ascend to continue his hunt for Ecclesia. But this wouldn't be the case for long. With the swipe of mechanical claws, Kit came to Albaz's aid, asking if the young dragon had any plans. With a moment of clarity, Albaz thought back to the first time he and Ecclesia had met Kit, running away from the Springans' impromptu assault. Back then, he had utilized some form of his power to animate one of the many machines abandoned in this very wasteland. It was a long shot, but perhaps without the influence of the bestials inside him, some new power could be unleashed to its fullest. And so, Albaz did as he had before, though instead of subconsciously, with purpose. He reached out to the spirit within Mercurier, the tiny bird that had been gifted by Schrage back when this whole odyssey had begun. He bonded that spirit with the machines Kit wore, and within moments, the metal started to grow and change, attempting to fit the righteous dreams and wishes contained in all their hearts. And in a blinding flash, a new tool of victory had revealed itself, as a name flashed into Albaz's mind. Lindworm, the Gun-Hammer Dragon. This power did not go unnoticed, however. Longyuan, driven now only by his thirst for revenge, witnessed this, and brought all of his crushing power to bear on Albaz and Kit, hoping to wipe them from existence before they could take flight. But Longyuan was not the only one seeking revenge that day. Before the killing blow could be struck, a wall of ice, that damnable ice, manifested as a shield, heralding the arrival of Agerin. Having finally come to terms with their mother's death, the last of the Icejades had arisen to the rank of Agerin Jaimir, taking on all the power the station of Empress entailed. and like the previous Empress, a loyal companion was needed to see them through the battles ahead. And so, as Kingfisher had once served Cosmoclore, Adrian breathed new life into Mo Ye, the Swordsoul that had lost her life at the hands of her mentor's betrayal, creating Yugioh Casus. The sight of this dreadful ice made Long Yuan's blood boil more than the sight of the one who had used it to kill him. And so, before vengeance could be taken, the ice had to be crushed first. Adrian gladly took up the challenge, urging Albaz and Kit to leave, and with the roar of Lindworm's engines, did so, trusting the new Empress of the Icejade to win the day. As the battlefield fell below them, Kit called out to Shrag and Sargus, betting on one final assault on Albalos. If Lubellion was dealt with, the rest of his forces may fall. Their companions took heed, and the trio of Sargus, Lindworm, and Shrag made for the twin-headed bestial dragon. Albalos prepared for a counterattack, but by raising its heads in preparation for a mighty breath weapon attack, they had inadvertently made themselves easy targets. Sargus raised an arm and unleashed a pillar of lightning, the same pale purple energy that had once possessed his one-time enemy, now brother-in-arms, Regulus, ringed in Springans' flames. Shrag leveled the Bucephalus cannon fully charged, channeling a column of red and blue energy, and with a single hit, both heads of the dread Albalos were crushed, utterly annihilating the symbol of Dogmatika rule once and for all. Lubellion howled, a mixture of pain and disbelief. How could this have happened? The power of the brand is unstoppable! What could these louts have possibly found in the Land of Iron that Dogmatika hadn't already made its own? These thoughts raged within Lubellion's mind as the body of Albalos fell from the sky, crashing into the Despian theater. Two threats gone in a matter of moments. And soon, so too would another be dealt with. Racing ahead, lightning cannons fully charged, Lindworm rushed Lubellion, looking to end things once and for all. The smell of ozone filled the air as the weapons crackled to life, and finally, Albaz and Kit shielded their eyes and ears as the concussive sound and blinding luminance of lightning bolts tore the sky asunder. But, despite how close they were to their target, the weapon did not find its mark. When Albaz opened his eyes, between them and Lubellion was the Red Saint, flying on the stained glass wings of their mount, racked with electrical burns. But it was only now, seeing this saint so closely, that Albaz recognized the horror of what had just happened. The Red Saint was Ecclesia, corrupted by the powers of Despia. And as she fell to earth, no longer able to stay aloft, Albaz jumped from Lindworm, hoping there was some way, any way, to save her. Lubellion saw light emanating from Albaz, some new power, locked away until grief provided the key. The leader of the bestial dragons moved to stop this, but a cacophony of crumbling stone and steel grabbed his attention. Below, a colossal being emerged, made of wet, opaque muscle and hands with an alien amount of joints. It was surrounded by halos of holes, commanding them with even more control than Lubellion, the evil god of Dogmatika, a thing lying at the nadir of the nation, wrapped in the shell of Despia. And those wings it had, they were the same as Dramaturge. In fact, Dramaturge and Ad Libitum had been absent since the battle had begun. What could those two possibly be scheming? The final act draws near. Will Albaz and Ecclesia find salvation at the end of all things? What cruelties does Aluber still have in store? And what fate shall befall the Abyss now that White Zoa has been unleashed upon the world? I'll see you here in 3 months' time when Cyberstorm Access releases for the conclusion of the Albaz storyline. Hello everyone, GoldenNova here. You've been waiting for it, I've been waiting for it, the thrilling conclusion of the Albaz storyline, the lore of the closed-off land of the Abyss, Season 1. That's right, despite all signs pointing to this being the end of an era, an Avermax versus Lee style clash that would bring the story to a close, it's only kind of that, which is both a blessing and a curse. Curse because there's still so many plot threads left dangling, with even more introduced, and a blessing because I get to milk it even more. I mean, enjoy it more. Like last time, we don't have any new themes introduced, so the first part of the video will have us covering all the new cards for the existing storyline, then we'll piece together this season's finale, and maybe speculate on what we can expect in Season 2. Buckle up, cause it's time for the Albaz Lore Season 1 finale, Explained. And what better way to start things off than by covering the little dragon that's on all the fusions. First up, let's cover our latest fusion, Albion the Incandescent Dragon, a level 8 light dragon fusion monster with 3000 attack and 2500 defense, requiring Fallen of Albaz and a light spellcaster monster as material. It can't be used as fusion material, and your opponent can't target this card with card effects. During your opponent's turn, you can target 2 monsters in any grave and special summon both, 1 to each side of the field. And if this card is in your grave, you contribute 4 monsters, 1 each from both players' extra monster zones and each player's center main monster zones, and if you do, special summon this card. And here they are, the presumably ultimate form of Albaz, having fused with Ecclesia's energy in a moment of extreme crisis. I like that it shares stats with Mirrorjade, but can be made directly with branded fusion, as opposed to going through a whole convoluted line with Flubellian. It's not quite as immediately threatening as Mirrorjade, mind you, but with its effect, you can easily summon back the Albaz used as material for this, and an extra deck monster from your opponent's grave. And then with a single discard for Albaz's cost, you get that Mirrorjade. In fact, I think you're going to see a lot of tricky plays with this card, because even though you're giving your opponent a free monster, you get to choose what gets revived, and in exchange you can mess with your opponent's graveyard effects, mess up their bestial summons, keep Called By at bay, you name it. As for its other effect, yeah, that's basically just for flavor, because I will point out that the zones you have to tribute them from are very deliberate. Depending on your interpretation, it's either meant to represent the diamond-shaped hole portals by connecting the center of each zone, or the 4 interlocking circles found in Branded in White and Alba Lenatus' chest piece if you draw a circle around each zone. This is doubly evocative, as that does look like the Zoa model from the William Blake mythology that we mentioned from last episode. But that's not the last little lore tidbit we've got here. You see that little unicorn horn up there on Albion? Zoom in on that. Closer. Closer. Closer! Ow! God, not that close. You'll poke someone's eye out. Look, it's the Icejade dagger that Albaz has had ever since he split from Alba Lenatus. Ain't that cute? The Boundless Open Land is a field spell card that triggers if your opponent special summons any number of Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monsters, except during the damage step, and it activates one of 2 effects, and you can use each one once per turn. Either you add a Fallen of Albaz or a monster that mentions it from your deck to your hand, or special summon a Fallen of Albaz or a monster that mentions it from your hand. This one, I don't know. The fact that this relies on your opponent's actions rubs me the wrong way, but to be fair, this does trigger on the summon of any monster that's not yellow, orange, or orange and green. So unless you're fighting the flu, this is guaranteed to trigger at least twice, or until a new kind of extra deck monster drops. It kinda acts as a more telegraphed Nibiru too. You grab Albaz on the first trigger, then drop them on the second, giving you a chance to fuse for Mirrorjade immediately. But you also have other options that you can grab. For instance, Blazing Cartesia gets you a quick fusion, Springans Kit gives you hand fixing, Mercurier is a hand trap that doesn't require you to actually get the second trigger off this field spell, or Incredible Ecclesia to quick summon a Swordsoul. You could say this card's opportunities are boundless. Blazing Branded King is a normal trap card that has you choosing a fusion monster you control that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material and negates the effects of all other face-up cards currently on the field until the end of this turn. During the end phase, if any number of fusion monsters are sent to your grave this turn, you can add this card from your grave to your hand. But you can only use 1 effect of this card per turn, and only once per turn. Wow. I mean, wow. This card is wild, I don't know what to tell you. It's a quick effect Dark Ruler no more, but it's even better than that because not only are you not missing out on dealing damage, it hits face-up cards, not monsters. So you're able to chain this to something like Evenly Matched and just blank it. And it recycles itself. Like, you can set this off of Branded Albion's effect, activate it on your opponent's turn, then on your turn you send another fusion with another effect to recycle this, and now you get to have a quick effect non-targeting board negate every other turn. Not to mention the fact that cards like Branded Retribution and Despian Tragedy can get this card back out of your grave without even needing to use the recycle effect. I can't say it enough, this card is just amazing, so be on the lookout for it. Now, if only it showed literally anything that was lore relevant, I'd be super happy. Seriously, you couldn't have shown like them mauling one of the baddies at least? Come on, my job is hard enough as it is. Now, we turn our attention to who I can only describe as the Lord English of this story, Alufaluber, the evil little gremlin that apparently got away with everything. Joy. Like, how else do you describe the Bystial Aluber, a level 4 Dark Dragon tuner monster with 1800 attack and 0 defense? This card's name becomes Fallen of Albaz while on the field or in the grave, very upsetting. And if this card is normal or special summoned, you can discard a card, then target a dragon monster your opponent controls or is in their grave and activate one of these effects. You either send this card to the grave, and if you do, take control of that monster on the field until the end phase, or send this card to the grave, and if you do, special summon that monster from the grave to your field. So you either get to temporarily take control of a dragon your opponent controls, or permanently take one out of their grave. You have to discard a card like with Albaz, but instead of fusing, it steals something, but also leaves the field, which I feel has unfortunate implications of like phasing into that dragon and taking control of it. Anyway, aside from being able to commit Grand Theft Dragon, I don't really know what this is for. Ironically, because this takes on Albaz's name on the field and in the grave, it ceases to be a Bystial while on the field, meaning you can't use this with any of the Bystial aligned branded spell or trap cards. And the tuner you need to make well, the synchro we're going to talk about in a bit doesn't have any specifics to the tuner requirement. In fact, it's the non-tuner that specifically needs to be a dragon, so I guess this will find a nifty home in Buster Blader decks to steal any monster your opponent has? I guess? Bystial Despater is a level 10 Dark Dragon Synchro monster with 3500 attack and defense, requiring a tuner and one or more non-tuner dragon monsters as material. It can target a banished light or dark monster and special summon it to your field, and when your opponent activates a monster effect as a quick effect, you can target a banished card, shuffle it into the deck, then if you were that banished card's owner, destroy that monster. If your opponent was the owner, you negate that activated effect. Sadly, since there's no way for a card to be owned by both players, you can't overlap those two, but if you're playing Bystials, you can guarantee that you'll be at least destroying cards, since I assume you'll be banishing your own. But what I think is funny is that it doesn't care about banished light or dark cards like basically everything else Bystial related, it just returns banished cards. So the second your opponent banishes anything for their own engine, including spells and traps, Despater's ability is online. I also like that while you'll likely have a stable of Bystials to summon with this card's effect, you can steal your opponent's banished light and dark monsters too, so you can basically get double value out of your hand trap effects. And since this card is easily made via any level 6 Bystial and a level 4 tuner, something we're running into a lot of in this story, you're gonna have to make dispatching Despater a top priority. Branded Etude is a continuous trap card, and during either player's turn, you can immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using monsters you control as material, including a dragon monster. And while you control a Bystial monster, any monster sent to your opponent's grave because it was tributed for a ritual summon, or used as material for a fusion, synchro, or link summon, are banished instead. That's a pretty nifty floodgate effect. Most decks count on graveyard triggers when using monsters as material to keep their engine going, so it's nice to have a way to mess with that without messing up your own grave with things like Dim Fizz or Macro. Though considering where Fusion Lubellion can draw its materials from, it may not be very useful in the mirror. The quick synchro effect is also now pretty prevalent, now that Bystials have a tuner and a level 10 synchro to pair with the level 6 monsters we've seen up till this point. Though it's important to note how much you can get away with using this effect. It allows you to synchro summon for any synchro monster at any time, just so long as you use at least one dragon monster. Not all dragons, it doesn't even specify if it has to be the tuner or non-tuner, just a dragon, opening up the ability to use on-synchro effects at any point during your opponent's turn for some great surprises. It also works around one of the biggest roadblocks in branded decks, The Fusion Lock. Branded Fusion is off the rocker, with the only downside being that other summoning methods with the extra deck are off limits the turn you use it. But that's not the case on your opponent's turn, allowing you to actually mix these two in a way that wasn't available previously. And because of Bystial Lubellion and the Branded Beast's ability to deploy this immediately, it's not too far-fetched to say that this could become a strong one-of in future lists. It's a powerful card, but as the name might imply, this is just practice for the scheming Eluber, who knows what they'll get up to next. Next up, we'll be covering the Despia cards. Guiding Koem the Virtuous is a level 4 light spellcaster tuner monster with 1500 attack and defense, and is always treated as both a Dogmatika and a Despia card. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send a Fallen of Albaz, or a card that mentions it, from your deck to the grave. And if any number of cards leave the extra deck, except during the damage step, you can target a Fallen of Albaz or a monster that mentions it in your grave except a copy of this card, and special summon it. Ah, finally, we get a card that represents the first saint of Dogmatika. Or rather, one that mentions them by name, since we've had White Relic for a while now. This acts as a foolish burial for a ton of cards in the Albaz storyline, and it's actually kind of wild how many play sequences you can explore with this. At time of recording, there are 10 main deck monsters that you can send to the grave with this, and any of them can be revived once a card leaves the extra deck, whether you send it directly to the grave via a plethora of Dogmatika effects, or just by summoning something. There's Albaz, of course, but you can also go into Blazing Cartesia for that quick fusion, Shrouded Albion to foolish a card, Springans Kit to fix up your hand, or Incredible Ecclesia for Swordsoul access. And this isn't limited to just monsters. By sending Branded Retribution, you can immediately access any other Branded Spell or Trap card that's in your grave. And if you play this in Bystials, then this is another tuner you can use with Branded Etude. And we've only seen the surface of what this card can do. After all, it's likely this story hasn't come to an end yet, and the more cards that are printed that invoke the name of Albaz, the more targets this has, and thus, even more utility. So it's very possible that this will be a big factor in guiding the path of future branded lists. Despian Lulu Walilith is a level 12 light spellcaster synchro monster with 2500 attack and defense, requiring a level 4 tuner specifically and one or more non-tuners as material. Once per turn, if any number of cards leave the extra deck, except during the damage step, you can make all face-up monsters you currently control gain 500 attack, then you can negate the effects of a face-up card on the field until the end of this turn. And during the end phase, if this card is in the grave because it was sent there this turn, you can special summon a light spellcaster monster whose attack equals its own defense from your hand or deck. So we've combined all the effects of Fleur's first form together, but this time gives a boost to all our monsters, and can negate any face-up card, not just monsters. And because it triggers anytime a monster leaves the extra deck, you can use this turn after turn. And the floating effect ain't half bad either, especially if we send it right from the extra deck to the grave to help with the ritual summon of Albazoa using Dogmatic Calamity. I look forward to seeing how this card shakes up the metagame from this point forward, and I'm also looking forward to seeing Lulu Walilith get a weapon upgrade at some point. I'm sorry, it does look really cool and ornate, but what in the world is that big wedge thing on top of your sword? Next up, we have the Icejades. Icejade Adrian Ron is a level 7 Water Aqua Tuner monster with 1500 attack and 2500 defense. You can discard one other Icejade card or water monster to special summon this card from your hand, then you can special summon an Icejade token, which is a level 3 Aqua Water monster with 0 attack and defense. And while that token is in the monster zone, the player who summoned it can't special summon monsters from the extra deck except water monsters. And this card's name becomes Icejade's Cenote Enian Cradle while it's equipped with an equipped card. Okay, so lot to unpack here. First off, that first effect sounds very similar to the Swordsoul ones that summon tokens, especially Long Yun, what with the discarding to summon from hand and making a token deal. Though in this situation, the base monster is a tuner and the token is not. And considering that Swordsoul Dragon of the Abyss is in the background, I believe this means Adrian has defeated them in their epic conflict, and has in some way turned them into another Icejade creation for their own usage. The levels also match up in the same way, so not only do you gain access to Adrian Jaimir, an already stupendously powerful card, but also Swordsoul Supreme Sovereign Cheng Ying. But you don't have to limit yourself to just synchros, because unlike the Swordsoul tokens, you're locked into only summoning water monsters from the extra deck, not synchros. So any link to water monster is fair game here. The area link is probably the easiest to access, but you've also got Marincess Coral Anemone and Miss Starboy. Heck, this could make Halqifibrax if it was still legal, so there's that. But we haven't even touched on the wildest thing this card can do, because the name change effect is also super relevant to the theme. By equipping either of our Icejade creations, or any equipped card, I just assume those two will be the most frequently used, it takes on the name of the deck's signature field spell, which is important to a few of our cards, though it works best with Curse. See, it requires you to have both the field spell and an Icejade monster, but with the name change, Ron fills both requirements, because their name becomes Icejade Sent Out Any in Cradle, and hey, look, that's Icejade in the name of a monster. This allows it to stop your opponent from activating the effects of monsters they control that turn their special summoned, and if paired with Cosmoclore, will keep them from activating monsters on turns except the ones they were summoned on, causing a complete skill drain-esque effect. And let's not forget that you discard as cost, so we have even more Atlantean shenanigans on our hands. If you've ever wanted to pick up the deck, now is a great time for it, as the deck is only getting stronger with age, which is kind of the opposite of what happens to these themes. Normally new support for rogue themes tends to cool off over time. Next up are the Sprights. Okay, not specifically a Sprite, but kinda. Fallen of Argyros is a level 2 Dark Thunder monster with 700 attack and defense. If a level, rank, or Link 2 monster is anywhere on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand to either field. Neither player can activate the effects of Link monsters that point to this card, and during your opponent's turn as a quick effect, you can target an Xyz monster on the field and detach up to 2 materials from it. So this can either be a boon or a bane to Sprite decks, either by being a free monster you can summon alongside them, or to shut off their effects. Since the summon is inherent, you can just drop it into an opposing elf zone without giving them a chance to activate. Though to be honest, you can use this on any of your opponent's linked monsters whose effects you want to shut off, as long as you get them into one of those linked zones. This also takes care of cards like Gigantic Spright by depriving it of material before it has a chance to use its effects, and once again works on basically any Xyz monster that doesn't have an on-summon effect. But it can also target your own Xyz monsters, which sounds like a waste, but that does mean you can hit Gigantic Champion Sargus at quick effect speed to trigger its effects. Really, the only thing off about this is that you can't just pull it out of your deck with a card like Starter, or search it with blue. But I'm sure that, given time, the whole Sprite community will fall in love with it. Next up is a familiar face with Swordsoul. Swordsoul of Blazing Awakening is a normal spell card that you can activate if you control a synchro monster. You target a card on the field or in either grave and banish it. And if your opponent controls a ritual, fusion, synchro, Xyz, or link monster, you can banish a synchro monster from your grave to add this card from your grave to your hand. So technically this is usable in any deck that finds itself fielding synchro monsters, and if you're one that ends up synchro summoning using other synchro monsters as material, you'll find plenty of fodder in grave to bounce this back to your hand. But all of this is in service to what amounts to a single piece of targeted removal. Not incredibly powerful in the grand scheme of things, but because it's searchable by Chi-Xiao, you do have the option of grabbing an immediate answer to most anything on the board or in the grave. So as a potentially recyclable tool in a toolbox, it's not too bad. But seriously, what is that thing at the end of Lulu Willilith's sword? If there's some kind of historical precedent for that thing, I'm gonna feel real stupid. Our last new arrivals come to us from the Tri-Brigade. Tri-Brigade Roar is a quick play spell card that you can activate if you control a Link monster. You send a Tri-Brigade card from your deck or extra deck to the grave, then target an effect monster on the field and apply this effect based on the type of card sent. If you send a monster, change the targeted monster's attack to 0 until the end of the turn. If you sent a spell card, you negate the targeted monster's effects until the end of the turn. And if you sent a trap card, you return the targeted monster to the hand. So, I'm gonna put this out here, this card is just busted, no doubt about it. Controlling a Link monster is one of the easiest things you can do in the game today, so getting this card online isn't exactly tough. And from there, you have a whole slew of modal options. Strongest of all is the one where you send a monster. While reducing a monster to 0 attack temporarily is probably the weakest of the printed effects, almost every Tri-Brigade monster has an effect when sent to the grave, so you're getting a little extra bonus on there. By sending Kit, you can trigger the usual line that comes from discarding Fractal, or you can bin Nerval to get the search immediately. And by sending targets directly from the extra deck, you can swap out one of your cards for Revolt by sending Bearbrum, Shrey can get you a search depending on your banished pile, or you can send its upgraded version Bucephalus, so you can also send Garura for a draw. And speaking of Bucephalus, by sending a spell card to negate or a trap card to bounce, you're fueling up the grave so you can actually summon this thing. It's a bit of a slog, but banishing your opponent's entire board is pretty neat. Trust me, resolve a couple of these and you'll be in for a roaring good time. Alright, we've caught up on all the new cards and what they do, but before we put together an interpretation of the events about to unfold, let's take a look at some of these cards and see what their implications are, and in the case of conflicting theories, what I believe was the intended messaging. First off, I'd like to cover the new Albion form. This draws parallels with the other two Albion forms, which means this is some kind of true or ultimate version. I also think it's worth mentioning the Iceblade Shardhorn again for good measure, because I think it's a pretty nice narrative payoff. What's a real downer though is that we only see Incandescent Albion on 2 cards, neither of which directly interact with any other card. This in turn means we won't have a clear perspective on the events of the story, which is pretty anticlimactic for where we're at, not gonna lie. What about Aluber? Well, that's also a bit of a mystery, but there are a few things we can infer from the art and mechanics. Notice that Aluber is a tuner now. How'd that get there? Well, a focal point of the image seems to be the red diamond that's now in Aluber's possession, and the closest thing we've seen that matches that item is the jewel in the hilt of Cartesia's sword, an item that has had 0 plot significance up till this point. So while this is speculation, this red gem may be the artifact that granted Aluber that tuner status. Go with me on this here. Ecclesia only becomes a tuner after visiting the Icejades and Swordsouls. Cartesia is a tuner as well, so even though the gem is crystallized, they still possess the tuner ability. But after being cleansed of Despian influence, the sword is left behind and is taken by Aluber, though we'll have to see if any future Ecclesias are tuners to see if this theory holds up. There's also the fact that Quem is a tuner despite not being seen with the gem, but I actually think I have an explanation for that. And that means jumping into an analysis of Lulu Walilith, and that is a heated topic if ever there was one. First off, what the heck is up with that name? Well, previously we talked about how a lot of elements of this story draw from the Book of Revelations, so it won't surprise you to know that there's some more religious connotations with this. Luluwa is the name of the oldest daughter of Adam and Eve, and Lilith is the name of the first wife of Adam, and if you've played any amount of fantasy anything, you'll know that there's a few demonic implications on that end. Now, why would they combine the names of what is the demon queen with what would be the prototypical woman in that mythology? Probably to mess with us, because discussion online seems to boil down to the question of if Fleur has been revived and is back on the side of good, or is still possessed by evil. And I'm gonna let y'all know, my interpretation is that the Grand Knight of Dogmatika is still under the sway of the Despians. At least, at first. Let's take a look at those synchro requirements. A level 4 tuner, and any number of non-tuners. Now, you could have any combination of non-tuners that equal 8, but for the sake of the analysis, I think it's safe to say that the implied non-tuner is a single level 8. Lulu Walilith's previous form was the level 8 Grand Guignol, a trait that's shared by every version of Fleur we've seen so far. So that begs the question, who is the level 4 tuner? Well, it's probably not Ecclesia or Cartesia. They're busy falling from the sky and or joining with Incandescent Albion. So that leaves us with the Bestial Aluber and Guiding Quem. And since Quem's art has them surrounded by the souls of previous saints and part of Grand Guignol, I think it's safe to say that Quem is the intended tuner, who initially collects Cartesia's discarded sword and uses it to call forth Lulu Walilith from the remains of Grand Guignol. After all, this wouldn't be the first time the White Relic called upon their White Knight. The gem is then later gifted to Aluber as part of their takeover of the Dogmatikas and Despia that we see in Branded Etude, with an unmasked ad libitum that I still have no idea who it could be, but that does beg the question. We've seen all these members of Despia and Dogmatika so far. What happened to Maximus? Well, since they don't show up on any of the cards this set, and considering the similarities of Albazoa's wings to Maximus's, I'm inclined to believe that this is, in fact, Maximus. And after Ecclesia, the 665th saint, was claimed, well, who else but the leader of Dogmatika should take on the mantle of Saint 666? Looking to achieve ultimate power, Maximus fuses with the source of all brands. This turns Maximus into a horrid, godlike creature, but the mutations of the brand give him more control over the interdimensional holes than ever before. But for all that mastery, one slip-up is enough for hubris to enact its price. And as the mutation continues to take shape, the godlike form begins to twist and curl into that of a dragon. A Bystial. You see Albazoa's purple tongue? It doesn't look too out of place considering how grotesque the whole package is, but look at Despater's art. At least 2 of the holes have similar tentacles with eyes emerging from it, and you can see some such tentacles erupting from random points in Despater's body. And despite all this, we know it's still Maximus because the wings, their telltale sign in this form, are intact. And once the transformation is complete, well, the Bystials do seem to be in some way connected to Aluber, so who else would benefit from having the head of the Dogmatika Church transform into another mindless monster? And with the leader of Dogmatika in such a state, well, who better to take the throne than Aluber? So where does this leave Aluber now? Well, unfortunately, that's hard to say. None of the art shows a decisive strike against any of the villains, so how the battle ends specifically is unclear. But from looking really hard at the background, Aluber appears to either be in space, some kind of pocket dimension that looks like space, or a really tall mountain given all those stars in the background. There's also some giant beasts in the background. One part looks like the segment of a snake, while another has huge rows of teeth, but everything seems purposefully obscured, so answers will have to wait until later. Now, since we've covered Lulu Willilith and Despater, I think it's time we circled back to what I feel like is one of the most hotly debated cards in terms of what it means, Swordsoul of Blazing Awakening. I've seen many people claim that this is Fleur pointing their sword at the sky and unleashing a massive thunderbolt at the dragon, as Fleurs want to do. It's kind of their style. But me? Well, it's complicated. On top of the interpretation I provided earlier about Lulu Willilith's allegiance, look at their posing. Sure, the sword is raised to the sky, but the eyes aren't following it. That isn't the stance of someone looking at their target to unleash a punishing ranged strike. It's looking almost in parallel to Despater, like a warrior raising their weapon in honor of, or to receive a boon from, who they're fighting on behalf of. And let's also not forget the mechanics. Normally, the Swordsoul spell cards have a second effect that changes the level of a worm or Swordsoul monster you control when banished. Instead, Blazing Awakening has an effect that can recycle itself if your opponent controls a ritual, fusion, synchro Xyz, or link monster, something that sounds a lot more in line with the Despia and Dogmatika effects that are meant as either a counter or silver bullet against those card types. Which makes it all the more confusing when you factor in the energy that seems to be erupting behind Lulu Willilith. Along the bottom is this golden flame that's identical to the energy seen in Blazing Branded King. So Albion is doing something, and it would have to be attacking Despater, but it could also be what snaps Lulu Willilith out of the Despian's control. After all, it is a Blazing Awakening, and while the word blazing has been used almost exclusively for those associated with the red brand, Masquerade and Cartesia, now the new Albion is the Blazing Branded King, so maybe Fleur really is in control of their faculties and is pointing their attack at the giant dragon. In fact, if we look at a previous card, we can actually see that despite all my points about the framing being against Lulu Willilith being on the good guy team, it also seems very intentional because this is not the first time we've seen Fleur strike down a dragon with a lightning bolt without even looking at it. All the way back when this story started, Dogmatika Punishment shows Fleur with one arm across their body but still held in a similar way, the sword pointing down instead of up, and is above the target instead of below. And in Blazing Awakening, almost all of that is reversed. The arm is pulled away from the body, the sword is pointing up, and the target is above, but their back is still turned to their target as lightning crashes down on top of them. I honestly feel a little silly for not catching this sooner. Now, around this time, presumably just after this, we have Tri-Brigade Roar, which has Shreg in the foreground, drawing a lot of attention away from what's happening in the background, where all the real lore stuff is going on. Lulu Willilith stands tall with their sword raised, but the big detail is the arm of Despater. The ring of holes around its wrist, once a symbol of their power and mastery over the interdimensional portals, is now breaking apart, and it looks like some kind of explosion is taking place where the arm would meet the body. It almost looks like a laser is being fired off screen to cause the explosion, which is probably what Shreg is looking at. But since it's off screen, we can't confirm exactly what it is. Once again, speculation is our only tool. The color blue has been associated with almost all the Tri-Brigade weapons up till this point, but the one we've recently seen is Rindbrum's lightning cannon, so I have to assume it's from that. Otherwise, Farragut got an incredible upgrade to their sniper rifle and is just ready to destroy interdimensional beings. I'd love for this laser to come from Shreg's new toy, but we've seen that it's a colorful mix of blue and red, which doesn't appear to be present here. Also, it's kind of attached to Shreg at this point, it's not exactly pointing in the right direction for that. We also have to account for Fallen of Argyros. Their art has them standing in a desert, watching Rindbrum and the others fly home after a battle well fought. Or this takes place before the Battle of Golgonda, and it's watching them fly towards the battle, but thankfully Fallen of Argyros doesn't have much of an impact on the events of the story in this set, so we don't have to worry about its placement too much. Despite that though, this card is a tangle of lore significance, most obvious of which being the name. Fallen of is a template we've only seen with Albaz, so what in the world is the deal with this? Well, first off, there's already a major difference here. Albaz, Albaz's name in the OCG, is Latin for white, which means Albaz is the Fallen of what is essentially a color that's been very important to the story so far. But Argyro is the endless engine of the Therion Disc Coliseum. That's about as far away from the abstract as you can get. And because of that, we can start making some more well-reasoned speculations. We've established previously that the Springans are a derivative race of the Sprights, with Argyro being the key connecting point, it having the same eyes as the Springans and all, and possessing the Disc Coliseum to turn into gigantic like the Springans possess machinery. And since it appears to be the big decision maker of the Sprights, I wouldn't be surprised if the name referenced this creature falling out of grace, or just being separated from, the core Argyro system. And we know they've been separated for a while because a lot of items here indicate that this is Spright Sprind. It has the jacket kit used as part of its containment device and has red energy going out one end and blue out the other, with a purple center combining the two. The inclusion of Sargass's necklace is a bit concerning. It looks very much like they're remembering a fallen comrade, but the necklace isn't present in Sargass's new form, so it might have been left behind as part of that transformation, so I'm hoping they're okay. But the most concerning aspect here is the armor, as it bears a striking resemblance to Lubellian's. Three distinct features are the holes in the chest plate and hands, reminiscent of where the branded jewels would be for Albaz and Aluber. The segmented wrist armor is a dead ringer for Lubellian, as we see it in multiple of their iterations, and most of all, the helmet looks pretty draconic, crowned by Lubellian's horns. What does that even mean? Well, I can't say for sure. Maybe these fragments were left behind after Lubellian was defeated in combat at some point and Sprind is now possessing those pieces to make a new body? Has Sprind joined Aluber's side and the armor is a gift? Personally, I feel like this armor may have once been Aluber's, but was discarded in the desert long ago in favor of a more elaborate wardrobe, and Sprind simply found it. After all, Golgonda is littered with scrap and refuse, not just from this world, but from many others that find their belongings scooped up by the holes. Finding something like this in a place like that isn't so outlandish. But this leaves us with another question. If this version of Sprind is the Fallen of Argyros, and the latest godlike creature of Dogmatika is named Albazoa, is Fallen of Albaz a scion of this core of the brand? This will hopefully be one of the focus points of Season 2 in the Albaz storyline. The boundless open land shows Albaz and Ecclesia, joined by Rocky and Mercurier, are off on a new adventure, looking to explore beyond what was previously the closed-off and isolated land of the Abyss, presumably on a mission to find Aluber and find out what they're planning, as well as maybe saving Lulu Willilith if they are in fact part of the bad guys now. Many of the surviving characters can be seen rebuilding, but as it turns out, this card has a secret, never-before-seen character you wouldn't know about unless you've seen the concept art. Here, you can see that Kit has made some kind of projector that Mercurier can plug into to replay any visual data it has stored. It shows Ecclesia reaching out to Albaz, who seems to be covered in something from the wrist up, with little shards of it flying in the background. I'm presuming it's some kind of aftermath after turning into incandescent Albion, and the next frame we see has the two falling gently to the ground. I wouldn't be surprised if this was to parallel Albaz's first time going into the Feral Albion mode, with Ecclesia guiding them out of that state, though their trapped state could be the consequences of an attack from a battle we never saw, so she could be saving him from that. But the next frame is what's most intriguing, as it shows Albaz and Ecclesia discovering, isolated from the rest of Dogmatika, one of the gooey red and purple eyes that were attached to several of the church's more disturbing relics. We can see many of them as part of Quiritus's armor, and dripping from the sky in Dogmatika Turgi. And now it's just a little orb with spindly arms and legs. This is identified as the soul of the 317th saint of Dogmatika, which doesn't have any significance outside of a little joke, as 317 is the 66th prime number, referencing the number of the beast, and if you flip it upside down, it does spell lie, which I think is very funny. But that has its own mess of implications, because that means this is the third tiny life form that has the ability to possess items and control them. But this isn't just a bespoke life form, this is somebody's soul. And if someone's soul can be shaped to do something like that, then what does that imply about the Sprights and Springans? Questions aside, another bit of info about this little soul is that it also seems to point in a particular direction. So, Kit throws together a new flying machine for him, plugs this soul into the compass, and sends them on their merry way. And that's the eye you can see in the open, boundless world, a detail that is, I should mention once again, locked to the concept art. The only way you could have noticed this without the concept art is if you had paid so much attention that you made the connections between how the eye looks in this art to how the eyes look in Despia and Quiritus. But that does it for all of my interpretations on the cards. Now it's time we tie it all together. Light. Blinding and radiant light filled the amber twilight sky of the great desert of Golgonda. Albaz, desperate to save the one they loved, called out for the power within one more time. Albaz had not come so far, fought so hard, only for this reunion to be cut short by a cruel twist of fate. No, he hadn't been fighting. They had. For every battle Albaz fought, Ecclesia was by their side. When Titanic-clad crash-landed in Dogmatika, it was Ecclesia that sheltered. When escape was made from the desert of Golgonda, they walked that path together. And whether it was the massive serpent of the sands or Aluber themselves that stood in their way, they faced those trials together, as equals. Even when he was alone, fighting tooth and nail against the Despia, Ecclesia was struggling against the crushing despair of losing Fleur. So it would not be Albaz's burden to bring Ecclesia back from the brink, but rather, they would find a way to do so, together. But the ground was fast approaching, and Ecclesia was still unresponsive. She must still be in there somewhere, but if they could not speak, what was left? And in a moment of clarity, Albaz remembered that in his grip was the one thing that could do so. The Ice Blade Shard, the last legacy of Chun-Ying and Cosmoclore. Albaz wasn't trained to be a Swordsoul, but the blades given to them by their practitioner wielded the power of Albaz's secret souls at the time. So perhaps this little fragment of hope still had one miracle in store. And so, Albaz placed the shard in Ecclesia's grip and willed with all his might to channel his soul through the shard. A shard full of memories of the two that the enigmatic Watchers of the World had collected for some time. Memories of hope, of pain, of triumph, of loss, of all the things that had brought them together, every testament to the love and friendship they shared, and with every memory, both cruel and kind, Albaz pleaded for Ecclesia to awaken. And so, a new miracle was born. The two souls connected, and Albaz's energy revitalized Ecclesia, and in turn, Ecclesia empowered Albaz. In the past, calling the fallen dragon's name had calmed the savage beast, but when Ecclesia's eyes flickered open, saying Albaz's name with such joy and relief resounded with his soul, igniting an Albion who was not conquered by darkness, but was instead possessed of an incandescent light. Albion, the blazing branded king. And while Albaz and Ecclesia shone brighter than they ever had before, another unfortunate soul crashed into the ground below. Grand Guignol, the Dragon of Dusk, lay crippled upon the sands. Rindbrum's lightning cannons had scored a direct hit, tearing the sickly, pliable armor of Slaughter to shreds. And to add insult to injury, its ward, Blazing Cartesia, had been ripped from it, currently being freed of the influence of Despia. But there's always more to give to the Church. Even while battered, beaten, and broken, the body of one of the greatest saints, Fleur, still rests within this violent casket, and that was more than enough. Guiding Quem came to assess the damage to their masterpiece, saddened to see the work they had done in Central Dogmatika had been cut to ribbons. But, as if by the hands of a cruel playwright running this twisted show, the sword of Cartesia landed not far from this salvage, and in its hilt was the manifestation of the power of the Swordsoul, learned by all the Dogmatika traders who had left their lands to seal their stigmata. In fact, removing that seal was integral to Ecclesia's corruption, and now this crystal held the power to project one's soul through a weapon, awakening it to its full potential. And Quem would not allow their knight to lay broken in the sand when there was still work to do. And so Quem channeled her soul, as well as the souls of all the saints still residing within the armored dragon, and funneled them into Fleur, and in a blinding bolt of crimson lightning, Lulu-Willilith was born. Elsewhere, unseen by all, another's machinations were about to come to fruition. Maximus, having claimed Ecclesia and returned them to the fold, retreats to the core of the Theater of the Branded, the ancient structure that dwelled beneath the land of Dogmatika for generations, the source of brands Maximus had dispersed throughout the years. With Aluber busy with their dear Bystials, fighting the fallen child that had started this chain of events, no one would be around to get in the way. When Maximus made contact with the core, the change was immediate. The body, already having been corrupted by the brand's influence, accepted the power readily, right down to the swirling strands of DNA, which became rigid chains of cross-hatched portals, turning what was once a man into something beyond, a thing of divinity who ruled over all things in this abyss. First, this rebellion would be crushed, and once these tribes of beasts and machines were wiped out, it would be time to bring whatever existed outside of the abyss to heel. Albazoa erupted from the branded theater, with gangly limbs and writhing tendrils, a nightmare made real by the power of the brand. The very sight of it caused the forces of the Tri-Brigade rebellion to scatter, but Lubellion looked on only in disgust. How dare that meager mortal even think they could claim the power of the brand so completely? Though, considering how power-hungry that cleric was, Aluber had only himself to blame for being so careless. Still, perhaps this turn of events could be an opportunity. As Zoa rampaged, Lubellion spied the dark tendrils slowly creeping up from its sickly alabaster hide. Arms grew from places that should not be, and horns sprouted from its pallid brow. For the power of the brand was not one that could be tamed. Its magic could not be shaped, but rather it is one that shapes the user. In moderation, it brings forth the power locked deep within the heart of the user. But with so much of it coursing through Maximus's veins, such power would not remain subservient, and would instead shape the user to its liking. And thus, the bestial Dispater was born. But for Aluber, it was of no consequence. While Maximus had taken the power of the brand, he had left his throne open for the taking, with many servants left unattended. It'd be rude to keep so many dedicated vassals unattended, and with Quem's return, the crystallized power of the Swordsoul was now in his grasp. From this point forward, whatever happens could be dealt with accordingly. And with the Dogmatika Church forces at his command and a fitting prize in hand, Aluber decided it was time to move along. Perhaps as a way to regroup their forces or to follow up on schemes already in progress. Regardless, this isolated land would not be so isolated for much longer, and Aluber would be the first on stage for this glorious new act. With that, a new chapter of the battle unfolded. Albion the incandescent dragon joined the fray, alighting the battlefield in golden flames. Lulu-Willilith rained down vengeful lightning, while Dispater plucked its adversaries from the ground like so many ants, crushing them in its mighty fists, all while commanding an overwhelming series of holes and undulating tentacles. Albion dodged bolts of lightning and insidious portals, eventually engaging the two in physical combat. But as Albion traded blows with the fallen Swordmaster, Ecclesia's memories of her sister rose to the surface. If she could be saved, then why not Fleur? And so, Albion considered the options and rushed Lulu-Willilith with all the force at its disposal. The Swordmaster was ready, inflicting a grievous wound on the mighty dragon as it charged forth, but not without trading blows. The Ice Blade Shard dug itself into Lulu-Willilith's shoulder, and Albion projected his soul, reaching out to find some part of Fleur that might remain within. And so, another miracle was born. Fleur's stigmata had been sealed before it could become a brand, but their soul was still needed. And so, Fleur's body was possessed by many other saints, burying her soul so far deep that her body could be as a puppet on strings. And by killing Fleur, it would be that much easier to control Ecclesia. But now, there was a chance to bring her back. Albion reached out, calling to Fleur's soul with memories of love, memories of life, memories of hope. And with that, Fleur was pulled out from the ocean of despair, conquering the souls that held her down, and the Swordmaster was reborn. While Albion had sustained a deep cut, it was thankfully not fatal, but it would be up to Fleur to lay the unearthly dragon low. The incandescent dragon mustered all their golden flame to empower Fleur, and with the Swordmaster channeling all their might into their new blade, a maelstrom of bolts were sent forth to slay the savage beast. But by itself, it would not be enough. Despater shuddered, but was a creature from the great beyond. It would take more than that to slay this creature. Shreg watched on, enraged he could not join the fight. Bucephalus had been integral in defeating Albalos, but the cannon hadn't fired another shot since. And nothing he did seemed to be working. If only Kit had been there to perform repairs. And as it turns out, the tiny mechanic was there to help. Just not with Shreg, because while the new Tri-Brigade arm wasn't functioning, Rindbrum's lightning cannons still did. And across the battlefield, the same concussive blast was heard, rocketing through the sky and catching Despater in the chest, blowing one of their arms clean off. It appeared that the blue and red lightning had come together to form a power that could rival the Bucephalus cannon, which itself was powered by the combination of blue and red sprites. And so, with victory in sight, the forces of the Tri-Brigade leveled their weapons, while Despater howled in pain and anger, and as the two forces clashed for the final time, the land of the Abyss had now opened, no longer isolated from the rest of the world. The Tri-Brigade and Icejade Aegerin began to rebuild what was lost, while the Fallen of Argyros tries to find their way in this new world. But the journey of the boy and girl had only just begun. There were many mysteries ahead, with answers waiting just over the horizon. So, with the help of Kit, the party of Ecclesia, Albaz, Rocky, and Mercurier set off on a new adventure, carrying with them their only clue, a soul of one of the Dogmatika saints that always seemed to point in one direction. As for what they find at the end of this road, we'll just have to wait to find out.